Jedi Order was older than almost everything else in the galaxy that still mattered. By the time the Clone Wars began, the Order on Coruscant had been operating for more than 25,000 years. Most species in the Senate had not been writing things down that long. Most planets in the Republic had not been settled that long. The Galactic Republic itself, which the Jedi served, was only 25,000 years old, and the Order predated the Republic's founding by centuries. To a citizen of the late Republic, the Jedi were not a recent religious tradition or a political movement. They were the oldest continuously operating institution in known space. The Order's age came from one specific moment. The legends reference the Jedi Path, presented as an in-universe training manual handed from Master to Padawan, opens with the Order's earliest history. More than 24,000 years before the formation of the Galactic Republic, a group of Force-sensitive beings on the deep core world of Tython recognized the existence of the Force. They called the field the Ashla. They learned over centuries to channel it through their bodies and their weapons, and they passed that knowledge on to students. From those first years on Tython, the chain ran unbroken from teacher to student all the way to the Masters sitting in the High Council chamber on Coruscant in the years before Order 66. That chain is what made the Order ancient in a way no other group in the galaxy could match. The Sith, the Jedi's oldest rivals, had only existed in their organized form for about 7,000 years. The Galactic Republic had existed for 25,000. Most major core world governments, even the most stable ones, trace their oldest unbroken records back 5,000 or 6,000 years at most. Some species, including the long-lived ones, had traditions older than that, but even those traditions were maintained by changing populations across generations, not by a single institution staffed by living members who personally remembered being trained by their masters. The Jedi were different. The Order on Coruscant was not just old as a building or a tradition, it was old as a living chain of teachers. Every knight in the temple had been trained by a master who had been trained by a master, and that line could be traced through the archives back to the Order's earliest era. The archives held the proof. The Jedi archives on Coruscant were one of the largest collections of recorded knowledge in the galaxy. The Legends reference describes the archives as containing tens of thousands of holocrons, written texts, and recorded testimonies covering the Order's entire history. Some of the holocrons inside the temple were older than the Republic. Some of the source documents were originals from the era before the Order had moved to Coruscant. The archives were not a museum, they were a working library that the Order's own historians, librarians, and masters used every day to consult on questions that had been answered before, sometimes thousands of years before. That depth of recorded experience was unique. By the time of the Clone Wars, almost every problem the Jedi faced, every kind of Darksider they had to fight, every kind of philosophical question a Padawan might ask, had already been documented somewhere in the archives by a previous generation of masters who would face something similar. The Order did not have to figure things out from scratch. It already knew. That age was also what made the Order's discipline possible. In Yoda Dark Rendezvous, the Legends novel by Sean Stewart, Yoda is described as the only living Jedi who personally remembered the older eras of the Order. He had served on the Council for longer than most member states of the Republic had existed. The other masters on the Council had been trained by his contemporaries or by his students. The fighting forms, the meditation techniques, and the philosophical doctrines they taught had been refined across hundreds of generations of Jedi, each one inheriting and adjusting what the previous generation had passed down. That kind of accumulated work could not be replicated. A new Order, even one staffed by powerful Force users, would have to spend thousands of years rebuilding what the Jedi already had. The Sith understood this, which is part of why every effort the dark side ever made to destroy the Order targeted not just the Jedi themselves, but the archives, the temple, and the chain of teaching the Order depended on. By the late Republic, the Jedi were not powerful because of their numbers, their political authority, or even the strength of their individual members. They were powerful because they had been doing what they did for longer than any other group in the galaxy had even existed. That is what age meant in the case of the Jedi. Across that 25,000 years, the Order survived 3 separate attempts to destroy it completely. Each one came close to ending the Jedi for good, and each one taught the survivors something the next generation would forget.
Using both Canon and Legends sources, the first extinction occurred in Legends continuity around 3954 BBY during Knights of the Old Republic II. By the time the systematic hunting began, the damage was already done. The Order had been effectively eliminated before the Sith Triumvirate even started their coordinated pursuit. The weakness came from the Mandalorian Wars. However, these wars were not what they appeared to be. Kreia identified them as massacres that masked a war of conversion, with Revan step-by-step corrupting the Jedi who followed him. According to writer Chris Avallone, Revan possessed an incredibly powerful mind that could see events beyond the immediate moment, understanding how to turn corruption itself into a weapon against Jedi psychology. Central to Revan's approach was his knowledge of dark-side corruption. He knew certain places in the galaxy had strong dark-side power that corrupted all who walked there, and crucially, he knew how to create them. These locations could break the will of the Jedi by promising power and turning them to darkness, transforming war into a systematic weapon against Jedi stability. Malachor V became the ultimate expression of this strategy. The final battle created something never seen before. When the mass shadow generator activated, thousands were crushed by gravity and destroyed. To hear the Force over such pain was impossible. One Jedi survived by severing her connection to the Force entirely at the moment of disaster. She carried all of those who fell within her, leaving a wound in the Force. Most critically, this wound represented something entirely new. She was forming bonds and leeching the life of others, which became the teaching of the new Sith, to feed on other Force sensitives. The Exile's survival method became the template for an entirely new form of Sith power. The Jedi Masters themselves recognized this connection when confronting the Exile. They explained these Sith had learned the lesson of Malachor too well, allowing them to prey on Force users and become stronger when Force sensitives were near. The Sith Triumvirate studied Malachor and created a hunting technique highly effective at wiping out Force-sensitive beings. With the Jedi already weakened, the Triumvirate launched their hunt. The KOTOR 2 opening crawl describes evil Sith spreading across the galaxy, hunting down and destroying remaining Jedi Knights. This wasn't random killing, but a planned pursuit across every system. The scale of destruction was unprecedented. Darth Nihilus consumed all life on the planet Katar, wiping out nearly 100 Jedi Masters who had gathered there in a desperate attempt to coordinate a response, with only one surviving the massacre. Across the galaxy, surviving Jedi found themselves constantly fleeing. The Prima Guide describes the last known Jedi narrowly escaping a deadly ambush, clinging to life aboard a battered freighter. Even knowledge of surviving Jedi had become rare, and the hunt reduced the Order to individuals whose locations were largely unknown. The three Sith Lords served different functions in this hunt. Darth Nihilus represented pure consuming power, with Avallone describing him as the ultimate antagonist who embodied hunger and consumption as his sole purpose. Darth Sion handled direct combat, identified by the Prima Guide as the Lord of Pain, his body held together through rage and suffering alone. Darth Traya, the Betrayer, served as the strategic mind behind their operations. Despite internal tensions, these three cooperated effectively to hunt Jedi across the galaxy. Yet as they hunted, the Jedi Council's response revealed fatal strategic errors. Rather than mounting coordinated resistance or gathering their remaining strength, the Masters fragmented into hiding. Master Vrook hid on Dantooine. Master Kavar stayed near Duxun. Master Zez Kael concealed himself on Nar Shaddaa, and Master Atris built a hidden academy beneath ice on Telos, hoarding knowledge rather than fighting. Kreia later condemned their choices, pointing out that each master retreated near sources of dark-side corruption, yet refused to recognize the patterns emerging around them. Even worse, the Council identified the wrong threat entirely. When the surviving masters finally gathered on Dantooine, they focused on the Exile rather than the Sith hunting them. They declared she was a breach that must be closed, a wound in the Force that threatened everything. The Council viewed the Exile as the primary threat. They feared she would teach others to sever themselves from the Force, not recognizing this might be the only defense against the Triumvirate. For them, institutional purity mattered more than survival. Their solution was punishment rather than strategy. They attempted to sever the exiles' connection just as Kreia interrupted, challenging their passive approach. She asked how they could hope to know the threat when they had never walked in dark places or faced war on such a scale. Instead of waiting for their answer, Kreia forced them to experience the disconnection they had intended to impose. She showed them what it meant to see the galaxy through the eyes of the exile rather than through the Force. The Council died not through combat, but through their own chosen punishment, and with them went the last of the Jedi leadership. The first purge achieved near-total success in eliminating the Order as a functioning institution. Kreia assessed that the Jedi Order had been the heart of sustaining the Republic's sickness, and now that the Jedi were lost, the galaxy would see how long the Republic could survive. The purge destroyed not just Jedi, but Force knowledge itself. Kreia described how the Sith learned their hunger from the exile, bringing about the end of the Jedi and perhaps all knowledge of the Force. Malachor V remained as a permanent wound, with darkside energy creating terrain of jagged rock spires and treacherous paths, transforming living beings into monstrous forms. The few surviving Force users carried only fragments, scattered across the galaxy without an institutional framework, systematic training, or coordination. Yet, the first purge ultimately ended when the exile confronted each Sith Lord. By defeating Darth Nihilus, Darth Sion, and Darth Traya, Mitra Surik halted the Triumvirate's hunt and allowed the Jedi Order to eventually rebuild. Still, Kreia's final words pointed to a larger threat. One must go where Revan went, into the unknown regions, where the truth Sith wait for the great war that comes. The Triumvirate's purge was merely a prelude to a longer conflict. Thousands of years later, the Jedi made a different mistake. Around 19 BBY, the Order had rebuilt itself into something far more powerful, standing at the height of their influence as generals in the Clone Wars and commanding armies across the galaxy. Yet this strength concealed a fatal weakness. For 3 years, the Jedi served as military commanders integrated fully into the Republic's structure. Revenge of the Sith establishes that the war had left the Republic crumbling under attacks by Count Dooku. The scale of deployment was galaxy-wide. Master Depa Billaba led forces on Kalar, Master Shaak Ti oversaw clone training on Kamino, and Master Pong Krell led forces on Umbara. Jedi spread across thousands of systems with no central defensive position and no way to coordinate once the attack began. The true weapon had been built years before, hidden in plain sight. Tech from Clone Force 99 explained that the Kaminoans implanted chips in clones to modify behavior, manipulating mutations in their DNA. Years later, the truth nearly surfaced. During the Clone Wars, Clone Tup experienced a chip malfunction, causing premature Order 66 execution. When medical droid AZI-3 discovered what appeared to be a tumor blocking neuroimpulses, Clone Trooper 5s investigated further and found all clones had one. The Kaminoans provided cover through Nala Se, who explained these were structural inhibitor chips meant to prevent aggressive behavior, supposedly ordered by Jedi Master Sifo Dyas. When 5s tried warning the Council about the chip's true purpose, Anakin dismissed him, insisting the Chancellor wasn't capable of what he claimed. 5s was killed before providing definitive proof. The Chancellor's cover-up succeeded completely, explaining that his doctors found a parasite that caused the inhibitors to decay. The Jedi accepted this lie entirely, and their investigation ended. The Jedi's trust in Palpatine prevented investigating the one warning that might have saved them. Unbeknownst to the Jedi, the chip's actual function was confirmed through separatist communications. Count Dooku stated it was a preemptive execution of Clone Protocol 66, and Palpatine's confirmation eliminated all doubt. Their plan had gone undiscovered. The clone was dead, and the Jedi still suspected nothing. But the Jedi's real vulnerability wasn't the chips, it was their trust in the Republic itself. While the chips remained concealed, the Chancellor consolidated political power across the Republic. Bail Organa observed that he now controlled the Jedi Council and had appointed governors to oversee all star systems, with Mon Mothma adding that Palpatine had played the senators well and had become a dictator. The Council recognized the danger but moved too slowly. Mace Windu sensed a plot to destroy the Jedi and noted the dark side surrounded the Chancellor, leading Ki-Adi-Mundi to propose that if he didn't give up emergency powers after Grievous's destruction, he should be removed. Yoda warned this path would carry them to a dark place, yet events were already in motion. The final piece fell into place through one Jedi's personal fear. While the Council debated politics, the Sith Lord's seduction of Anakin was precise and targeted. He told the young Jedi the dark side could keep those he cared about from dying. When Anakin asked if it was possible to learn this power, the response was clear: not from a Jedi. The promise was specific to his fear of losing Padme. That fear turned to action when Mace confronted the Chancellor. In the moment Mace prepared to strike down Palpatine, Anakin made his choice and intervened. With Mace dead, the Chancellor offered what Anakin wanted most: the power to cheat death. Anakin pledged himself to Sith teachings and was christened Darth Vader. With Vader turned and the chips activated, the Jedi had no choice. A single directive went to clone commanders everywhere: execute Order 66. The command activated inhibitor chips in every clone simultaneously, overriding years of training, personal bonds, and judgment. The biological response was absolute, and Commander Cody provides the clearest example. Moments before receiving the order, he returned Obi-Wan's lightsaber in a friendly exchange. However, when the transmission came, he immediately ordered troops to blast the Jedi Master off a cliff. Clones who had fought beside him opened fire without hesitation. The scene repeated across the galaxy. Ki-Adi-Mundi, Aayla Secura, and Plo Koon were among the Jedi Masters who fell across dozens of worlds, killed by the clones who had fought beside them moments before. But the worst betrayal happened at the heart of the Order itself. Vader personally led the 501st Legion against the Temple on Coruscant. As the attack unfolded, Bail Organa arrived at the Flaming Temple and witnessed the slaughter led by Commander Appo. Inside, Vader moved through the temple, killing Shaak Ti and entering a room of younglings. Later, when Obi-Wan and Yoda entered, the complete scope became clear. Not even the younglings survived, and one Padawan was killed not by clones, but by a lightsaber. The biological nature of the chips made resistance impossible. In Jedi Fallen Order, a clone's distress revealed he didn't want to follow the orders, yet couldn't stop himself. The canon animated series Star Wars: The Bad Batch demonstrates this further through Tech's explanation that the comm channel was repeating one directive, with Crosshair stating it simply: good soldiers follow orders. The Bad Batch's immunity confirmed the programming was biological rather than voluntary. Tech explained their genetic mutations made them immune, while Echo's torture most likely wiped out his preset modifications. With Order 66 executed, Palpatine moved to consolidate absolute power. He framed the Jedi as traitors before the Senate, declaring that remaining Jedi would be hunted down and defeated. The attempt on his life left him scarred, he explained, and to ensure security and stability, the Republic would be reorganized into the First Galactic Empire. The Senate erupted in thunderous applause at the declaration. Padme captured the moment perfectly. This was how liberty ends, not with resistance, but with celebration. The Republic the Jedi served for 1,000 years became an empire dedicated to their extinction. Meanwhile, Vader completed his final mission by eliminating the Separatist leadership. Palpatine's orders were clear. After killing all the Jedi in the Temple, go to Mustafar and wipe out Viceroy Gunray and other Separatist leaders. On Mustafar, Newt Gunray pleaded that Lord Sidious promised peace, but Vader cut him down mid-sentence. The Jedi who survived found themselves scattered and vulnerable. Saw Gerrera's assessment captured their situation. With the Jedi decimated and the clone army under Palpatine's command, he had control over the galaxy. Master Bilaba's death demonstrated the impossibility of individual defense. Her Padawan Caleb Doom witnessed her final moments as she ordered him to run while overwhelmed by clone fire. Caleb survived and became later known as Kanan Jarrus. The few surviving Jedi attempted a desperate counterstrike. Yoda and Obi-Wan returned to Coruscant after Order 66, with Obi-Wan suggesting they must go back to prevent stragglers from walking into the trap. They changed the temple's beacon from recall signal into a warning, telling any surviving Jedi not to return to the temple. They then discovered the scope through hologram recordings showing Anakin slaughtering Jedi. Their strategic response divided already limited strength. Yoda insisted Obi-Wan wasn't strong enough to fight Lord Sidious. Instead, he told Obi-Wan to use his feelings and find Anakin. Meanwhile, Yoda would visit the new Emperor. The two survivors split up, each facing impossible odds alone. Both surviving Jedi Masters failed their missions. In the Senate chamber, Palpatine used the Force to hurl pods at Yoda and blasted him with Force lightning. Yoda lost his lightsaber, fell hundreds of feet, and was forced to flee. His admission was stark. Into exile he must go, for he had failed. Meanwhile, Obi-Wan's confrontation with Vader on Mustafar ended without finishing the job. After defeating Anakin, Obi-Wan watched in horror as he burst into flames, yet walked away rather than ensuring he wouldn't survive. The two most powerful Jedi both failed when it mattered most. With both Jedi Masters defeated, the destruction was complete. The Order as an institution ceased to exist, and the few survivors went into hiding. Yoda's survival plan was simple: split up the twins, send Luke to Tatooine with Obi-Wan while Bail adopted Leia, then disappear until the time was right. To ensure Vader would never search for them, they made it appear the twins didn't survive. As the Jedi disappeared into exile, Vader's reconstruction paralleled his psychological destruction. When Palpatine told him that Padme had passed, that Vader himself caused it, his scream of rage and grief completed the transformation from Jedi to Sith. The Empire was established immediately with total control: chain codes, planetary travel restrictions, and registration of all people. Vader became the Empire's primary enforcer, spending the next 2 decades hunting surviving Jedi across the galaxy, aided by the Inquisitorius, a group of dark-side agents trained specifically to hunt Jedi. The Grand Inquisitor and his fellow Inquisitors systematically tracked down survivors like Kanan Jarrus and Eighth Koth, ensuring the purge continued long after Order 66. Despite this relentless persecution, a single hope remained. Yoda told Obi-Wan that in solitude on Tatooine, he would receive training from an unexpected source. Their old master Qui-Gon had learned the path to immortality and would teach Obi-Wan how to commune with him, how to join the Force while retaining consciousness. This training would preserve Force knowledge outside Sith control. More than a century later, history repeated itself. Around 130 ABY in Legends continuity, the Jedi Order had rebuilt from the ashes of Order 66. The scars had faded, and the Order stood strong once more. Yet within 7 years, the galaxy would remember a new tragedy: the massacre at Ossus. Unlike the first 2 purges shown as they unfolded, the third purge must be reconstructed from fragments and survivor testimony. The Jedi walked into this purge believing they were doing the right thing, unaware they were being manipulated into their own destruction. A trap was set nearly 100 years before. After the Yuuzhan Vong invaded the galaxy and were eventually defeated, they were allowed exile on Zonama Sekot. Lingering hatred festered on worlds that had suffered at the Yuuzhan Vong's hands, creating the perfect conditions for manipulation. The Jedi made an alliance with the reborn Empire at Bastion, championing a terraforming project using Yuuzhan Vong biotechnology. Cole Skywalker championed the Ossus project across 100 selected planets, believing it would heal war-torn worlds. Instead, terraforming produced terrible results. Plants became deformed, generating painful body growths on those exposed. Though the Jedi suspected sabotage, the wider galaxy blamed the Yuuzhan Vong. When the Jedi convinced the Galactic Alliance to support the Vong anyway, this decision triggered the Sith Imperial War. Imperial Moffs invoked the Treaty of Anaxis and declared war. The 3-year conflict revealed the Sith had manifested on the Empire's side and sabotaged the terraforming projects. However, the Jedi couldn't prove it, and the political damage was already done. After the Alliance surrendered, Emperor Rowan Fel, the legitimate ruler of this reborn empire, called on the Jedi to surrender and submit to Imperial will as the Imperial Knights had done. The Jedi refused, maintaining they served the Force and would never ally with the Sith. In response, they made a critical strategic error, withdrawing to Ossus and concentrating themselves in one location, exactly where the Sith wanted them. 2 days before the massacre, the Jedi Temple on Coruscant fell. Darth Krayt ordered complete annihilation, and the assault on Ossus came with overwhelming numbers. Multiple Sith warriors converged on the Academy, while stormtroopers fought alongside Sith forces. TIE fighters engaged from above as ground forces attacked simultaneously, creating coordinated pressure from all directions. Multiple warriors converged on Cole Skywalker specifically. As Cole fell fighting multiple Sith, his final command to his Padawan was to protect the younglings. The Jedi Code's first concern became the mechanism of tactical defeat. Cole Skywalker articulated the bind. A Jedi's first concern is to preserve life. When Sazan sensed additional Sith approaching, Cole responded that they would hold the line rather than retreat. Masters prioritized evacuating younglings over mounting counterattacks, meaning individual Jedi faced overwhelming numbers without support. Cade Skywalker witnessed his father fall and attempted to engage the Sith alone. Overwhelmed by rage, he was struck down, and in the moment before apparent loss of consciousness, he manifested Force Lightning. Wolf Sazan felt the dark side touch Cade, though his body was never confirmed among the casualties. The battle ended in complete defeat. Grand Admiral Morlish Veed gave the final report. The Academy had fallen, and the Jedi Order was broken. However, a new crisis emerged from the victory. Darth Krayt revealed himself and declared he was the new Emperor. The true Rowan Fel knew the Sith were coming, smelled the trap, and escaped. This deception created a major split in Imperial loyalty, with the Sith Lord controlling the throne, but the former Emperor posing a continuing threat. The Purge eliminated the Jedi, but fractured the Empire that executed it. Krayt's response was to hunt down survivors while consolidating power. He offered bounties with a specific structure, 10 times more for one alive than one who fell. The goal was conversion rather than elimination. Darth Malady was assigned to engage hunters, transforming the Purge from a single attack into an ongoing campaign of persecution. 7 years later, survivors operated without coordination or hope. The Sith actively attacked any gatherings, making it impossible for the Jedi to organize. When Wolf Sazan convened a meeting to discuss finding Cade Skywalker, multiple Sith warriors interrupted, demonstrating that even 7 years after the attack, the systematic hunting continued. The Purge's most terrible consequence was psychological. Cade Skywalker survived, but abandoned his Jedi identity entirely. He sealed his fighter's ejection suit as the ship exploded, withdrew from the Force, and went into deep meditation. 3 days later, he awoke floating alone above the ruins. When Pirate Rav found him, the young Skywalker lied about being a Jedi. He claimed to know where the treasure was hidden, using his knowledge for survival. He became a bounty hunter, and even his closest associate, Jariah Sin, who hated Jedi, didn't know his captain had been one. His rejection was absolute. When confronted 7 years later, he declared it was slavery, insisting Jedi were guardians trying to police a galaxy that kept turning on them. His assessment was brutal. The Jedi's time was over. Cole Skywalker's Force Ghost revealed the dangerous path his son walked. When the younger Skywalker healed Wolf Sazan during battle, pulling him back from the edge, he had to put one foot on the dark side to do it. It was cold and dark, yet part of him liked it, and even hungered for more. This was dangerous territory for a Skywalker. The precedent was clear. Anakin, the chosen one, became the betrayer. As Cade saw it, he was the biggest reason any Skywalker should avoid being a Jedi. After all, the legacy of Darth Vader continued to affect every generation after. Beyond the psychological destruction, the physical evidence of the Order's fall was equally complete. Physical sites of Jedi culture became monuments to their destroyers. The temple on Coruscant was rebuilt by the Emperor and became the Temple of the Sith, serving as Krayt's seat of power. For the scattered survivors, the only strategy that worked was remaining isolated, hiding among ordinary populations while suppressing Force abilities entirely. The political fracture deepened as the years passed. 7 years after the massacre, Fel retook Bastion and declared himself the true Emperor. Imperial forces fought each other to determine which Emperor commanded loyalty, with stormtroopers turning on fellow stormtroopers. The purges' political consequences ensured ongoing chaos rather than stable Sith rule. Darth Malaval enforced the elimination policy without mercy. When Lieutenant Kessel suggested allowing enemy stormtroopers to surrender to prevent needless loss of life, Malaval refused. There would be no truce, no surrender, and every last one would be eliminated. The Stormtrooper Corps that once represented unified Imperial power now destroyed itself to enforce Sith control, and the military could no longer trust itself. Meanwhile, an unexpected group preserved what remained of the Jedi legacy. The Yuuzhan Vong on the ruined world gathered what remained of Jedi artifacts, believing themselves honor-bound to defend the Jedi who had championed the galaxy's acceptance of their people. 7 years later, they still protected the ruins as former enemies became guardians of Jedi memory. The Purge left Krayt with an unstable foundation. His physical body was failing, with something consuming him from within. He estimated a decade or two before it took him over, yet something more immediate threatened his plans. During the attack, Krayt detected something unusual, a murmur in the dark side, a presence in the Force that could draw life back from the edge. The source of this healing was a Jedi, and the Purge's failure to eliminate Cade Skywalker created the central threat to Krayt's long-term plans. 7 years later, surviving Jedi believed only a Skywalker could rally survivors and rebuild the Resistance. However, Cade refused this role completely. He used death sticks to dull his Force connection and prevent detection, declaring repeatedly he was not a Jedi and not a Skywalker anymore. The Third Purge succeeded by erasing everything the Jedi were. The Order was broken, survivors scattered, knowledge lost, and culture destroyed. The Jedi could not gather, train, coordinate, or resist. What remained were isolated individuals, constantly hunted and forced to choose between hiding and being found. The Purge achieved what neither of the previous two had: complete cultural elimination alongside institutional collapse. 3 times across galactic history, the Jedi Order faced extinction. Each time, they rebuilt stronger in numbers but carried forward the same weaknesses that had destroyed them before. The lesson was never learned because there was no one left to teach it. The survivors who remained were too broken, too scattered, or too determined to forget. The galaxy always needed protectors, yet each time the Jedi rose to fill that role, the very qualities that made them guardians became the tools of their destruction: their philosophy, their trust, their dedication to preserving life above all else. History shows that the greatest threats to the Jedi never came from their enemies' strengths, but from their own inability to adapt when everything they believed in was used against them.
One of the ways the Order tried to protect itself across all of those crises was by being extremely careful about who it let in. Across the Jedi's entire 25,000-year history, 2 specific species were almost never recruited, and the reasons say a lot about how the Order thought about the Force itself.
The first reason the Jedi never recruited from these species stems from their fundamental opposition to Jedi principles. What made Sith purebloods different was that they weren't just another Force-sensitive species. Their entire biology pulled them toward the dark side like a magnet pulls iron. For the Sith species, this wasn't a temptation, but their very nature. The Jedi way devoted itself to mastering the light side of the Force, and was built on controlling emotions, embracing peace, and seeking knowledge and serenity, while turning from passion and chaos. In direct contrast, the dark side was described as actively drawing the wicked, evil, the weak-willed, and the power-hungry into its grasp. It offered self-gain, egoism, and convenience, directly crossing the boundary that the Jedi maintained with absolute dedication. Both the Kisai and Masasi, the 2 primary subspecies that originated from the Sith homeworld of Korriban, were generally seen as being strong in the dark side of the Force. This wasn't learned behavior or cultural influence alone. Their blood carried the legacy of dozens of millennia of dark side evolution. The vast knowledge and ancient Sith techniques were preserved within their massive temples and structures, passed down through generations of pure Sith blood. Within Sith society, Force sensitivity marked the elite. Those blessed with the Force rose above the lower ranks of Imperial society, which was built entirely on the foundation of the dark side. But the reality behind this is far more unsettling. In Sith society, a pureblood born without any connection to the Force was considered an abomination, an existence that, by tradition, could not be allowed to continue. This cultural practice had profound implications for the Jedi. Any Sith pureblood who lived long enough to be considered for recruitment had already been shaped by a civilization that eliminated those who could not embrace the dark side. Their survival alone meant that they had been raised within a worldview defined by brutality, power, and fear, making them fundamentally incompatible with the principles of the Jedi Order. Another reason centers on how inherently dangerous the dark side itself was by nature. The lore of the dark side was characterized as powerful and dangerously easy to rush into, tempting even the strong. Individuals were warned against a tendency to seek the easy path to power, as empowering such weak souls could lead to dangerous consequences. Training Force sensitives meant constantly watching for those who lacked the will to resist the dark side's temptations. That path didn't offer a gradual descent, but a cliff edge that even strong-willed individuals could stumble over in moments of weakness or desperation. For a species that had no cultural or biological resistance to that pull, the danger multiplied exponentially. Among all Sith subspecies, the Massassi embodied everything the Jedi stood against. They were fearsome, ruthless, and efficient soldiers who lacked respect for Jedi or Republic standards. Their violent and ruthless nature wasn't something that could be trained away. It was woven into who they were as a people. The Massassi had been bred and shaped over countless generations to serve as warriors for the Sith Lords, and that purpose had become inseparable from their identity. They maintained their traditional military organization and weapons systems, rather than adopting any philosophies that contradicted their warrior heritage. Meanwhile, the Jedi Order devoted itself to mastering the light side through controlling emotions, embracing peace, and seeking knowledge and serenity. The dark side offered the exact opposite: self-gain, egoism, and convenience. These paths didn't just diverge, but opposed each other at every fundamental level. Jedi Masters understood this threat intimately. They made efforts to destroy Sith talismans specifically to prevent them from falling into the hands of uninitiated Force users or power-hungry dark side followers. The third reason centers on the deep connection to Sith power and lore that the species maintained. Sith teachings that came back to the galaxy were purposefully aimed at power-hungry individuals. The deep connection of the Sith species to the dark side was shown in the discovery that the vast knowledge and evolution of ancient Sith techniques derived from pure Sith blood over dozens of millennia were preserved within their massive structures and temples. The legacy remained alive in every stone they laid, every generation born, and every memory passed down across lifespans that most galactic powers couldn't match. Training Force sensitives required constantly watching for those who lacked the will to resist the dark side's temptations. But the Sith species had evolved over millennia without building that resistance. They had built temples to its power instead. Every stone in those temples had been laid by hands guided by dark side philosophy, and every technique preserved within them had been refined through generations of practitioners who saw the dark side not as corruption, but as the natural order of power. Fourth on the list was the Jedi's recruitment vetting process, which was meticulous by necessity. The Jedi required careful monitoring of all potential recruits, especially apprentices, to ensure they did not seek out the quick, seductive, and corrupting advantages of the dark side. As a rule, rather than an absolute law, the Jedi avoided recruiting individuals already steeped in dark side traditions. They had to devote their training to the light side, as a person who committed to the dark side lost their innate self and became immersed in the dark, suffering penalties that fundamentally changed who they were. And the Jedi had good reasons for maintaining such strict standards. Centuries of experience had taught them that Force training could turn dangerous faster than anyone expected. Every apprentice was constantly monitored for signs of dark side temptation, while masters devoted years to training each Padawan, watching for weakness and nurturing strength. This system worked because it started with candidates who had a genuine chance of succeeding. Starting with Sith purebloods would be like building a house on quicksand, where the foundation was wrong from the beginning. This empire had been built by Darksiders who fled after suffering defeat in an ancient civil war against the Jedi, and they dedicated their new society to ruling through ambition and strength. Jedi philosophy had always warned that ambition led inevitably to the dark side of the Force, and the entire Sith civilization validated these warnings through their actions. Fifth on the list of reasons preventing their recruitment was the fundamental opposition and ideological divide between these civilizations. Sith society represented a civilization built on ruling through ambition, the very trait that Jedi teachings warned led directly to the dark side of the Force. By contrast, the Jedi were the Republic's guardians, charged with the responsibility of keeping the peace throughout known space, making conflict inevitable when confronted with an empire built entirely on opposing principles, making conflict not just possible, but inevitable. These weren't minor skirmishes or border disputes. These were existential struggles that shaped galactic history and cost millions of lives on both sides. After the Great Hyperspace War, the Sith species vanished from Republic space for over 1,000 years. They existed in separate, hostile spheres from the Jedi and the Republic. When a Sith pureblood finally appeared in Republic territory, their physical features made them immediately identifiable. Red skin and dangling cheek tendrils marked them as clearly as a uniform. Any Jedi who encountered one would recognize them instantly as members of the enemy civilization, especially since their presence in Republic space had been absent for over 1,000 years. How could the Jedi recruit from a species that saw them as ancient enemies? That ideological gap was too wide, and the historical blood between them ran too deep. And the ongoing war made any attempt at recruitment not just impossible, but potentially a betrayal of the Republic the Jedi served. As a seventh reason, the exiled history of the Sith civilization created a gap that could never be crossed. Defeated Darksiders had fled the Republic to build their own civilization, forming what became the Sith Empire. When Jedi Master Revan investigated the Sith Empire, he learned that the Sith species had vanished from Republic space after the Great Hyperspace War, indicating the two factions existed in separate, hostile spheres. This wasn't a peaceful separation or cultural divergence, but the result of war, exile, and centuries of animosity that had hardened into absolute opposition. Darksiders who founded the Sith Empire hadn't left seeking a new path. They had fled after defeat, carrying their hatred with them, and building a civilization designed to oppose everything the Jedi represented. On the other hand, the Rakata presented a completely different problem, one that went beyond ideology or culture. These ancient builders of the Infinite Empire had lost their connection to the Force itself. The eighth reason applies specifically to the Rakata and centers on their Force blindness. The Rakata possessed the Force-blind species trait, meaning they had lost their connection to the Force. Their extinction was not caused by the destruction of the Starforge. According to Darth Bane, Path of Destruction, the Rakata were already on the verge of extinction when Revan discovered them, and their tiny population could no longer sustain a viable gene pool. The Starforge's destruction shut down the Temple's defenses and contributed to Lihan's isolation. But the gene pool collapse is the canon reason the species died out. This fundamental biological limitation prevented them from taking the Force sensitivity feat, which meant they could not be trained as traditional Jedi. Training someone in the Force became impossible when they could no longer sense or access it. The Rakata had once wielded the Force to build an empire that spanned the galaxy, but the loss of the Starforge severed that connection permanently. In the distant past, the Rakata had been dark side Force users, but by the era covered in our sources, They were entirely force blind. No meditation technique or training regimen could restore what was no longer there. This wasn't a matter of weak connection or untrained potential. The connection was simply gone, lost at a level so fundamental that it became a defining trait of the species itself. This force-blind trait wasn't temporary or conditional, but absolute. Where other species might have individuals with varying degrees of force sensitivity, every Rakata shared this same limitation. The Jedi could no more train a Rakata in the Force than they could teach a blind person to see through meditation alone. But even if the Rakata could somehow regain their Force connection, their culture posed serious obstacles. The ninth reason involves the violent culture and rage that characterized Rakata society. Rakata culture was noted for its violence and primitive nature. They possessed a species trait linked to rage, allowing them to enter a rage once per day as a swift action. This wasn't a matter of individual temperament or poor socialization. The capacity for rage was built into their biology as surely as their force blindness was. A species trait that allowed for entering a rage state represented the opposite of everything Jedi training aimed to achieve. 10th on the list was the difficulty in recruitment and integration that the Rakata presented. Few outsiders survived visiting the Rakata homeworld of Lehon, and the species remained mostly unfamiliar with Republic laws and systems. Although a few Rakata adventurers existed in a wider galaxy, they were rarely scouts or nobles. Sometimes they appeared as Force users, but the explicit Force-blind trait listed in their species statistics prevented any potential for proper Jedi training and made their suitability for the Jedi Order impossible. As a general rule, the Jedi Order avoided recruiting Force-sensitive individuals who were perceived as dangerous, or those who were likely to be swayed to the dark side. Even without the Force-blind limitation, the Rakata's violent culture and rage-fueled nature would have made them poor candidates for an order built on peace and emotional control. Their entire cultural history was built on conquering and controlling others through the Force. Even after losing that connection, the patterns of violence and rage remained. These weren't behaviors that could be easily unlearned or suppressed through Jedi training, but fundamental aspects of how Rakata society functioned. The Jedi didn't recruit randomly from Force-sensitive populations across the galaxy. They followed careful guidelines developed over thousands of years of experience. They specifically did not recruit individuals who practiced traditions like those of the Sith, which relied heavily on the dark side. They avoided those who seemed controlling, dangerous, or likely to fall. This philosophy made perfect sense when you understood what was at stake. Every Jedi trained represented a potential weapon for either the light or the dark. A fallen Jedi didn't just lose their way, they became active threats to everything the Order protected. The galaxy had seen too many examples of powerful Force users who turned to the dark side and caused massive destruction. The evaluation was simple. The risks dramatically outweighed the uncertain potential gains. Even if a single Sith pureblood could somehow resist their nature, their culture, and their history, they would face impossible obstacles within the Jedi Order itself. The Rakata failed an even more basic test. They lacked the fundamental requirement for Jedi training. Anger control could theoretically be taught through discipline and training. However, no amount of instruction could grant access to a power that existed beyond their biological reach. The Rakata represented a cautionary tale about what happened when a species misused the Force so thoroughly that the Force itself seemed to withdraw from them. Whether their Force blindness was a natural consequence of their actions or some kind of cosmic punishment remained unknown, but the result was the same. The books make it clear that the Jedi faced an uncomfortable truth. Sometimes, how a species was born determined everything. The Sith species had evolved over dozens of millennia in an environment saturated with the dark side. Their temples and structures preserved ancient knowledge passed through pure Sith blood. This wasn't about individual choice or free will. This was about a species whose very genetic code had been shaped by dark side energy for longer than most civilizations existed. Both species demonstrated that the relationship between biology, culture, and the Force was more complex than simple individual choice could account for. The Jedi Order's refusal to recruit from these species reveals something important about how they viewed their mission. They weren't trying to save every Force-sensitive being in the galaxy. They were trying to protect the galaxy itself from the threat of dark-side corruption spreading through their own ranks. The Jedi understood that they couldn't fix everything or save everyone. From the Jedi's perspective, the most compassionate choice was to recognize when individuals seemed fundamentally unsuited for their path rather than subject them to what appeared to be inevitable failure and pain. Both represented impossible challenges for an order that already struggled to maintain its numbers and its principles in a galaxy that constantly tested both. The Jedi made their choice based on practical necessity as much as philosophical conviction. They chose to work with species that offered a real chance of success rather than spending their limited resources on cases that seemed doomed from the start.
Those recruitment rules, those purges, and the Order's whole modern structure were all built on top of something much older. Long before any of it existed, on a single planet at the edge of the galactic core, the first Jedi were just learning what the Force actually was.
They called themselves the Jedi, and they believed something the modern Jedi would never accept, that both light and darkness were necessary, and only imbalance was dangerous. For 10,000 years, they walked this path, channeling both light and dark in harmony. But balance is fragile, and wars, betrayals, and forbidden knowledge would eventually tear their world apart, forcing the survivors to abandon everything and rebuild on a new foundation. This is the complete history of the ancient Jedi Order, from their origins on Tython to their transformation into the Guardians of the Galaxy. I've gone through all the legend sources to tell their full story, so enjoy. In 36,453 BBY, 9 massive pyramid-shaped vessels appeared in the deep core, the galaxy's most dangerous region, where black holes crushed entire star systems and gravitational forces tore ships apart. 8 of these world ships, called the Thoyor, had spent centuries traveling across the galaxy. They did not come as conquerors. They did not demand tribute or slaves. Instead, they called, and Force-sensitive beings across dozens of worlds felt a pull they could not resist. Humans from distant colonies, Wookiees from Kashyyyk's forests, Miraluka who saw through the Force rather than physical sight, Twi'leks from Ryloth's caves, species that had never met and did not share languages or cultures, all answered the summons. What they did not know was that this journey would change the galaxy forever. The Thoyor gathered these Force sensitives and carried them to Tython, a world pulsing with raw Force energy in the heart of the deep core. The Thoyor navigated these hazards effortlessly, guided by the Force through passages that should have been impossible. The pilgrims who arrived found a planet unlike any other in known space. 2 moons hung in Tython's sky, and the Force sensitives immediately sensed their opposing natures. They named the bright moon Ashla, representing the light side of the Force with its compassion, serenity, and peace. The dark moon became Bogan, embodying the dark side's passion, strength, and rage. Between these 2 extremes, Tython itself maintained a delicate balance. The settlers would soon learn a harsh truth. The balance was not symbolic, it was survival. When that balance tipped too far in either direction, Force storms erupted across the planet's surface. These storms were pure Force energy given physical form, releasing lightning that turned stone to vapor and winds that could kill instantly. The Jedi who embraced too much passion without balancing it with calm would tip the scales toward chaos. The planet enforced balance through deadly consequences, not philosophical debate. Their survival depended on maintaining equilibrium between light and dark. From this practical necessity, the Jedi Order was born, the first organized Force tradition in recorded galactic history, predating the Jedi Order by over 10,000 years. With the Order established, the Jedi began constructing their temples across Tython. The 8 Thoyor that had traveled the galaxy joined the 9th already on Tython. Each settled across the planet's continents, choosing locations strong in the Force. Around each vessel, the Jedi built a great temple. This process took decades as pilgrims from different worlds learned to work together despite speaking different languages and coming from vastly different cultures. As construction progressed, each temple developed its own specialty. The Temple of Science taught how the Force interacted with the physical universe, exploring the relationship between energy and matter. The Temple of Martial Arts developed combat forms that mixed offensive power with defensive control. The Temple of Healing showed how the same Force energy could mend wounds or cause them, teaching students to understand life and death as two sides of the same ability. The 9 Temple Masters formed the Jedi High Council to govern the entire order. They elected one among themselves to serve as leader of the council, a role that often fell to Master Ketu, who had been trained by Master Rajavari during the Order's early generations. The former pilgrim became the voice of balance for the new order. Ketu taught a philosophy that would guide the Jedi for many generations. Neither Ashla nor Bogan was superior. The light was not better than the dark. The dark was not stronger than the light. Both were necessary parts of a greater whole. Both were dangerous when used alone. To guide their understanding of this balance, the Jedi developed a formal code. There is no ignorance, there is knowledge. There is no fear, there is power. I am the heart of the Force. I am the revealing fire of light. I am the mystery of darkness. In balance with chaos and harmony, immortal in the Force. This code became the Jedi's philosophical foundation for over 10,000 years. The opening line would prove important enough to survive even the Order's collapse, though future Force traditions would abandon the code's emphasis on embracing both light and darkness equally. Yet keeping this balance would test every generation that followed. The philosophy shaped every aspect of Jedi training. Students learned compassion for suffering, but also righteous anger at injustice. They practiced calm meditation, but realized that fear served as a warning system. They studied healing alongside techniques that could kill, understanding that the same Force energy could be used for opposite purposes. The Jedi strictly enforced their balance doctrine. Masters who showed signs of favoring one side were stripped of rank and authority. This was not punishment. It was recognition that an unbalanced master could not effectively teach balance to students. Those who continued in their imbalance faced exile. Exile to Ashla meant the Jedi had leaned too far toward the light side, becoming passive and disconnected from the physical world. Exile to Bogan meant they had embraced too much passion and aggression. In either case, the exile was temporary, lasting until the Jedi could find balance again. The exile would meditate alone, forced to face their imbalance without the structure and support of the temples. An unbalanced Jedi put not just themselves, but the entire planet at risk. The environmental consequences were too serious to ignore. Centuries after the Thoyor arrival, the Jedi developed a formal training system. In 36,019 BBY, Jedi Master Nordia Graal changed Force training forever. Over the centuries, the Jedi had been training students informally at the 9 temples. Graal identified a problem. Young Force users needed structured basic training before they could benefit from the specialized instruction each temple offered. To address this, she created the rank of Journeyer for students beginning their path and established the Great Journey. The system was dangerous by design. Not every Journeyer completed their Great Journey. Some fell victim to Tython's dangerous landscapes and creatures. Others lost themselves by embracing extremes, channeling too much passion, or becoming too detached from the physical world. A few triggered force storms through imbalance, damaging training grounds and surrounding areas. Among Jedi, there was a saying, "Not everyone is lucky enough to finish their great journey." Graal created the rank of Journeyer for students beginning their path. This term recognized that Jedi training was about travel and experience rather than classroom study. She established a tradition that would define Jedi education for the next 10,000 years, the Great Journey. Every Jedi Journeyer was required to travel across Tython, training at each of the 9 temples in turn. This was not a simple tour. A Journeyer might spend years at each temple, fully learning that temple's specialty before moving to the next. They conducted dangerous experiments at the Temple of Science. They endured brutal sparring sessions at the Temple of Martial Arts. They treated actual injuries at the Temple of Healing, often working on wounds their own training partners had inflicted. Each temple pushed them in different ways. Each demanded mastery before allowing them to move forward. Through this journey, journeyers experienced the full range of Force abilities. They could not focus so completely on one area that they lost their balance. A journeyer who loved healing would still spend years learning combat. One who excelled at martial arts would still learn the patience required for meditation. The Great Journey lasted years, sometimes decades, depending on the student's ability and specific needs. Some students needed more time with healing to balance their aggressive nature. Others required longer combat training to overcome being too passive. Despite the training, many students failed these trials. Journeyers faced tests at each temple designed to challenge both their light and dark sides. They had to show compassion in situations that called for revenge, proving they would not be controlled by anger. They had to show righteous anger when mercy would allow cruelty, proving they would not be frozen by too much compassion. These trials were not practice exercises. They were real situations where their choices mattered. Failure had consequences. Journeyers who showed clear imbalance during their travels were exiled to Ashla or Bogan before they could complete their training. Only after completing the circuit and proving their mastery of balance could a journeyer be recognized as a full Jedi. This recognition came not from a single master, but from the combined judgment of all 9 temple masters. A Jedi who passed this final test could then focus on whichever aspect of the Force called to them, confident that their foundation was solid enough to prevent imbalance. Those who completed the Great Journey became a new kind of Force user. They could channel both sides of the Force as needed, using whichever served their purpose in any given moment. In battle, they could tap into passionate fury to overpower enemies, then immediately shift to calm precision for defense. In healing, they understood pain deeply because they had studied how to cause it, making them more effective at reversing damage. They became skilled warriors, talented healers, and wise advisors who grasped both the hopeful ideals of the light side and the practical truths of the dark side. For over 10,000 years, this balance held. The Jedi protected Tython from outside threats and settled internal disputes. They helped resolve conflicts among the planet's non-Force-sensitive tribes, using their powers to keep peace without taking sides. They explored nearby deep-core worlds, making limited contact with other systems while keeping Tython mostly isolated. The Jedi philosophy, taught by Master Ketu and passed down through every generation, became their guiding principle. Balance was not just an ideal, but a requirement for survival. They lived within the Force, using both light and dark as circumstances required, never favoring one side over the other. However, their isolation could not last forever. Tython's Force presence acted as a beacon visible across vast distances. But the greatest threat to the Jedi would not come from beyond the stars. It would come from within their own society, from those who believed that balance was a weakness rather than a strength. On the Rakatan homeworld of Lehon, thousands of light years away, Force hounds were already being trained to hunt down Force-sensitive worlds and enslave their populations. The Infinite Empire had conquered countless civilizations through overwhelming technology and enslaved Force users. Unbeknownst to the Jedi, before the Rakata could arrive, Tython would tear itself apart from within. By 25,805 BBY, over 10,000 years had passed since the Thoyor arrival. Tython's population had grown far beyond the original pilgrims. Humans and other species had built tribal kingdoms across the planet. For centuries, these tribes lived peacefully alongside the Jedi, viewing the Force users as wise protectors rather than rulers. One woman would shatter that peace: Queen Hadiya. She was a Twi'lek female who united many tribal kingdoms through conquest and charm. She ruled the Shikakwa kingdom with total authority. Those who resisted became slaves. Those who submitted paid tribute. Her vision was simple: unite all of Tython and other planets in the Tython system under her rule. As Hadiyah expanded her influence, she began forcing the Shikakwa aristocracy to follow her laws. The Jedi stepped in, siding with the nobles who opposed her reign. Most aristocrats resisted either openly or in secret, unwilling to surrender their autonomy. The resulting conflict became known as the Despot War, a bloody campaign that would kill nobles, soldiers, and many Jedi warriors across Tython. The war touched families throughout the system. Baron Volnos Ox-Rio, the middle sibling of 3 brothers, watched his father and older brother die for refusing to swear loyalty to Hadiyah. When he inherited the title of Baron, he carried their defiance with him. His younger brother, Hawk-Rio, served the Jedi as a ranger. Seeking to end the conflict, Baron Volnos arranged for a Jedi ranger named Dagan Locke to infiltrate Hadiyah's camp. Locke's own father and older brother had been killed for refusing to submit to the Queen, giving him personal motivation beyond duty. With Volnos' endorsement, Locke posed as a disillusioned Jedi ranger wishing to abandon the Order. Hadiyah accepted him without suspicion, impressed enough by his skills and knowledge to make him one of her generals. The deception proved dangerously effective. As Locke convinced Hadiyah of his loyalty, their relationship deepened beyond politics. She took him as her lover, granting him not only her trust, but access to her most closely guarded strategies and plans. He rose through her command structure, learning every detail of her military operations. Yet when the line between reality and deception blurred, Volnos reminded Locke of his mission: vengeance. When the moment arrived, Locke hesitated. Her beauty affected him deeply, and he questioned whether his pause came from the Jedi prohibition against assassination or from genuine emotion for the woman he had come to know. Finally, he found an unprotected place in her armor and struck. Assassination was forbidden among the Jedi, and Locke would carry the weight of that choice for years to come. After killing Hadiyah, Locke found his way out through the chaos of her collapsing command. He cut through an entire platoon of her best troops, leaving only 1 soldier alive to spread the news. With their queen dead, her generals turned on each other, fighting for control. Without Hadiyah's unifying presence, the alliance shattered within days. The coordinated military campaign collapsed, and to the rest of the Tython system, Locke became the hero of the Despot War. The conflict had spread across multiple fronts. During the war, the Battle of Kaleth tested the Jedi's commitment to their principles. Temple Master Talat died in the fighting, forcing Master Keto to assume additional responsibilities at Kaleth Temple, despite already leading the Council since the Order's founding. Among the casualties were Shea Koda's parents, a loss that would shape her path for years to come. Beyond direct combat, the Jedi made difficult strategic choices. Manufacturing domes on Nox had been supplying Hadiyah with weapons, forcing the Order to act. They bombed 3 domes around Greenwood Station, though they warned the inhabitants beforehand. Greenwood Station's dome was breached but quickly repaired. Even with the warnings, thousands died in the attacks, a moral burden the Jedi would long debate. Following Hadiyah's death, a weak Krall was elected to rule Shikakwa, one the nobles could easily control. The kingdom became highly political, with alliances and treaties made and broken constantly as various factions maneuvered for advantage. The final toll was staggering. 100,000 Tythons had died, along with over 1 million of Hadiyah's forces, with many more injured. The war had been brutal, but mercifully short, ending before it could consume the entire system. In recognition for his decisive role in ending the conflict, Dagan Locke was promoted to master rank. But victory brought him no peace. The visions that had haunted him during the war only intensified once the fighting stopped. Seeking answers, Master Dagan Locke and Hawk Rio descended into the chasm beneath Anil Kesh, the Temple of Science. This was no casual investigation. The chasm was a place of darkness where depth stretched down beyond measurement. No one had ever reached the bottom and returned unchanged. Something far below interfered with the Force itself, twisting perceptions and breaking minds. Some who had attempted to penetrate its depths had died. Others went mad. Deep within the chasm, both Locke and Hawk experienced a shared vision, a shadow army carrying swords of blazing light invading Tython. Upon their return, though, Hawk made a fateful decision. He lied to the Jedi Council, telling them that Locke was mad and that the vision was false. Hawk convinced himself that what he had seen was merely the chasm's corruption, not genuine prophecy. He wanted to convince himself that his friend was simply traumatized by war rather than face the implications of what they had witnessed together. The Council believed Hawk's testimony and concluded that Locke was out of balance. They imprisoned him on Bogan, the Dark Moon, hoping isolation would restore his equilibrium. Locke became known to some Jedi as the Prisoner of Bogan. It remained unclear whether he, mentally scarred from his experiences in the chasm, would ever be allowed to leave. On Bogan, Locke did not seek balance. Instead, he dwelled on the vision, certain it was a real prophecy rather than madness. While the Jedi Council dismissed his warnings, he planned for the invasion he knew was coming. He would turn out to be right far sooner than anyone expected. 12 years after the Despot War, the Mad Jedi's vision came true. In 25,793 BBY, a massive force storm erupted across Tython. The devastation matched the original storm from 10,000 years earlier when the Tho-Yor first arrived. The timing was not coincidental. The warning came first from the system's edge. Fury Station, positioned on the outer boundary of the Tython system, briefly detected a large incoming object from beyond known space. The ship vanished from sensors moments later, cloaked by technology the Jedi had never encountered. Jedi Ranger Hawk Rio, monitoring the transmission, warned other planets, including Tython, of a dark presence entering the star system. Far above Tython, a Rakatan ship called the Devourer had been sabotaged. Explosions tore through the vessel without warning. Praetor Tulkar, the ship's commander, screamed orders as his guards informed him the attack came from an enemy vessel, not the slaves aboard. In the chaos, no one noticed that one particular slave had already made his move. The ship carried Zesh, a force hound bred and trained from birth by the Rakata. The Rakata were an ancient species that had built the Infinite Empire, conquering thousands of worlds across the galaxy. They used force-wielding warriors called Force Hounds as slaves, weapons trained to hunt down Force-sensitive populations for enslavement. The Rakata were known to many in the galaxy as the Builders, though their true nature was far darker than the title suggested. During the chaos aboard the Devourer, Zesh killed Praetor Tulkar. His memory was clouded by head trauma, and he did not remember why he had done it or what had happened before. Escaping in a pod, he crashed on Tython as the only survivor of the destroyed vessel. What Zesh did not know was that he had been sent to Tython as an unwitting spy. Praetor Skalnas, Tulkar's rival within the Rakatan hierarchy, had placed mental blocks in Zesh's memory before the Devourer's journey. Zesh had originally found Tython using his Forcehound abilities and reported its location to Skalnas. The sabotage and Tulkar's death were part of Skalnas' elaborate plan to eliminate his rival while positioning Zesh among the Jedi, where he could unknowingly gather intelligence about their weaknesses and capabilities. Zesh carried a Force saber created by Rakatan technology. These weapons channeled the dark side of the Force through synthetic crystals into glowing energy blades. Unlike traditional weapons, the Force saber boosted the wielder's emotions and Force presence, feeding on and amplifying dark side energy. The Force saber's concentrated dark side energy, combined with the violent deaths of Force sensitives aboard the Devourer, triggered the massive Force storm. Tython's Force-sensitive environment reacted violently to this sudden influx of dark-side corruption, just as it had always responded to imbalance. 3 Jedi journeyers experienced visions drawing them to the crash site. Shay Koda, training her Rancor Dragon Butch at Anil Kesh, sensed something dark falling from the sky. Master Quan Zheng confirmed her sensing and reported seeing a vision of a man in a mask. Tasha Rio, daughter of Baron Volnos Rio and Jedi Master Korra Rio, experienced a similar vision of the Shadow Man. Seknos Wrath also saw the same image. All three followed the Force call to find Zesh, drawn by a power they did not understand. A few hours after the crash, other Jedi arrived at the wreckage site. Master Quan Jang came directly from Anil Kesh. Jedi Rangers Hawk Rio and Rory Fenn also arrived to investigate. Master Korra monitored the situation from Kaleth Temple, receiving transmissions remotely and coordinating the response. They found wreckage scattered across the landing zone, with mostly charred, alien-looking skeletons among the debris. The escape pod bore Orabesh symbols predating Praedor Tulkar, though none of them comprehended what that meant. Master Ketu, sensing the disturbance across the planet, warned that Tython was reacting to the mass death of Force sensitives. A huge force storm was developing, one that could threaten settlements across the entire world. Meanwhile, the three journeyers found Zesh emerging from his escape pod. His first word was death, spoken in a language none of them knew. The encounter immediately turned violent. A brief fight broke out as Zesh reacted with trained instinct. Shay gained possession of his force saber during the struggle, but the weapon cut through their steel blades like paper, demonstrating technology far beyond anything the Jedi possessed. Seknos attempted to activate the force saber, but could not make it ignite. The weapon required channeling the dark side, something his balanced training had not prepared him for. Zesh fled deeper into the rift, also called the Abyss of Ru, and the three journeyers pursued despite the obvious danger. Zesh suffered from head trauma and nightmare visions as he descended into the dark canyon. The deep abyss was filled with dark side energy that interfered with his already clouded mind. Shadows appeared around him, and those who died on the Devourer seemed to come for him, their faces twisted in accusation and agony. The three journeyers caught up to Zesh as he fought rift creatures drawn by the disturbance. Shay tried using the force saber against the beasts, but could not ignite it, lacking the dark side fury needed to power the weapon. Desperate, she threw it back to Zesh. He caught it instinctively and killed the massive Sarl creature threatening them all, his training overriding his confusion. Master Quan Jang arrived with Ranger Rory Fenn, quickly assessing the situation. His plan was direct. Quan Jang would focus on calming the storm, while others dealt with Zesh. The storm took priority as it threatened thousands of lives across Tython. Quan Jang centered himself in the teeth of the raging storm, feeling Tython tilted dangerously toward the dark side. The planet reacted violently to the imbalance. Seas churned, land writhed, winds tore at everything with increasing fury. Through the darkness and chaos, he sensed points of light, the other temple masters in meditation across Tython. His message had been received. They were as one, a conference of power spanning the entire world. Alone against the storm's fury, but supported by his fellow masters, Quan Jang meditated on the connection by which a Jedi is bound to all living things, dark and light. When balance is tilted and darkness overwhelms light, there is nothing left but to push back the darkness and allow the light back in. Quan Jang's coordinated force lightning, channeled through the other temple masters, struck Zesh with incredible power. The storm fed off Zesh, and he off it, creating a terrible cycle of amplification. Zesh screamed in defiance, but the massive lightning strike overwhelmed his defenses and knocked him unconscious. As his consciousness faded, the storm began to dissipate. Shay caught Zesh as he fell, preventing him from tumbling into the abyss. She held his force saber to his throat, filled with rage at what she assumed he had done. She thought Master Quan Jang was dead because of this stranger, and her grief demanded vengeance. Zesh, barely conscious, was expected to be eaten, according to Rakatan custom. He offered his heart as the honor portion, believing he had earned a warrior's death through combat. It was the only fate he had ever known for defeated warriors. In that moment, something extraordinary occurred. A vision of Shay appeared to Zesh through the Force, telling him that it was not the Jedi way. The Force Hound had never seen anyone willing to die protecting the fallen and weak. The concept was alien to everything the Rakata had taught him. 10 days later, at Maharakesh, the Temple of Healing, Masters Kale and Naro worked to heal Zesh's physical wounds. The process took days, as his injuries were severe and complicated by years of prior scarring. Master Quan Zhang had also recovered from channeling such massive amounts of force energy. Healer Kale examined Zesh's many old scars and sensed something deeply troubling within him. There was no empathy, no love, no compassion, no light, only darkness, only shadow. Zesh did not even understand what a healer was, having never encountered the concept. He explained that he was what he was made to be, born a Force Hound and destined to serve his Rakatan masters. The idea of choice had never been presented to him. After careful consideration, the Jedi Council decided that Zesh was dangerously imbalanced in the Force and could wield dark power without restraint. He would be sent to Bogan to meditate, hoping that isolation and reflection might help him discover the light side of the Force and begin to understand balance. In time, he might heal from what the Rakata had done to him. As Zesh departed for exile on Bogan, he thought perhaps in time he would understand the Force as the Jedi did. He knew somehow that he would not stay on that moon forever. Something in Shay's vision had planted a seed of possibility that he had never imagined before. Dagan Locke was already imprisoned on Bogan when Zesh arrived. Watching the shuttle land and the strange warrior emerge, Locke knew his prophecy was finally unfolding. Meanwhile, on Tython, Jedi Master Rajavari consulted with Master Turs Sendin at Akar Kesh, the Temple of Balance. Sendin had discovered an ancient Qua holocron in the depths beneath Kaleth years earlier, but had been unable to activate it despite extensive meditation and study. The artifact remained frustratingly inactive, its secrets locked away. Jedi journeyer Tasha Rio, attempting to identify the alien remains from the Devourer, was brought to examine the holocron. When she touched it, the device activated immediately. Its gatekeeper, Anang of the Qua, appeared as a shimmering holographic figure. Anang identified the skull fragments as Rakatan and warned the assembled Jedi that their world was in terrible danger. Anang explained the Qua's tragic history. Through Infinity Gates, the Qua had once traveled the galaxy freely, visiting countless worlds, including the Rakatan homeworld of Leon. They had helped the Force-strong Rakata understand their power and given them advanced technology, believing they were uplifting a promising species. The Rakata, however, ignored balance and focused only on the dark side. They paired their natural aggression with Qua technology and began conquering world after world, calling themselves the Infinite Empire. The Rakata had discovered how to target planets rich in the Force, forcibly planting hate and fear in Force-sensitive beings and enslaving them to harness that dark energy as fuel for their warships. Entire civilizations had been consumed to power the Infinite Empire's expansion. When the Rakata demanded the secret of Infinity Gate technology, the Qua refused, finally understanding the mistake they had made. The Rakata declared war on their former teachers. Many Qua died holding off the Rakatan forces on Leon until the Infinity Gate there could be destroyed. Following this betrayal, the surviving Qua destroyed or disabled most remaining gates across the galaxy and retreated to their homeworld, Dathomir, withdrawing from galactic affairs in shame for having unleashed such evil. A few Qua had remained on Tython, including Anang, to guard against future threats. Realizing the crashed ship was a Rakatan scout vessel, the Jedi Council understood with growing horror that Locke's vision was coming true. The Shadow Army with blazing swords was real. They needed to prepare for war, and they needed to do so immediately. Zesh's captured Force Saber was sent to Vur Tepe, the Forge, where Temple Master Tem Medog examined it with increasing concern. The Cathar Master tested the weapon in his hottest forge, but could not affect the hilt's material. Through careful experimentation, Medog discovered the Force Saber required focus on dark side emotions to ignite. Shay Koda had activated it during the battle with Zesh when filled with anger and fear. Jedi Ranger Hawk Rio, who had spent time exiled on Bogan for his own imbalance, could also ignite it. Despite being a master, Tem Medog could not make the weapon respond. it rejected his balanced approach to the Force. The discovery revealed a troubling truth about the weapon's nature. The Force Saber represented dangerous technology that directly contradicted Jedi philosophy. Its power was undeniable, capable of cutting through any material the Jedi possessed. Yet relying on it meant drawing deeply on the darker side of balance, potentially corrupting those who wielded it regularly. The Jedi Council debated whether such a weapon was worth the risk, knowing they might need every advantage against the coming invasion. 1 year after Zesh's exile to Bogan, the invasion his arrival had signaled finally came. Unbeknownst to the Jedi, Praetor Skolnas's elaborate plan was already in motion. Another Force Hound named Trill had infiltrated the Tython system months earlier, posing as a refugee fleeing Rakatan oppression. Trill reported to Skolnas that Tython was extraordinarily rich in the Force and populated by Force-wielding warriors called Jedi who showed concerning levels of organization and skill. More importantly, Zesh had been accepted among them due to the memory blocks Skolnas had implanted. He would unknowingly provide detailed intelligence about Jedi weaknesses, training methods, and defensive capabilities. Skolnas saw a tremendous opportunity in what others might view as a difficult conquest. If he could conquer Tython and enslave its Jedi, the Infinite Empire would gain thousands of Force Hounds in a single stroke. He also sought the Infinity Gate rumored to exist on Tython, the legendary Prime Gate that required no matching gate to function. With such technology, Skolnas could travel anywhere in the galaxy instantly, making the conquest of the remaining free worlds inevitable. Success here would elevate him to Over-Praetor of the entire Infinite Empire. In 25,792 BBY, the Rakatan Infinite Empire struck the Tython system with overwhelming force. The invasion began at the system's edges, methodically securing their approach. Rakatan forces destroyed the outpost at Fury's Gate, eliminating the early warning station before anyone could properly respond. They then captured the gas giants Obri and Mar, along with their moons, establishing staging areas for the assault on Tython itself. When the Rakata attacked Tython directly, they met fiercer resistance than expected. The Jedi Order pushed back the initial assault through coordinated force techniques and superior knowledge of their homeworld's terrain. Forced to retreat and reassess, the Infinite Empire shifted strategy. They captured the forest world of Skagora and established their forward command post, Rakatan Base Prime. Many Jedi died in the battle for Skagora, fighting desperately to prevent the foothold. The fall of this settled world shocked the other planets into action, making clear that this was no mere raid, but a full invasion. Wherever the Rakata conquered, they followed the same brutal pattern. They enslaved the population and left ruin in their wake. On every captured world, they forcibly planted hate and fear in Force-sensitive beings, using Sith alchemy and psychological torture to corrupt them. They then harnessed that dark energy to power their war machines, turning their victims into unwilling batteries for the Infinite Empire's weapons. Facing this existential threat, the Jedi Council realized they needed to coordinate their response. Master Rajavari was appointed general of the Allied forces, commanding the joint armies of the Jedi Order and the Settled Worlds. His military experience and tactical mind made him the obvious choice. More controversially, the mad Jedi Dagon Locke was recalled from Bogan to serve as a field commander. His vision had proven true, confirming his warnings. His willingness to embrace darker methods was now seen as necessary rather than dangerous. Zesh, having begun to understand balance during his year of exile, agreed to help the Jedi by sharing what he remembered about his former Rakatan masters, though his memories remained frustratingly incomplete. Facing annihilation, the Jedi Council made a critical decision. They would construct Force Sabers. Master Tem Medog began mass production at Vurtepe, the Forge. Zesh taught the Jedi what he knew about building the weapons, sharing the process of shaping crystals through Force alchemy, the construction of hilts that could channel dark-side energy, and the techniques for creating the frozen energy blades that could cut through nearly anything. Initially, many Jedi rejected the Force sabers outright due to their reliance on dark emotions. They feared losing balance, becoming like the Rakata they fought against. The weapons represented everything the Jedi had been taught to avoid. Still, as Ska Gora fell and the Rakata attacked other worlds with increasing success, the Council deemed the weapons necessary for survival. Only with Force sabers could the Jedi stand against overwhelming Rakatan numbers and superior technology. The choice was practical, but emotionally crushing. The Jedi also relied heavily on their seers during this period, those who perceived the Force through dreams and visions rather than direct sensing. These seers shared their images and impressions in regular meditation sessions, allowing commanders to interpret where the enemy would strike and coordinate defensive responses. This network of precognition became one of the Jedi's greatest strategic advantages. By the end of the first year of the war, the Jedi had forged a strong alliance with the forces of the settled worlds. Rajavari commanded the combined forces from a strategic level, while Locke led the Jedi specifically into battle, coordinating Force techniques with conventional military tactics. The system had unified against the common threat. Sub-Praetor Kalet launched the next major assault on the planet Shikakwa, seeking to break the Alliance's morale. Her Flesh Raider soldiers, mutated lower caste Rakata bred specifically as weapons, sought to attack Rio Fortress through the surrounding swamps. Rio Fortress served as General Rajavari's command post for the Tython forces, making it a strategic target. Capturing or destroying it would cripple the Alliance's coordination. The Jedi Seers foresaw the attack through their visions, giving Rajavari time to prepare. The Jedi arranged their forces to ambush the enemy in the swamps where the Flesh Raiders' numbers would be less advantageous. General Dagan Locke led the Jedi forces in the field, personally directing the defensive positions. During the battle, Zesh quickly dispatched hordes of Flesh Raiders with brutal efficiency, his training making him effective against his former allies. When confronted by another Force Hound, Shay Koda flew to his rescue on her Rancor Dragon, the massive beast's aerial advantage proving decisive. Zesh and Locke were forced to flee from the destructive firepower of Rakatan Annihilators, massive walker war machines that could obliterate entire squads with a single shot. Seeing no other option, Locke ordered Jedi Ranger Hawk Rio's Hunter-class starfighter squadrons to airstrike the Annihilators despite the dangerous proximity of Jedi ground forces to the target zone. The attack succeeded, but cost Jedi lives. Upon learning of the successful strike against the Annihilators, Rajavari ordered Temple Masters Tave, Quang Zhang, and Tem Madog to launch the primary assault. The Jedi overran Kalet's forces in a powerful counterattack. She lost over half her army in the rout and was permitted by Skalnas to withdraw her surviving troops back to Ska Gora, though she was furious at the defeat. In the battle's aftermath, the Jedi left no Rakatan survivors, executing prisoners who attempted to surrender. Seknos Wrath was disgusted by Locke's victory speech and the Order's willingness to embrace pure aggression without restraint. The line between defender and aggressor was beginning to blur. On Ska Gora, Kalet openly challenged Skalnas' authority before the other commanders, blaming his strategy for the defeat. Skalnas responded by explaining to her privately his true goal, taking the Infinity Gate on Tython to elevate himself to supreme power over the entire Infinite Empire. Then, to ensure her silence and reassert his dominance, he killed her with Force lightning before she could react. The other sub-praetors received the message clearly. What the Jedi did not realize was that Skalnas' true plan was far more elaborate than they suspected. Following the victory at Shikakwa, Zesh proposed a bold plan to end the Rakatan invasion: assassinate Praetor Skalnas. Without their charismatic and powerful leader, the Rakatan sub-praetors would fight among themselves for control, causing their military campaign to collapse into factional warfare. It was a strategy the Rakatan themselves had used countless times against other species. Using his Forcehound training and residual connection to Rakatan command networks, Zesh located Skalnas' base on Ska Gora. The Jedi mounted an all-or-nothing assault to reclaim the planet and kill the Praetor, committing their best warriors and most powerful masters to the operation. They walked directly into a trap. Skull Nas had been expecting them all along. Unbeknownst to the assault force, Trill had informed Skull Nas of their plan days before it was executed, giving him time to prepare a counter-trap. Skull Nas not only allowed the attack to proceed, but actively encouraged it, positioning his forces to capture rather than kill the Jedi leadership. Back on Tython, Seer Tasha Rio had a vision of the Jedi walking into an ambush. She desperately tried to warn them, but communication delays and the chaos of battle meant her message arrived too late. On Skagora, Locke also realized it was a trap as the attack unfolded, telling Seknos Wrath to take command and withdraw. General Rajavari ordered the strike team to pull out immediately, but the order came too late to save everyone. Rakatan forces ambushed the Jedi using underground tunnels to surround them from multiple directions. Many Jedi were captured in the fighting, including Dagan Locke and Seknos Wrath. The prisoners were placed in glass tubes beneath the Rakatan fortress, where their force-sensitive suffering was harvested to power Rakatan war machines. The process was agonizing and degrading, designed to break their spirits as well as fuel the invasion. Meanwhile, Sheikh Hoda fought alongside Master Quan Jang against the Rakatan forces, trying to cover the retreat. When Koda attacked a force hound with lightning in her fury, Quan Jang warned her not to lose balance, even in this desperate situation. The irony of his words, spoken while fighting for survival, was not lost on either of them. Zesh found Trill during the battle, but did not recognize her despite their shared training. His memory blocks remained intact, preventing him from seeing the truth. Trill led him deeper into the Rakatan base with false promises of freeing prisoners, bringing him to where the captured Jedi were being held. There, she revealed her betrayal with a cruel smile and stunned Zesh with force lightning before he could react. Skull Nas used a Rakatan device to restore Zesh's full memory, removing each mental block one by one. The truth hit him in crushing waves. He had originally found Tython for Skull Nas using his tracking abilities. He had been sent as a spy among the Jedi, programmed to report back without even knowing it. He had sabotaged the Devourer on Skull Nas's orders, killing his own Praetor. Everything he had shared with the Jedi, Skull Nas now knew. Rakatan tactics and weaknesses, defensive positions, strategic plans, and military methods had all been reported through Zesh's unwitting betrayal. He had betrayed the people who had shown him compassion, and he had not even known he was doing it. Initially, Zesh refused to return to slavery despite the weight of his guilt, but the restoration of his Rakatan conditioning combined with the crushing realization of what he had done drove him back into service as a Force Hound. Broken and despairing, he told Skull Nas about the Jedi Seers and their strategic importance. He confirmed Dagan Locke's vision of the Infinity Gate in the chasm beneath Anil Kesh, giving Skull Nas the final piece of information he needed. While the Jedi forces struggled to escape the trap on Skagora, the Seers on Tython had another vision. They saw that the Rakata would next attack Anil Kesh, the Temple of Science. They had prepared to send a warning to Rajavari and coordinate defenses. Before they could warn anyone, their vision was cut short. Zesh, once again a Force Hound operating under Skull Nas's control, reached out through the Force and used dark-side power to blind them. The connection he had formed with Tasha Rio during this time on Tython became a weapon, allowing him to strike at the Seers remotely. Tasha was struck particularly hard by the attack. She was blinded both physically and in the Force, her eyes burned by the dark energy, and her ability to see the future destroyed. The mental shock crippled the Jedi's ability to predict Rakatan movements, eliminating their greatest advantage at the worst possible moment. Back on Skagora, Rajavari ordered the captured strike force to retreat and regroup, but many did not escape the Rakatan pursuit. The assault had been a disaster on every level. Skull Nas began the Second Battle of Tython by first destroying a Jedi strike force that had hidden on Tython's moon, Ashla, waiting to provide support. The surprise attack destroyed the defenders, who never saw it coming without the Seer's warnings. Without their ability to see the future, the Jedi were fighting without guidance. In space above Tython, Rangers Rory Fenn and Hawk Rio fought the Rakata in their starfighters, struggling to slow the invasion fleet. The enemy's overwhelming numbers threatened to break through despite their superior piloting. On the surface, Skull Nass ordered Trill to lead the ground assault on Anil Kesh while keeping Zesh at his side for the descent into the chasm. The Jedi fought fiercely against Trill's forces at the Temple of Science. Shae Koda, sensing Zesh through their force connection, abandoned her defensive position to confront him. Meanwhile, Skull Nass descended into the chasm with both Zesh and the captive Dagan Locke, seeking the Infinity Gate that would make him invincible. Deep in the chasm, Skull Nass revealed that the Infinity Gate hidden at the bottom was no ordinary gate. It was a Prime Gate, the original template from which all other Infinity Gates had been created. It required no matching gate to function, meaning its user could travel anywhere in the galaxy instantly. With such technology, no world could hide, no defense could hold. On Skagora, Seknos' wrath had reached his breaking point. He gathered all his pain, rage, and hate from the days of torture and humiliation. He drew deeply on the dark side and shattered his prison tube. Afterward, he freed other captured Force sensitives who had been powering Rakatan ships. Together, they killed their guards and joined the battle above. Seknos sought revenge against Zesh for the betrayal, not yet understanding the full truth. The freed slaves turned the tide on Skagora, overwhelming their captors through sheer desperation and rage. However, their victory came at great cost to their own balance in the Force. They had become what they fought against. At Anil Kesh, the blinded Tasha Rio meditated with her mentor Turs Senden on the holocron of Anang, seeking guidance from the ancient Kwa. The Kwa gatekeeper appeared and told her it was time for Tython to awaken. The Rakatan attack had triggered a failsafe built into the holocron thousands of years ago as a final defense against the Infinite Empire's return. Anang explained that the Tho-Yor could be weaponized, transformed from vessels of peace into instruments of defense. But activation required a Jedi seer who could bridge the connection between the ancient ships and Tython. Though Tasha was blinded by the Force by Zesh's attack, Anang said she could be reconnected through Tho-Yor's power. Unfortunately, the reconnection would cost her her life, but it would save everyone else. Tasha realized immediately what was being asked of her. Turs Senden desperately hoped to find another way, searching for alternatives that might not require such a sacrifice. Tasha quietly shared his fears with a touch, telling him she would miss him. Before he could stop her, she leaped into the exploration beam at Anil Kesh's core. The Force energy that surged through her body restored what Zesh's attack had taken. Her sight returned, and her connection to the Force reconnected. As she merged with the Tho-Yor, she understood their purpose. They were not just vessels, but guardians waiting for this moment. Her physical form dissolved, and the ancient ships awakened. All 9 Tho-Yor across Tython awakened at once with bright orange energy. At Anil Kesh, Turs Senden ordered the immediate evacuation as the temple began to tear apart from the massive power flowing through it. The structure that had stood for ages shook violently as the Tho-Yor prepared to fulfill their ancient purpose. In the chasm far below, Skull Nass activated the Prime Gate, confident in his coming victory. Locke and Shae Koda had followed them into the depths, determined to stop him. Locke engaged Skull Nass in combat, while Shae confronted Zesh, trying to reach the person beneath the weapon. Zesh urged Shae to surrender and save herself, but she refused. Instead, she offered him something he had never received from the Rakata: forgiveness without conditions. Skull Nass attacked Shae with Force lightning, mocking her and calling love a weakness. Watching Shae suffer, yet hearing her continued forgiveness, shattered the conditioning that had defined Zesh's life. He turned on his former master and attacked. They fought as the chasm shook around them from both the Prime Gate's activation and the Tho-Yor's awakening above. Above ground, the awakened Tho-Yor fired massive beams of orange energy into space. The dozens destroyed Rakatan ships, their shields and armor useless against weapons designed by the ancient Kwa. The beam from Anilkesh's Tho-Yor fired down through the temple's remains into the chasm below, striking the Prime Gate and destroying it in a massive explosion. As the gate exploded, Zesh drove his force saber through Skulnass's chest. The Praetor's body fell into the collapsing gate and burned to ash in seconds. Zesh declared his true name, Tau, reclaiming his identity and his freedom from Rakatan slavery. Shay, injured but alive, told Tau that Locke had survived. The three barely escaped the chasm as explosions tore through it. Behind them, the abyss of Ruse sealed itself, burying the Prime Gate's remains forever. Soon, the Rakatan forces felt Skulnass's death through the Force. Without their Praetor holding them together, the sub-Praetors immediately turned on each other in panic. Ancient rivalries erupted into open conflict, and the command structure collapsed within hours. The Tho-Yor continued their assault, destroying what remained of the Rakatan fleet. Their ancient weapons overwhelmed even the Infinite Empire's technology. Ships that survived the Tho-Yor's assault were finished off by the Settled World's fleet, which had been waiting in reserve. The surviving Rakata fled the Tython system in complete disorder, abandoning their bases and leaving their ground forces behind. Over the following weeks, Rakatan forces still on the surface were hunted down. The invasion was over, ended by ancient technology awakened through sacrifice. The blast from the Tho-Yor had destroyed Anilkesh's upper floors and central exploration cannon, leaving the once proud temple a shattered ruin. The temple's support legs held, leaving a battered structure that marked the cost of victory. In the ruins, Temple Master Ketu joined Rajavari and Dagon Locke to survey the damage and discuss the future of the Jedi Order. During their discussion, Locke told the Masters that he and his followers would continue using Force Sabers despite the concerns about their philosophy. Dangers remained, he argued. Flesh Raiders had escaped into Tython's wilderness during the chaos, and other threats might emerge. The weapons had turned out to be too effective to abandon. The Masters warned that Locke could be sent back to Bogan for choosing power over balance. Locke replied with quiet certainty that he would never return to that moon. The cost extended far beyond the ruined temple. Tython's surface carried scars that would take decades to heal. Force-sensitive sites had been corrupted by dark-side energy from long combat. Thousands of Jedi had died defending their homeworld, and thousands more civilians had died in the fighting. Entire settlements had been destroyed, natural systems damaged, and sacred places ruined. More troubling than the physical destruction was how the war had changed the Jedi themselves. They had captured large amounts of Rakatan technology, including Force Saber building methods and dark-side Force techniques. Many Jedi had seen how effective pure aggression was in combat compared to maintaining balance. Throughout the Order, questions arose about whether balance was truly practical when facing threats to their survival. Some Jedi had accepted the dark side during the war, drawing on rage, hate, and fear to survive. They had won and protected everything they held dear. These unsolved problems, combined with dark side techniques from captured Rakatan records and the widespread use of Force Sabers, would drive the split that erupted into civil war roughly a decade later. As the Order struggled with these questions, Shay Koda and Tau walked away from the celebrations. They headed into the silent desert, seeking peace after the horrors of war. Yet peace would not last. The Rakatan invasion had left deeper scars than shattered temples and ruined landscapes. It had planted a dangerous idea in the minds of those who had survived. Jedi like Dagon Locke and his followers had tasted the power of using dark-side fury without limits. They had won battles by abandoning balance for aggression. They had survived by fully embracing Bogan while their more careful brothers and sisters fell. Some began to question whether 10,000 years of balanced philosophy had been wrong. If unlimited power could defeat enemies when balance could not, what did that say about the Jedi way? The Force sabers they had built still hummed with dark energy, calling to those who used them. The Rakatan techniques they had captured promised even greater strength for those willing to study them. Within a decade, these doubts would explode into open rebellion. The Force Wars weren't supposed to happen. For over 10,000 years, the Jedi Order had maintained balance on Tython, walking the line between light and dark with careful discipline. Within a decade of surviving the Rakatan invasion, the Order tore itself apart in a civil war that would force the survivors to abandon their homeworld forever. The philosophy that had sustained the Jedi for many generations contained a fatal weakness. Perfect balance between Ashla and Bogan required every Jedi to study both light and dark equally. This created an opening for corruption that recent wars had only widened. Records from this time are broken and scattered, pieced together by historians over countless years. What follows represents the best understanding scholars have reached, though much remains unknown. As one Jedi archivist noted long after, history from before the Republic proved incredibly ancient and extremely difficult to research. Arguments within the Jedi Order started slowly, then spread with terrible speed. On Tython, an order of philosophers and researchers who had spent lifetimes studying the Force found themselves split over a basic question: how should this mysterious energy be used? A growing group began arguing for something different. Some Jedi, especially those who had fought in recent wars, questioned whether balance truly helped the Order. They had watched enemies win through pure aggression, while Jedi held themselves back with rules about balance. They had seen their brothers and sisters die because they paused, trying to keep their emotions in check when survival demanded quick action. These rebels didn't reject balance entirely at first. Instead, they pushed for a new way of thinking, claiming that real strength came from fully using one side of the Force rather than splitting attention between opposing ideas. The dark side, they argued, offered power that balance-focused training could never match. The Jedi Council tried to fix these problems through traditional means: meditation, discussion, and appeals to 10,000 years of wisdom. Council members pointed out that every previous attempt to use one extreme had ended in corruption and pain. Balance wasn't just philosophy, it was a survival method, the only reliable way to use the Force without being destroyed by it. Around 25,783 BBY, roughly 10 years after the Rakatan invasion, disagreements turned into open war. The conflict that swept across Tython became known as the Force Wars. This wasn't Jedi fighting outside enemies. This was Jedi fighting Jedi, with both sides using the full power of the Force. According to the broken records that survive, a group made up of those who followed a more aggressive path came into direct conflict with the Jedi, who kept traditional balance philosophy. The details of how violence began remain unclear, lost to time and the destruction that followed. Once the fighting started, it consumed Tython completely. The Force Wars were different from previous conflicts the Jedi had faced. The Despot War had been costly, but limited to certain areas. The Rakatan invasion had been fierce, but quick, ended by the Rakata's own collapse. The Force Wars dragged on for years, touching every corner of Tython and poisoning Force-sensitive sites across the planet. Masters who had trained together, studied together, and fought side by side against outside threats now found themselves on opposite sides of a gap that couldn't be crossed. The temples that had served as centers of learning and meditation became battlefields. The philosophical traditions that had guided Jedi were tested to destruction. Several Jedi emerged as leaders during this crisis and would become famous as founders of what came after. Master Garen Jard, who would later be remembered for his belief in peace and protection, fought to defend traditional Jedi philosophy. Master Kala Bryn, who championed justice and reason, worked to preserve what could be saved of Jedi wisdom. Master Tur Senden, keeper of histories and guardian of knowledge, made sure that records of these terrible events survived for future generations to study. Master Rajavari, whose name would later be tied to both founding and betrayal, stood out during the Force Wars as a defender of the Order. His real test would come later, after peace had supposedly returned. The Force Wars left Tython nearly impossible to live on. The planet that had enforced balance through natural consequences for 10,000 years could no longer do that job. Years of violence in Force-sensitive locations had released too much dark-side energy. The winning side consisted of those who had followed what sources describe as a more peaceful path. They looked at their poisoned homeworld and realized a terrible truth. They could rebuild the physical structures and restore settlements given time and resources. However, they couldn't restore Tython's force balance. The planet's ability to enforce balance had been destroyed by the very conflict it had been designed to prevent. The decision reached by the surviving Jedi Masters was revolutionary. They would abandon not just Tython, but the entire balance philosophy that had defined the Order for over 10,000 years. This wasn't a decision made quickly or easily. The Masters spent months in meditation and discussion, exploring every possible alternative. Some argued for keeping the balance philosophy while simply enforcing it more strictly. Others suggested finding a new world with similar force properties to Tython, hoping to recreate what had been lost. A few even proposed returning to Tython after a period of healing, giving the planet time to recover from the Force Wars' destruction. The new philosophy would be simpler. A group made up of those who followed a more peaceful path left Tython and established itself on the planet of Ossus in the Outer Rim. There, far from the corrupted battlefields of their homeworld, they would rebuild on a new philosophical foundation. Later, this group called itself the Jedi Order. The survivors faced a basic question about what philosophical principles would guide the new order. They kept certain elements from Jedi teaching, recognizing that some principles had stood the test of time. The focus on knowledge over ignorance, a cornerstone of the Jedi Code, was preserved as a core truth. Such knowledge experienced a marked transformation. Where the Jedi had taught that both light and dark were necessary parts of a greater whole, the Jedi concluded that the dark side represented corruption rather than balance. The Force Wars had shown that trying to channel both aspects equally was deeply unstable. Those who embraced darkness inevitably gave in to its corrupting influence. The Jedi began developing new guiding principles focused only on the light side, devoting themselves entirely to compassion, peace, and selfless service. The personal statements that characterized the Jedi Code, with its acceptance of being both the revealing fire of light and the mystery of darkness, gave way to principles that rejected darkness entirely. This philosophical framework would continue evolving over the centuries that followed. The complete development of these principles into a final code would take generations of careful thought and practice. In 25,783 BBY, the departure from Tython marked the end of an era. The remaining Jedi gathered their important texts and artifacts, loading them aboard ships for the journey to Ossus. The leaving took weeks as survivors salvaged what they could from damaged temples, making sure that 10,000 years of built-up knowledge wouldn't be lost entirely. Ossus had been chosen carefully. Unlike Tython, which enforced balance through dangerous natural consequences, Ossus offered a strong light side force presence without the deadly split nature that had marked their former home. The planet bloomed with green forests and gentle rivers. The early Jedi established themselves on Ossus with clear intent to avoid repeating Jedi mistakes. They built modest temples, focused on usefulness rather than impressiveness. They created training facilities designed for their new light side only philosophy. At their new home, the Jedi refined a code that would guide them. They became a monk-like warrior people, devoting themselves to the pursuit of peace and knowledge rather than personal power. Masters Garen Jard, Kala Bryn, and Tersh Sendin became known as founding Jedi Masters, each representing different parts of what the new order would become. Master Rajavari also stood among these founders, one of the first members of the Jedi High Council that met on Tython during the Order's earliest days. He helped establish the Jedi's philosophical framework and trained the first generation of what he called Jedi lore keepers, scholars dedicated to preserving knowledge. Rajavari even secretly established what he called the Fount of Rajavari, an early version of the Jedi archives where knowledge could be preserved and studied. In the wake of the Force Wars, the Jedi had a new understanding of the Force. They saw that the Force, while naturally light, could be used for corrupt ends. Those who did not respect its power risked falling to the dark side, a fate they had witnessed firsthand among their fallen Jedi brothers and sisters. The organized study of dark side techniques was forbidden. Jedi would learn to recognize dark side signs and defend against them, but they would never channel dark side energy themselves. Tython itself was not forgotten, but it was sealed away. The Jedi Council declared it a forbidden world. Its location was kept secret from all but the highest masters. This wasn't punishment, but quarantine. Tython's ruins served as a permanent reminder of what happened when Force users lost their way, even in pursuit of what they believed was a proper understanding of the Force. This arrangement would endure for generations. Some Jedi would later return to study Tython's ruins, seeking to understand the Force Wars and learn from the mistakes of their predecessors. The planet would never again serve as the Order's home. Where the Jedi had walked the line between light and dark, the Jedi would follow a different path, committing themselves entirely to the light and abandoning the balance that had proven impossible to maintain. But even among the founders, one master would question whether abandoning balance was truly wisdom or simply fear. In 25,783 BBY, the Jedi who had established themselves on Ossus carried more than salvaged texts and ancient artifacts. They brought a mission forged in Civil War's ashes to make sure Force users would never again threaten galactic peace through unchecked ambition. Building a new order from the ruins of the old world would be nearly as hard as surviving the Force Wars themselves. The early temples on Ossus reflected the Jedi's new priorities. Simple stone buildings housed meditation halls and training grounds, built for usefulness rather than impressiveness. The Jedi had learned that grand buildings mattered less than the teachings happening within those walls. They built practical facilities that served their purpose without demanding too many resources or labor. The Jedi didn't put everything in one location as the Jedi had done on Tython. They established several facilities across Ossus, each serving different jobs. Training schools housed younglings receiving initial instruction before advancing to specialized study. Research facilities allowed masters to explore Force events under controlled conditions. Meditation retreats provided isolation for Jedi seeking deeper understanding through contemplation. The founding masters oversaw this expansion while refining what would become Jedi teaching. Even in these early years, cracks began appearing in the foundation they were building. Rajavari, despite his contributions to establishing the Jedi Order, harbored doubts about the new restrictions on Force study. He had helped create the light side-only philosophy, but he increasingly questioned whether it was actually better than the Jedi balance or simply a reaction born from fear of repeating past mistakes. At some point during these early centuries, Master Rajavari fell to the dark side. The details of his corruption remain unclear, lost to time, and deliberately hidden by later Jedi who found the story of a founder's fall too painful to preserve in detail. Rajavari eventually rejected the order he had helped establish and attempted to destroy it from within. He established a base in the ancient ruins of Caleth, a Force-sensitive site that had survived from Tython's Jedi era. There, Rajavari gathered followers, other Jedi who shared his doubts about the Order's direction and were willing to accept forbidden knowledge in pursuit of greater power. His teachings directly contradicted core Jedi principles, including ideas about mercy, sacrifice, and the proper relationship between strength and wisdom. The Jedi Council was forced to attack Rajavari's fortress at Caleth, fighting former brothers and sisters who had chosen to follow the Rogue Master. The attack ended with Rajavari's defeat, but the mental impact on the Order was deep. Rajavari's fall showed that rejecting balance was not enough to prevent corruption. Despite this early crisis, the Jedi survived. The Order's foundations held. The survivors used Rajavari's fall as a teaching tool rather than a reason to abandon their mission. The Jedi Order didn't emerge fully formed from leaving Tython. The shift from Jedi balance philosophy to Jedi light side commitment took centuries of improvement, discussion, and practical testing. Generations of masters contributed to developing what would later become acknowledged across the galaxy as Jedi teaching and tradition. From roughly 25,783 BBY to 25,053 BBY, during these early centuries when the Republic was founded, the Jedi remained mostly isolated on Ossus. They focused on internal development rather than galactic involvement, refining their philosophy and training methods while occasionally traveling to nearby worlds to assist populations in need. This period saw the development of what would become core Jedi practices. The tradition of taking Padawan learners, adapted from Jedi master-apprentice relationships, was made official with clear expectations and goals. The concept of Jedi trials emerged from these early years as masters sought ways to ensure complete training before granting independence. These tests would show a Padawan's readiness to become a full knight. The relationship between meditation and force ability received special attention. The Jedi had practiced meditation as a tool for keeping balance, clearing the mind to sense both light and dark sides of the Force equally. The Jedi adapted this practice to focus specifically on connecting with the light side, using meditation to deepen their understanding of compassion, peace, and selfless service. Combat training went through major changes. The Jedi had trained warriors who could channel both calm and aggression as situations demanded, drawing on whichever side of the Force best suited the moment. The Jedi, committed to light-side-only philosophy, had to develop combat methods that didn't rely on channeling emotion and aggression. This led to defensive styles, stressing protection and control rather than overwhelming attack. Throughout these centuries, the Jedi stayed away from power struggles and politics that might compromise their mission. Ossus sat far from the core worlds, where human civilization was slowly forming into larger governments. This isolation let the Jedi develop their identity without the outside pressure or interference. However, isolation couldn't last forever. The galaxy beyond Ossus was changing in ways that would soon draw the Jedi into the wider galactic community. Around 25,053 BBY, joined by trade and renewed communication channels, the core worlds signed an agreement and united as the First Galactic Republic. This wasn't a conquest or a political revolution, but rather natural growth. Hundreds of worlds recognized they had common interests and shared challenges that required coordinated responses. The Republic's founding represented humanity's largest political achievement since the Rakatan Empire's fall. Unlike the Rakata, who had kept their empire through military force and slave labor, the Republic was built on democratic principles, voluntary cooperation. Member worlds kept control over internal affairs while giving certain powers to a central government responsible for managing trade, settling disputes, and coordinating defense against outside threats. The newborn Republic began exploration of hyperspace routes in earnest, supported by daring Duros scouts, whose species had pioneered much of the galaxy's early exploration. These scouts gradually established what became known as major trade routes, stable hyperspace lanes connecting key worlds throughout the core, and later extending into the Inner Rim and beyond. One of these routes, the Perlemian trade route, would eventually connect Coruscant to many worlds across Northern Galaxy. Coruscant was already emerging as the Republic's political center. As exploration extended farther from the core, Republic scouts discovered that the route could potentially extend all the way to the Outer Rim, opening vast new regions to settlement and trade. The Perlemian trade route's extension into the Outer Rim brought Republic scouts to Ossus, where the Jedi Order's home had been established centuries before. The meeting between Republic explorers and the Jedi was peaceful, marked by curiosity and interest on both sides. The Jedi welcomed the scouts, intrigued by news of a vast democratic alliance uniting hundreds of core worlds under common governance. For the Republic scouts, discovering Force users on a remote Outer Rim world raised fascinating questions. Ancient legends from Old Republic stories mentioned warriors with seemingly magical powers, and some cultures preserve stories of the Jedi, though most dismiss these as myths stretched beyond recognition. Finding an actual order of beings who could manipulate reality through connection to a mysterious energy field confirmed traditions that many had considered purely legendary. The scouts returned to the core worlds with reports of the Jedi, describing an order of monk-like warriors dedicated to peace and justice. These reports reached the highest levels of government, sparking discussion about what relationship, if any, should be established with these Force users. Some politicians worried about an armed order operating outside the Republic's authority. Others saw potential benefits in allying with beings whose unique abilities might serve Republic interests. The head of the Jedi home at this time was Master Han Tiar, a respected teacher and philosopher who had trained under the founding generation. Tiar pointed out that the Republic's expansion into the Outer Rim would unavoidably bring the Jedi into contact with larger galactic civilizations. The Order could either engage with this new political reality or remain isolated, which might become impossible to maintain as the Republic continued expanding. After consulting with the Jedi Council and meditating on the results, Master Tiar made a decision that would fundamentally alter the Jedi's mission. He returned with the scouts to the Allied core worlds, traveling to Coruscant to see this Republic firsthand and judge whether it represented a force the Jedi should support. What Han Tiar found on Coruscant impressed him deeply. The Republic was still young and its organization still developing, but the principles it claimed to serve lined up remarkably well with Jedi philosophy. The Republic promised democratic governance, peaceful resolution of disputes through negotiation rather than force, and protection of sentient rights across its member worlds. These weren't just empty words. The Republic's founding documents wrote these principles into fundamental law. Master Tiar foresaw that the young Republic would need protectors. As the Republic expanded, it would unavoidably encounter threats like pirates, slavers, ambitious warlords, and potentially even hostile civilizations. The Republic's democratic principles, while admirable, might become difficult to defend without some force capable of acting decisively in crises while remaining politically neutral. The Jedi could serve that job. They could become the Republic's guardians without becoming its masters. Around 24,953 BBY, after weeks of talks with Republic leaders and consulting with the Jedi Council on Ossus, Master Han Tiar formally pledged the Jedi Order as the Republic's guardians of peace and justice. The ceremony took place on Coruscant before the assembled Senate, with representatives from hundreds of worlds witnessing the historic agreement. The terms reflected careful consideration of both sides' interests. The Republic would provide funding, transportation, and intelligence support for Jedi operations. In return, the Jedi would serve as peacekeepers, mediators, and investigators under Republic authority while keeping their independence. The agreement established that neither side would interfere in the other's internal affairs. The Republic couldn't dictate Jedi teaching or training methods. The Jedi couldn't override Senate decisions or force their philosophy on Republic citizens. This separation allowed both organizations to work together while keeping their distinct identities. The foundations for the modern Republic were laid in that moment. The Alliance created a framework that would survive wars, political upheavals, and challenges that would have destroyed weaker partnerships. Both sides benefited. The Republic gained protectors whose commitment couldn't be corrupted. The Jedi gained the resources to carry out their mission across the expanding galaxy. For the first time since leaving Tython, the Jedi would permanently station members away from Ossus. Jedi Knights began traveling Republic space, responding to requests for help from member worlds and investigating threats that local authorities couldn't handle. The Order established rules for how Jedi would operate within Republic territory, creating guidelines that balanced Jedi independence with respect for local laws and customs. Early cooperation proved remarkably successful. Jedi settled territorial disputes between neighboring systems, preventing conflicts that might have grown into violence. They investigated criminal organizations that operated across multiple worlds, tracking threats beyond the reach of any single planetary government. They protected frontier settlements from pirate raids, bringing peace to frontier regions that had known only chaos. The Jedi's reputation grew as word of their abilities spread through Republic space. Their brown robes, later changing to tan, became recognizable symbols of hope and justice. Around 24,500 BBY, the Jedi Republic Alliance was barely 5 centuries old when internal disagreement began bubbling within the Order. The restrictions that had been established after the Force Wars included bans on studying dark-side techniques, stress on emotional control, and commitment to light-side-only philosophy. These limitations rubbed against some Jedi who found them unnecessarily restrictive. A Jedi Knight named Zendor became the focal point of this growing dissatisfaction. A young Kashi Mer who had been trained at the Jedi homes on Ossus, Zendor excelled in combat and had distinguished himself during several missions dealing with pirates and warlords in the Outer Rim. His skill was undeniable, his dedication seemingly unquestionable. Zendor harbored doubts about Jedi teaching. After the Force Wars, when the Jedi Order learned of the destructive power of the dark side, the Jedi devoted themselves to the path of the light. This commitment meant rejecting entire categories of Force knowledge and technique. Zendor increasingly questioned whether this rejection was wisdom or cowardice, whether the Jedi were protecting themselves from corruption or simply hiding from knowledge they feared. He began arguing that understanding the dark side was necessary to combat dark Jedi effectively. How could Jedi defend against techniques they didn't understand? How could they notice corruption in others if they had no knowledge of what corruption looked like? These weren't radical questions. Many Jedi asked themselves similar things. Still, Zendor pushed further than most were willing to go. In the early days of the Republic, as the Jedi Order was still developing its operational procedures and defining its relationship with galactic governance, Zendor defied the Order's code and began experimenting with dark-side techniques. He didn't do so openly or carelessly. Instead, he studied in secret, telling himself he was simply expanding his understanding for practical purposes. The Jedi Council discovered Zendor's activities through reports from concerned masters who had noticed changes in his behavior and manner. Angered by this violation of fundamental Jedi principles, the Council confronted Zendor and demanded that he stop his studies immediately. When he refused and attempted to justify his actions through philosophical arguments, the Council made a decision it hoped would prevent the situation from growing worse. The Jedi Order banished Zendor from Ossus. The Council expected that removing Zendor from the Order would end the threat. They had encountered disagreement before. Rajavari's fall had taught them that even founders could be corrupted. They'd developed procedures for dealing with Jedi who strayed from proper teaching. Exile seemed sufficient punishment for someone who had erred but hadn't caused serious harm. What the Council didn't realize was that exile had only made Zendor more dangerous. Zendor, now immensely powerful and full of rage at what he viewed as unjust persecution, didn't accept exile quietly. Instead, he traveled to the moon Leto in the Outer Rim, far beyond effective Republic territory. There, he began establishing something unprecedented, an alternative Force tradition that explicitly rejected the limitations the Jedi had imposed. He called his movement the Legions of Leto, stressing their military character and willingness to use whatever methods worked. Zendor didn't advocate abandoning the light side entirely or accepting pure evil. Rather, he argued for what he considered a practical middle position. He wanted to use dark side techniques when situations demanded them, while keeping overall commitment to justice and protection. This position had surface appeal, especially to Jedi who served in dangerous frontier regions where idealistic principles often clashed with practical needs. Zendor offered freedom from restrictions that sometimes made their jobs harder. He promised power without the corruption that had destroyed previous Force users who had dabbled in darkness. He suggested that the Jedi Council's bans arose from fear rather than wisdom. For months, Zendor secretly recruited dissatisfied Jedi to his cause. He approached knights and even some masters who had expressed frustration with council policies. The moment Zendor's rebellion became public knowledge, both the Republic and the Jedi Council recognized they faced a crisis that could destabilize everything they had built. The Senate couldn't tolerate independent Force user armies operating outside Republic's authority. The Jedi Council knew that allowing this split to continue would undermine the philosophical foundation on which the Order was built. Not since the Force Wars had the Jedi fought their own. Yet less than 500 years after the Jedi-Republic alliance was formed, Jedi would once again ignite their lightsabers against former brothers and sisters who had chosen a different path. The first Great Schism had begun. The conflict between the Jedi Order and Zendor's Legions of Leto was brief but dangerous. Unlike the Force Wars, which had dragged on for years, the Leto Wars lasted mere months. The Republic provided military support, bringing resources and organization that the isolated legions couldn't match. Jedi forces led by Master Adrista Pina traveled to Leto with clear orders: crush the rebellion and capture or kill its leaders. Pina was a veteran of numerous conflicts, known for both tactical skill and unwavering commitment to Jedi principles. The battles that followed showed how dangerous Force users were when opposing each other without restraint. Zendor's followers used techniques specifically designed to counter traditional Jedi combat styles. They combined aggressive tactics and dark-side-enhanced attacks with the skill that came from Jedi training and power drawn from emotions the Jedi Code forbade. Over time, discipline and superior numbers gradually wore down the legions. Master Pina's forces systematically isolated Zendor's bases, cutting off supplies and reinforcements. Republic warships blockaded Leto, preventing the legions from receiving support or fleeing. The rebellion's initial advantages couldn't overcome strategic disadvantages and limited resources. The decisive engagement came at the Battle of Columbus. Zendor, recognizing the war was turning against him, led his remaining forces in a desperate assault meant to break the blockade. The battle became the largest single engagement of the conflict, with thousands clashing both in space and on Columbus's surface. At the height of the fighting, Master Pina confronted Zendor directly. Their duel showcased everything their opposing philosophies represented. Zendor fought with unrestricted aggression, channeling fury and hatred into attacks meant to overwhelm through sheer power. Every strike was fueled by a genuine belief that his cause was just and the Jedi Order had lost its way. In contrast, Pina fought with the calm discipline that defined Jedi combat at its best. She defended patiently, conserving energy and waiting for Zendor to exhaust himself. Where Zendor attacked with passion, Pina responded with precision. Where he sought to dominate through power, she relied on technique refined through decades of practice. The duel lasted hours. Both combatants demonstrated mastery that pushed Force combat to its limits. Zendor's raw power repeatedly broke through Pina's defenses, forcing her to call on reserves of skill she hadn't needed since her own training ended. With her unwavering discipline, Zendor ultimately made the mistake she had been waiting for. Attempting a particularly powerful but risky attack, Zendor overextended his guard for just a moment. Pina exploited the opening with a precise strike that pierced his defenses and dealt a mortal wound. Zendor fell, his vision of a more practical Force tradition dying with him on Columbus's dusty plains. Without their leader, the rebellion collapsed rapidly. But the war didn't end with Zendor's death. His lover, Arden Lyn, was a warrior of the Palawan tradition who had joined Zendor's cause and served as his most capable lieutenant. She refused to accept defeat. While other Legion members fled or surrendered after Columbus, Arden Lyn gathered the most dedicated followers and retreated to remote systems beyond even the Outer Rim. For weeks, Master Pina hunted Arden Lyn across uncharted space. The pursuit became personal for both combatants. Pina viewed Arden Lyn as the last major threat from Zendor's rebellion. Arden Lyn fought not for ideology, but for revenge. She wanted to make the Jedi pay for taking everything she loved. The final confrontation occurred on Irkalla, a desolate world in deep space. There, pursued to exhaustion and cornered by superior forces, Arden Lyn made her last stand. The duel was brutal and desperate, both combatants fighting with nothing left to lose. Arden Lyn wielded techniques from her Palawan training that Pina had never encountered. She fought with raw emotion, grief over Zendor's death, rage at the Jedi for destroying their dream, despair at the hopelessness of her situation. These emotions fueled her attacks, making her momentarily stronger than pure technique should have allowed. Master Pina was eventually defeated. The details of how Arden Lyn overcame such a renowned Jedi Master remain unclear, but sources indicate she channeled her strongest emotions through some artifact that increased her power beyond normal limits. Master Pina was placed into a strange stasis sustained by the dark side. He was neither fully alive nor truly dead. Victory came at a terrible cost. The power Arden Lyn had drawn upon to defeat Pina consumed her as well. She fell into a deep stasis immediately after the battle, sustained by dark side energy in a state similar to what she had inflicted on her opponent. Both combatants would remain trapped in this unnatural suspended state, frozen monuments to the First Great Schism's final battle. Although this first split within the Jedi was over, it would not be the last. The First Great Schism taught the Jedi Council crucial lessons about managing internal disagreement. They acknowledged that preventing future splits required more than simply enforcing obedience. It demanded addressing legitimate concerns about the Order's restrictions and creating channels through which Jedi could voice doubts without fear of immediate punishment or exile. In the aftermath, the Council established formal procedures for Jedi to raise concerns and propose changes to teaching. These procedures kept ultimate authority with the Council while acknowledging that even well-intentioned restrictions could create frustration. The Council also strengthened oversight of Jedi operating in frontier regions, where isolation and constant danger might lead to philosophical drift. The split showed that the light side-only philosophy couldn't eliminate the appeal of forbidden knowledge. There would always be Jedi who questioned restrictions, who wondered whether understanding darkness was necessary to combat it effectively. The Jedi's solution was to make their training even more thorough. If Jedi were going to resist the temptation to study dark side techniques, they needed to understand not just what was forbidden, but why those bans existed. The Council began stressing the history of Force users who had fallen to corruption, using examples like Zendor and Rajavari to show what happened when individuals tried to dabble in darkness. The galaxy remembered the First Great Schism differently, depending on perspective. To the Republic, it showed that the Jedi Order could police itself and eliminate internal threats before they endangered galactic stability. This reassured senators who had worried about granting so much authority to an organization of Force users. To the Jedi themselves, the split served as a sobering reminder that their struggle against the dark side was eternal. In just 500 years after abandoning Tython, They had already faced internal rebellion from Jedi who had found their principles too restrictive. The pattern would repeat throughout Jedi history. The names would change. Zendor would give way to future rebels. Still, the tension would persist. The conflict between necessary restriction and practical effectiveness. Despite the trauma, the centuries following Zendor's defeat represented a golden age for the Jedi Republic Alliance. With the threat crushed and lessons learned, the Order settled into its role as the Republic's guardians with renewed confidence. Jedi traveled throughout Republic space, bringing justice to worlds that had known only chaos. They settled disputes between neighboring systems, preventing conflicts before they could grow into violence. They investigated criminal organizations that operated across multiple worlds. They protected frontier settlements from pirates and slavers, extending Republic law into regions where it had previously existed only in theory. The Order's reputation grew with each successful mission. Stories spread of Jedi arriving on desperate worlds and solving problems that seemed impossible to fix. Politicians learned to trust Jedi as neutral arbitrators. Criminals learned to fear the brown-robed figures whose determination to see justice done couldn't be stopped. Meanwhile, on Ossus, the Jedi continued refining their teaching. The archives grew as Jedi recorded their experiences and discoveries. The training programs evolved based on lessons learned from actual missions rather than just theory. The Order became increasingly professional, developing skills not just in Force use, but in diplomacy, investigation, and countless practical abilities needed to serve as galactic peacekeepers. At the same time, the Republic expanded steadily outward from the core, incorporating new worlds and establishing new trade routes. Each expansion brought fresh challenges, cultural differences between species, disputes over resources, and conflicts between competing governments. The Jedi were there to help settle these challenges before they exploded into violence. The Golden Age would last for millennia, yet the seeds planted during the First Great Schism never entirely disappeared. Questions about whether light-side restrictions truly served the Order's interests remained. Doubts about whether understanding darkness was necessary to combat it lay dormant, waiting for the right conditions to sprout again. Those conditions would arise long after. Another group of Jedi would conclude that the Order's restrictions prevented them from achieving their true potential. When that next great split came, it would dwarf Zendor's rebellion in scale and consequences. For now, the Jedi had won. They had survived the Force Wars, rebuilt on Ossus, allied with the Republic, and crushed internal rebellion. The foundations laid during these early millennia would support the Order through countless future crises. Centuries later, a Jedi Master would discover forbidden knowledge that would birth an empire sworn to destroy everything the Order had built. For nearly 17,000 years following Zendor's defeat, the Jedi Order flourished. The alliance with the Republic strengthened, and the Jedi expanded across the galaxy as guardians of peace and justice. During the Great Manifest period, the Republic opened new hyperlanes and connected distant worlds. The Jedi served as explorers and protectors, their reputation growing with each peaceful resolution. Generations trained on Ossus, refining their philosophy and building a legacy of service. Still, the questions that had sparked the First Great Schism never truly disappeared. Around 7000 BBY, those questions returned with new urgency. A Jedi Master named Ajunta Pall began studying texts that most Jedi avoided. The archives on Ossus contained salvaged materials from Tython, including some that described techniques the Order had forbidden. The Jedi Council kept these texts because understanding historical conflicts required knowing what had gone wrong. They assumed any Jedi studying them would do so from a purely academic perspective, treating the knowledge as a historical record rather than practical instruction. Paul approached these texts differently. Rather than simply reading about forbidden techniques, he practiced them in private, testing whether channeling emotions like anger or hatred could actually increase force power. What he discovered both excited and deceived him. The power came easily, far more easily than the careful discipline required for light side abilities. This should have warned him that something was wrong, but instead, Paul saw it as proof that these methods were more natural and therefore superior. For years, Paul maintained his reputation as a skilled and dedicated master while secretly expanding his experiments. He carefully selected a few trusted students to share his discoveries with, including an apprentice named Sorzus Sin, who showed exceptional talent for the forbidden arts. Together, they delved deeper into knowledge the Jedi had spent centuries trying to bury. They told themselves they were simply expanding their understanding for practical purposes. It was a comfortable lie that allowed them to continue down a path they knew would lead them to darkness. Soon, Paul and Sorzus Sin could no longer hide their studies. Rather than continuing to work in secret, they openly defied the Jedi Council, declaring publicly that they had been wrong to reject half the Force's power. In their view, the Jedi Code weakened Force users by forbidding access to their full potential, creating guardians who were unnecessarily limited in their abilities. The Council's response was immediate and decisive. They expelled Paul and his followers from the Order, cutting them off from the community they had once served. This response only strengthened Paul's conviction that the Jedi were too rigid and fearful to accept the truth. Since the Council allowed them to keep their forbidden knowledge rather than destroying it, Paul and his followers began recruiting allies from among Jedi who shared doubts about the Order's restrictions. Paul's message proved seductive in its simplicity. Those strong enough to embrace the full range of Force abilities without being corrupted deserved to rule, while those too weak to handle such power deserved to serve or be eliminated. The conflict that became known as the 100-Year Darkness began gradually and escalated over the years into full galactic war. The exiled group didn't immediately attack the Republic or Jedi Order. Instead, they spent the first years building strength in secret, establishing hidden bases in the unknown regions and uncharted areas of the Outer Rim where Republic patrols rarely ventured. During this preparatory phase, Paul's followers developed weapons and techniques specifically designed to counter Jedi defenses, studying everything they knew about how the Order fought and trained. Among these fallen Jedi, Sorzus Sin was a brilliant but twisted experimenter. She pioneered the use of alchemy to create war beasts, living beings fundamentally transformed through manipulation of their life essence. The Leviathans she created were massive serpentine creatures designed to tear down fortifications and serve as living siege weapons. Chrysalides were creatures perfected through repeated experiments, each generation more deadly than the last. Many of Sin's creations had been twisted so far from their original forms that they barely resembled living beings anymore, existing in constant agony that fueled their rage in battle. What made Sin's work particularly horrifying was how she had corrupted the healing arts she learned as a Jedi. This made her creations especially deadly to Jedi who encountered them, as they represented good knowledge deliberately applied toward evil ends. When the war finally erupted, it struck across multiple fronts at once. The attackers understood that the Jedi and Republic were stronger when fighting unified against a single threat. By attacking dozens of systems at once, they forced their enemies to divide forces and fight scattered defensive actions rather than mounting coordinated offensives. Several planets in the Mid and Outer Rim fell during the initial assault, with forward bases threatening Republic trade routes and cutting off supply lines to frontier worlds. The attackers even launched a daring raid on Ossus itself, striking at the very heart of Jedi power. Though they couldn't hold the planet against concentrated Jedi defenders, the raid accomplished its real purpose. They stole ancient texts from the Great Library, expanding their understanding of the dark side beyond what they had already learned. The war that followed raged for over a century, with neither side able to achieve decisive victory. Those fighting for the dark side used any tactic, no matter how cruel or destructive, to gain advantage. They destroyed entire settlements to deny resources to Republic forces. They enslaved populations to provide labor for their war machine. They conducted horrific experiments on prisoners, seeking to understand how Force users could be corrupted or stripped of their abilities entirely. As the conflict dragged on, the Jedi and Republic fought back with growing desperation. The Jedi High Council emphasized this as an existential threat and organized defenses while coordinating closely with Republic military forces. Meanwhile, the Republic was economically drained after a century of war spending. Resources from hundreds of worlds had been drained to fund the military, and it would take centuries for the economy to fully recover. Around 6900 BBY, the turning point came when Jedi forces finally cornered the enemy at Korbos. The mining world had become their main base in known space. Years of work had turned natural caves and tunnels into a massive fortress that made it their strongest position. Taking Korbos would be costly but necessary, since they could keep launching attacks as long as they held this base in Republic territory. The Jedi gathered a huge force for the assault, bringing masters and knights from across the galaxy for what everyone knew would be the final battle. Pulling so many Jedi together left other areas unprotected, but the Council decided that winning at Korbos was worth the risk. The battle raged for weeks. Every step forward was deadly against the combination of natural caves and built defenses. Jedi Masters led attack after attack while facing constant strikes from war beasts and enemy powers. The fighting was brutal and close, the kind of grinding battle that helped defenders who knew the ground. Sin's twisted creatures attacked without mercy, forcing Jedi to kill beings that had once been thinking and feeling. The climactic moment came when Jedi forces finally breached the main fortress where Ajunta Pall commanded his followers. The Dark Jedi leader fought with such power that several opponents had to face him at once. His technique was perfect after decades of practice, enhanced by abilities that let him fight far beyond normal limits. He used techniques that Jedi had forgotten or never known, throwing force lightning while reading his enemies' moves before they struck. His raw power kept breaking through defenses that should have stopped any single fighter. But the Jedi had one advantage Paul didn't expect. They coordinated their assault perfectly, fighting as a unit rather than as individuals. Where Paul relied on his own strength, the Jedi covered each other's weaknesses and worked together seamlessly. When one attacked, others defended. This teamwork became the key to victory. The battle dragged on for hours until exhaustion finally caught up with both sides. Even the Force couldn't keep them going forever. At last, Paul made a mistake. He tried an ambitious strike that would have killed two opponents at once, leaving himself exposed for just a fraction of a second. That was all the Jedi needed. A master struck him down with a precise blow, ending both the duel and the life of the war's deadliest fighter. Records show that Ajunta Pall had personally killed more than a dozen Jedi during the Battle of Korbos before he was finally defeated. A Jedi Master struck him down with a severe wound that ended the duel. His defeat marked the turning point of the entire war. Watching their seemingly invincible leader fall shattered his followers' will to keep fighting. By the battle's end, the enemy army was shattered beyond recovery. Many leaders lay dead, their bodies scattered across Korbos' mining tunnels and defenses. Some survivors managed to flee in different directions, hiding in remote systems or disappearing into unexplored space where they hoped to rebuild. The cost of victory was staggering. Thousands of Jedi had died during the 100-Year Darkness, representing multiple generations of knights and masters. Their wisdom and experience were lost forever. The Great Library on Ossus would later add memorial sections for those who had fallen, preserving their names for future generations. Rather than execute the surviving leaders for high treason, the Jedi made a controversial choice that would haunt the galaxy for millennia. The Jedi couldn't bring themselves to kill their former brothers and sisters directly, despite the thousands who had died because of them. At lightsaber point, they marched the defeated prisoners onto a ship bound for uncharted space far beyond Republic borders. They chose symbolic removal instead, purging all records and evidence of the rebels' existence from official histories in an attempt to prevent future generations from following the same path. 12 leaders were exiled together under armed guard. High General Ajunta Pall commanded this group, despite his injuries from Korbos, still named as their leader even in defeat. Sorcerer Sin, whose creations had killed thousands of Republic soldiers and Jedi alike, was among them. So were other commanders whose names had once been spoken with respect. Marchioness Zozan, Baron Drapa, who had led the Black Legions, and Admiral Karnus Moore. 7 others whose names had been lost to history completed the group of exiles. The exiles had their weapons taken away, but were allowed to keep basic navigation tools, giving them at least some chance to survive. They left behind some of their war beasts, including leviathans that would be found on Korbos thousands of years later, still lurking in the old mining tunnels. Their ship carried them into unexplored parts of the Outer Rim, guided only by rumors about Force-sensitive species that might exist beyond known space. For weeks, the ship drifted through uncharted territory with no clear destination. The exiles had only vague clues about a world strong in the dark side, old legends they had heard in their forbidden studies. Many thought they wouldn't survive the journey. Without weapons or enough supplies, lost beyond Republic space, death seemed more likely than finding any safe place. Then, their ship came out of hyperspace near a world that called to them through the Force. The planet's red sands and black mountains gave off dark side energy they could feel even from space. They had found Korriban, the ancient home of the Sith species, exactly as the old text described. The native Sith greeted these strangers with immediate distrust and anger. Sensing the newcomers' power in the Force, they tried to drive the exiles away using illusions and displays of their abilities. Some of these shows revealed real skill, proving the natural Force talents the species had developed over the years. The Sith were determined to protect their home and assert themselves against these uninvited arrivals. But the exiles, though without weapons and tired from their journey, were far more skilled with the Force than any tribal sorcerers. Years of war had sharpened their abilities and taught them techniques that went far beyond what the isolated Sith knew. The Dark Jedi used the Force itself as their weapon, defeating the Sith through superior training, teamwork, and knowledge honed over millennia. Finally, the native Sith gave up, recognizing these strangers were too powerful and that fighting would only get them killed. What followed was not partnership between equals, but conquest by the stronger over the weaker. The exiles took control of Sith society step by step. It took weeks for them to fully understand how this alien culture worked, to find the weaknesses they could use and the traditions that would help them rule. The native Sith were divided into castes with strict rankings that had existed for thousands of years. At the top was a king who claimed to be descended from the legendary Adas, the only leader who had ever truly united the entire species. Ajunta Pall challenged this king, Hakagam Grouch, to single combat in front of the assembled Sith leaders. The duel was quick and final, ending when Pall cut off the Sith ruler's head with a single strike. By killing Grouch in traditional combat, Pall became the new king and took the title Dark Lord of the Sith, combining his Force training with Sith authority to create something new. The conquered Sith, especially the warrior group called Masasi, accepted their defeat and served their new masters. The exiles were careful not to destroy the existing system, instead using it for their own purposes. Warriors fit naturally into Masasi traditions of combat and service. Those interested in alchemy worked well with the priest group, called the Kisai, who had their own ancient knowledge of changing life through the Force. The structures that native Sith had built gave the newcomers a perfect foundation for taking absolute power. Over time, what began as simple conquest evolved into something far more complex and lasting. The exiles realized that the Sith had valuable knowledge of alchemy and force techniques unknown in the Republic. The native Sith, in turn, gained access to better training methods and a much broader understanding of the Force than their traditions had taught them. As the years passed, marriages began between the two groups. Bloodlines mixed over the following centuries, creating children who combined the physical features of the Sith species with the knowledge and ambition of the Dark Jedi. Sorza Sin became Paul's chief advisor in building this new empire. She established schools to train the Sith in Force techniques that mixed exile knowledge with native traditions. Meanwhile, other leaders who had been exiled from Korbos claimed their own territories across Sith space and trained their own students in the dark side. Zozan, Karnus Moor, and others became powerful lords in their own right, each ruling their own areas while recognizing Paul as the supreme Dark Lord. As the empire grew, the term Sith gradually changed in meaning. It no longer meant only a species, but came to describe a philosophy and way of life that anyone could follow. Anyone who fully embraced the dark side and swore complete loyalty to the Dark Lord could become a Sith, no matter their species or background. This opened membership to far more people than if it had stayed limited to the original exiles or native species alone, making the empire much stronger. On Korriban, massive temples and tombs rose in the Valley of the Dark Lords as the new civilization took shape. Each leader who died was buried in a massive pyramid-shaped tomb. Bodies were preserved through alchemy to stop decay, while spirits sometimes stayed behind through techniques that tied them to physical places where they could still influence the living. The valley became a place of great power where students came to test themselves and learn from the wisdom of the dead. A school was built to train new generations in the Sith ways, but it worked very differently from Jedi training. Unlike Jedi teaching, which stressed restraint, discipline, and working together, this system pushed students to compete and fight against each other. They were taught to see each other as rivals rather than friends, with the strong moving up while the weak were thrown out or killed. This harsh approach produced far fewer Force users than Jedi methods, but those who survived were powerful warriors who had earned their reputation through real combat instead of mere practice. The new Sith spent major resources on making weapons and creating techniques designed specifically to kill Jedi. They carefully studied old reports from the 100-Year Darkness, learning from the mistakes that had led to their defeat while finding ways to counter standard Jedi tactics. They created new Force abilities that took advantage of Jedi beliefs, turning the Order's greatest strengths like compassion and mercy into weaknesses they could exploit in battle. Most importantly, they never forgot what happened at Korbos. They never forgot their hatred for the Jedi who had defeated and exiled them, or their determination to take revenge. Every Sith child learned the history of their founding as one of their first lessons. Every Lord swore to destroy the Jedi Order completely and conquer the Republic that had thrown them out. The Empire became defined as much by this mission of revenge as by its belief in embracing the dark side and rejecting Jedi rules. On Ossus, the Jedi remained completely unaware of these developments in the unknown regions. The Council officially declared the 100-Year Darkness over and focused on the huge task of rebuilding. Masters worked to restore shattered worlds, train new students to replace the thousands who had died, and strengthen Republic defenses to prevent another war. In the unknown regions, hidden on Korriban and slowly spreading to nearby worlds, the Sith prepared patiently for their return. They built fleets and trained armies over generations, taking their time to do things right. They were willing to wait, knowing that the longer they prepared in secret, the more destructive their revenge would be. The galaxy settled into peace after the war ended. The Jedi and Republic strengthened their alliance and expanded into new territories. Trade grew again, connecting distant worlds and bringing prosperity. Civilization advanced quickly as resources that had been used for war were redirected to peaceful growth. To everyone in Republic space, the greatest threat they had ever faced seemed gone for good. 5,000 years later, the Sith would emerge from hiding and unleash a war that would nearly destroy the galaxy. In 5000 BBY, the Day of Reckoning finally came. Sith Lord Naga Sato launched a surprise attack. He used ancient hyperspace routes that Sith explorers had discovered over millennia. Sato had risen to become Dark Lord of the Sith through cunning political moves and demonstrated power. He believed the time had come for the Sith Empire to emerge from isolation and fulfill its destiny of conquering the Republic and destroying the Jedi. Sato's strategy was bold and risky. Rather than building strength slowly through border raids and limited attacks, he committed to a full-scale invasion immediately. He used paths that Republic navigators didn't know existed. This allowed Sith fleets to strike deep into Republic space without warning, bypassing border defenses entirely. The invasion caught the Republic completely unprepared. Military forces that had been fighting pirates and settling local disputes suddenly faced a coordinated assault by an empire they didn't know existed. Republic intelligence had no information about Sith capabilities, tactics, or objectives. Even the Jedi, despite their connection to the Force, hadn't sensed this threat building in the unknown regions. The Republic's first taste of Sith power came at Koros Major, and it was devastating. Republic forces led by Empress Tita, ruler of the Tython system, faced Sith warships equipped with technologies they had never encountered. Sith vessels used weapons that combined conventional energy beams with dark side enhancement, making them far more destructive than standard Republic armaments. Among those who responded was Jedi Master Odan-Ur, keeper of the archives on Ossus, the ancient Drathos, who would live for over a millennium and whose interpretations of the Jedi Code would shape the Order for thousands of years, identified the Sith techniques immediately. His study of texts from the 100-Year Darkness gave him insights most contemporary Jedi lacked, and he advised Empress Tita on how to counter strategies that relied on intimidation and overwhelming force. The battle was brutal and costly, but the Republic ultimately won at Koros Major through superior numbers and Odan-Ur's tactical insights. Though the Republic won, thousands of soldiers lay dead and entire fleets were reduced to wreckage. More troubling, the Sith invasion had only been possible because of Gav Daragon, one of 2 Republic explorers who had accidentally discovered Korriban months earlier. Naga Sato had separated Gav from his sister Jory and spent months breaking down the young man's loyalty to the Republic. Sato exploited Gav's painful memories, the poverty, the hunger, the way Republic society had failed to protect 2 orphaned children living on the streets. He painted the Sith Empire as a place where strength was rewarded and the worthy were lifted up, unlike the corrupt Republic that had abandoned the siblings to suffer. When Gav appeared at Koros Major working alongside Sith forces, the beloved mechanic Arba was so shocked and disgusted that he spat on his former friend in contempt. The Masasi warriors guarding him saw this as an attack and immediately killed Arba before he could stop them. His actions had led to the death of an innocent man, shocking his sister Jory and forcing him to confront what he had become. The Republic was stunned by the Sith's sudden invasion, but the enemy wasn't finished with their assault on the core worlds. At the Battle of Kirek, Sith forces besieged the Koros system in a follow-up attack designed to break through the core worlds. Naga Sato realized that Koros was strategically positioned along hyperspace routes that led directly to Coruscant. If he could secure Koros, the path to the Republic capital would be open. Jedi Masters Odan-Ur and Uru made a heroic last stand that saved the system. Master Uru, an ancient Salegian who lived in a cyanogen gas-filled tank, made the ultimate sacrifice. He deliberately broke his containment vessel, releasing cyanogen gas that was toxic to most species, but fatal to the Sith forces surrounding their position. The gas killed Sith warriors by the hundreds, creating chaos in their ranks and breaking their assault. Uru died in the process, but his sacrifice gave Republic forces time to reorganize and counterattack. Odan-Ur, devastated by his master's death, channeled his grief into determination to ensure Uru's sacrifice wasn't wasted. He led the defense personally, coordinating Republic ships and Jedi strike teams until the Sith fleet was forced to retreat from Koros. The war spread rapidly across Republic space as Sith forces struck multiple targets at once. Naga Sato's strategy was to create so much chaos that the Republic couldn't mount coordinated resistance. By forcing Republic forces to respond to threats across dozens of systems, he prevented them from concentrating strength against any single Sith objective. Even the Republic capital wasn't safe from attack. On Coruscant itself, Sith Lord Shar Dakhan led an assault designed more for psychological impact than military conquest. Dakhan wanted to demonstrate that even the Republic's heart was vulnerable to Sith power. The Battle of Coruscant raged through the Senate District as Sith warriors fought Jedi defenders in the streets of the galaxy's most important world. Jedi Master Mehmet Nadal rallied the city's defense, organizing both Jedi and Republic forces to repel the invaders. Nadal had extensive experience with urban combat from previous conflicts, and used that knowledge to turn Coruscant's architecture into defensive advantages. Narrow streets became killing zones where Sith numbers meant less. Tall buildings provided positions for Republic snipers. The civilian population, rather than fleeing in panic, supported Republic forces by providing intelligence about Sith movements. Nadal's leadership demoralized Dakhan's forces by demonstrating that even surprise attacks on the capital could be defeated. The Battle of Coruscant ended with a Sith retreat, though the city bore scars from the fighting that would take years to fully repair. More importantly, the successful defense showed that the Republic could withstand Sith aggression if properly organized and led. The war's climax came when Republic forces finally went on the offensive. The siege of Sato's forces at Primus Golud marked the war's turning point. Republic forces, having beaten back Sith attacks across multiple fronts, finally pursued Naga Sadow to his stronghold, determined to end the Sith threat permanently by destroying its leadership. Later, seeking redemption for his betrayal, Gav Daragon tracked Sato's fleet to its command post at Primus Golud. He infiltrated Sato's palace and destroyed the Dark Lord's force-meditating command sphere, disrupting the battle meditation that had been coordinating Sith forces. But Daragon was trapped when Sato, realizing his position was lost, triggered his final desperate weapon. The Primus Golud supernova was Sato's most desperate act, proving the Sith would rather destroy everything than surrender. Using ancient Sith magic combined with technological weapons, Sato caused the red supergiant star to go supernova. The resulting explosion obliterated everything in the system, including the Republic fleet that had pursued him and Gav Daragon's ship. The supernova created a massive shockwave that destroyed pursuit forces, buying Sato time to escape with his surviving warriors. The Republic fleet was annihilated, thousands of lives lost in an instant. The galaxy thought Sato had died in the blast, sacrificing himself to inflict maximum damage on his enemies even in defeat. In truth, Sato survived. He fled to Yavin 4 with the surviving Massassi warriors, a Sith subspecies that served as his personal army. There, he established hidden temples deep in the moon's jungles, going into exile but not death. Sato's survival meant the Sith threat wasn't truly eliminated, though this wouldn't be discovered for millennia. By the war's end, the Republic had routed the Sith invasion at tremendous cost. Naga Sato's apparent death at Primus Golud marked the fall of the golden age of the Sith Empire. the remaining Sith forces scattered, some returning to Korriban, while others disappeared into the unknown regions. The Jedi and Republic celebrated victory, believing they had permanently ended the Sith threat through superior strength and moral righteousness. Defeating this invasion bought a brief peace, but the Sith would return under new champions who had learned from Sato's mistakes and developed even more dangerous strategies. Nearly 1,000 years would pass before the next Sith threat emerged. When it did, it would come from within the Jedi Order itself. In 3996 BBY, two fallen Jedi named Exar Kun and Ulic Qel-Droma were anointed as Dark Lords by the spirit of ancient Sith Lord Marka Ragnos, sparking the Great Sith War. The path to their fall began on Onderon, a world with a complicated history involving Sith influence dating back centuries. The planet had been ruled by descendants of darkside Force users who had fled Republic space after earlier conflicts. By 4000 BBY, this Sith legacy manifested as periodic conflicts between Onderon's civilized capital of Aziz and the Beast Riders who lived in the wilderness. Jedi Master Arca Jeth, one of the Order's most respected members, deployed his students to end the Beast Wars. Arca had established a Jedi Praxium on Arcania, where he trained numerous talented Jedi, including the Qel-Droma brothers Ulic and Kay. When Onderon's Queen Aminoa called for help against the Beast Riders, Arca sent his students to mediate the conflict. The fallen knight and his companions discovered that Queen Aminoa was secretly channeling darkside power inherited from Freedon Nad, an ancient Dark Lord whose spirit had influenced Onderon for centuries. With Arca Jeth's help, they drove out Nad's Sith-influenced forces and freed Onderon from darkside domination. This victory seemed complete, another example of the Jedi's ability to defeat darkside corruption through lightside purity. But Freedon Nad's spirit survived the Battle of Onderon and began corrupting promising Jedi from beyond death. Nad figured out that direct military invasion had failed during the Great Hyperspace War. A more subtle approach was needed, one that turned the Jedi's own members against them from within. Kun became Nad's primary target. Kun was a brilliant but arrogant Jedi Knight, student of the venerable Master Vodasiask Bask. His exceptional talent was matched only by his insatiable curiosity about Force mysteries. Kun's studies led him to legends of Sith lore preserved in the Great Library on Ossus. Where other Jedi read those accounts as warnings, Kun saw them as hints about power he could master. Kun's quest for forbidden knowledge led him to Freedon Nad's tomb on Duxun, Onderon's moon. There, Nad's spirit appeared to him, offering to share secrets the Jedi would never teach. Nad offered Kun forbidden knowledge that the Jedi Order would never share. He promised to unlock secrets that could make Kun truly powerful, playing on the young knight's frustration with Jedi restrictions. The corruption happened slowly, with Nad carefully feeding Kun's ego and desire for greater abilities. From Duxun, Kun traveled to Korriban following Nad's guidance. On the ancient Sith homeworld, surrounded by tombs of Dark Lords and filled with darkside energy, Nad's spirit completed Kun's corruption. The Jedi Knight embraced the dark side fully, believing he could control its powers without being controlled by it. This was the same fatal mistake countless others had made before him. With Nad out of the way after serving his purpose, Kun declared himself Dark Lord of the Sith. He traveled to Yavin 4, where he discovered Naga Sato's hidden temples and the surviving Massassi population. Using Sith alchemy and raw power, Kun enslaved the Massassi and forced them to build new temples according to his plans. When Kun learned of the rising Krath cult on Empress Teta, he saw an opportunity. The cult had been founded by cousins Alima and Sital Keto, but Jedi Knight Ulic had infiltrated their ranks. Instead of destroying them from within, the Knight had fallen to the dark side after killing Sital. Rather than fighting each other for supremacy, Kun promised they unite as Sith Lords working toward a common goal. The Jedi's attempt to address the growing Sith threat through discussion and planning would soon be shattered. In 3997 BBY, the Deneba Conclave represented the Jedi's attempt to address the growing Sith threat through discussion and planning. Jedi Masters, including Odan-Ur, Arca-Jeth, and Vodosiask-Bask, gathered to debate how to respond to reports of dark-side activity on multiple worlds. They hoped to develop a coordinated strategy that would prevent another war like the Great Hyperspace War. During the gathering, an army of Krath war droids attacked without warning. The droids had been smuggled onto the planet in small pods and launched from a Krath ship. They all activated at once, targeting the Jedi Masters. The goal was simple: kill the Jedi leadership before the war started. Jedi Master Arca-Jeth was mortally wounded, protecting his students from droid fire. He died in Ulic's arms, using his last moments to impart final wisdom and express faith that his apprentice would continue serving the light. Arca's death broke Ulic, who had viewed his master as a father figure. Rather than strengthening his commitment to the Jedi, Arca's death filled Ulic with rage and desire for revenge that would lead him toward darkness. Now, the galaxy was about to learn that fallen Jedi were far more dangerous than any Sith invasion. The Great Sith War spread across the galaxy, matching the scale of the earlier Hyperspace War. However, this time the threat came from within. Exar Kun struck first at Ossus, targeting the heart of Jedi knowledge. His attack on the Great Jedi Library was disastrous. Ossus had been the Jedi's home for over 20,000 years, and seeing it under assault shocked the entire Order. Standing against him was Jedi Master Odan-Ur, defender of the library's central chamber. He was the keeper of the archives and one of the oldest Jedi alive, having survived the Great Hyperspace War 5,000 years earlier. When Kun finally arrived, Odan-Ur tried to reason with his former colleague. He warned that the dark side's power would later destroy anyone who used it. But Kun was beyond redemption. He rejected these warnings and killed Odan-Ur without hesitation. The Ancient Master's death sent a clear message: no Jedi was safe, no matter how powerful or wise. With the Defender fallen, Kun then ordered his forces to loot the library. They stole priceless holocrons and ancient texts, while surviving Jedi scholars fled for their lives. The loss of Odan-Ur was catastrophic for the Jedi Order. Odan-Ur had witnessed thousands of years of Jedi history, and his death meant centuries of wisdom vanished forever. Other Jedi could still read ancient texts and holocrons, but they lacked his first-hand experience and deep understanding. Meanwhile, the library's destruction was equally catastrophic. Thousands of documents were burned or stolen, representing wisdom that could never be replaced. Future Jedi would face enemies their ancestors had already defeated, but the strategies for victory were now gone. This single battle would cripple Jedi learning for generations to come. As the Order reeled from this loss, Ulic launched his own assault. Now fully corrupted and serving as Kun's apprentice, he led combined Krath and Mandalorian forces against Coruscant itself. Street fighting erupted throughout the capital as enemy troops battled Republic defenders block by block. The violence was worse than Shar Dakon's earlier invasion because the fallen knight knew Republic defenses from his years as a Jedi. The battle's climax came when the Dark Lord arrived to free Ulic, who had been captured by the Jedi after his attack faltered. Jedi Master Vodosiask-Bask confronted his former student one last time, attempting through both combat and words to turn Kun back toward the light. The elderly master fought valiantly with his wooden quarterstaff enhanced through the Force, demonstrating techniques he had developed over decades of study. But Kun was too far gone in darkness to be reached through appeals to his better nature. He had created one of the first double-bladed lightsabers specifically for this duel, a weapon that gave him overwhelming offensive capability. Despite Vodo's skill and experience, Kun struck him down, killing the master who had trained him and believed in his potential. Vodo's sacrifice bought time for others to escape, but couldn't prevent Kun and Ulic from fleeing together. Supreme Chancellor Sidrona was also killed during the Battle of Coruscant, struck down by Sith attackers while coordinating Republic defenses. His death demonstrated that even the highest Republic officials were vulnerable during this war. The chaos following Sidrona's death temporarily disrupted Republic government, though new leadership eventually emerged to continue the fight. The final confrontation occurred on Yavin 4, where the Allied Republic and Jedi fleets converged on Kun's stronghold. The Jedi had decided that Kun had to be defeated decisively before he could strengthen his position any further. Every available Jedi was called to participate in this final assault, representing the Order's total commitment to ending the Sith threat permanently. On Yavin 4's surface, Kun conducted an apocalyptic ritual using Massassi spirits to free himself from his mortal form. He intended to become a spirit of pure dark side power, immune to physical harm and effectively immortal. If successful, Kun would become unkillable by conventional means, able to influence the galaxy indefinitely without risk of death. The Jedi fought back with a technique never seen before. Every Jedi in the fleet combined their power, sending a massive wave of light side energy toward Kun's ritual site. This joint effort showed what the Jedi Order truly represented: many individuals working together for a common goal, using their abilities to protect rather than destroy. When the dark and light clashed, a massive explosion occurred. The explosion wiped out Yavin 4's forests for hundreds of kilometers, destroying everything in its path. The blast was so powerful that ships in orbit could see the shockwaves spreading across the moon's surface. When the flames died down, Kun's body was gone. The Jedi were certain they had finally killed him, but they were wrong. Kun's spirit had become trapped on Yavin 4, bound to the temples he had built. His consciousness remained imprisoned there, unable to escape, but also unable to truly die. This would cause problems thousands of years later, but for now, the Jedi thought the threat was over. Meanwhile, Ulic faced a different punishment. Jedi Master Nomi Sunrider had lost her husband to this war and watched her friend fall to darkness. In her grief and anger, she used a powerful Force technique to cut him off from the Force completely. Stripped of the power he had craved, the fallen Jedi collapsed in despair. He was now just an ordinary man who would have to live with the terrible things he had done. Now, the Sith armies, leaderless and broken after losing both Dark Lords, surrendered or fled into the unknown regions. The Jedi, in time, triumphed, but the galaxy was left scarred by the revelation that their own members could fall so far and cause such destruction. Unfortunately, peace would not last long, as a new threat emerged from an unexpected quarter. 3 centuries of peace followed the Great Sith War. The Jedi rebuilt their order on Ossus, working to recover the knowledge lost when their great library was destroyed. Meanwhile, the Republic expanded into new territories and strengthened its institutions. Both seem to have learned from the devastating conflict. But in 3976 BBY, Mandalore the Ultimate had transformed his people's warrior culture into something far more dangerous. Traditional Mandalorians had always valued honor and martial skill, but the new Neo-Crusader movement preached that honor could only come through conquest. Mandalore led his warriors on brutal campaigns across the galaxy, seeking worthy enemies to assert Mandalorian superiority. The first major strike into Republic space came at Althir in 3976 BBY. The attack was sudden, catching Republic forces completely off guard. Canderous Ordo, a Mandalorian warrior who would later play a key role in the Jedi Civil War, led a clever feint that broke through the defenders' lines. Mandalorian forces poured through the gaps, crushing isolated Republic positions before they could respond. Althir III fell quickly, becoming the first Republic world to face Neo-Crusader occupation. 3 years later, the Battle of Cathar revealed the true horror of Mandalorian warfare. Under Field Marshal Cassius Fett, The Mandalorians didn't just conquer the planet, they wiped out its people. Mandalorian forces drove civilians toward the oceans and unleashed basilisk war droids to slaughter them. Over 90% of the Cathar species died in a single day. When news of the massacre reached the Republic through refugees and intelligence reports, leaders faced a difficult choice. Both the Chancellor and Jedi Council decided to hide the truth from the public. They worried that revealing the genocide would cause panic and destabilize Republic worlds. This decision, while strategically understandable, meant most citizens had no idea how dangerous their enemy truly was. As the galaxy burned, the Jedi Council chose to do nothing. The Council argued that the Jedi served as peacekeepers and mediators, not soldiers. They feared that taking sides in the conflict would transform the Order into a military force, repeating mistakes that had nearly destroyed them during previous wars. This position had strong philosophical justification. The Jedi Code emphasized peace and protecting life. Joining a war, even to defend innocence, meant accepting responsibility for deaths on both sides. The Council trusted that patience and diplomacy would resolve the crisis without large-scale violence. Many Jedi throughout the Order agreed with this stance, trusting in the Council's wisdom. But two young Jedi Knights saw things differently. Revan and Malak, brilliant students who had distinguished themselves in numerous peacekeeping missions, grew increasingly frustrated with the Council's inaction. They argued that the Jedi's purpose was to protect the innocent, and the Mandalorians were slaughtering innocents across the Outer Rim. Standing aside while atrocities occurred was itself a betrayal of Jedi principles. In 3962 BBY, Revan and Malak defied the Council and formed the Revanchists, a faction of Jedi who joined Republic forces fighting the Mandalorians. The name Revanchist meant revenge seeker, chosen deliberately to signal their commitment to making the Mandalorians pay for their crimes. Hundreds of Jedi followed Revan into war, believing that defending the innocent justified disobeying the Council. His tactical genius quickly became apparent once he took field command. He studied Mandalorian tactics and culture extensively, learning to predict their movements and exploit weaknesses in their warrior code. He won victories that had seemed impossible through conventional tactics, using unconventional strategies that caught Mandalorians off guard. Supreme Chancellor Tol Kressa acknowledged Revan's abilities and appointed him Supreme Commander of Republic forces, giving him authority to coordinate all military operations. Mandalorians were winning, and everyone knew it. The Republic counteroffensive, under the Jedi's command, pushed the Mandalorians back system by system. Revan won battles at Duxun, where he outmaneuvered Mandalorian forces in the moon's dense jungles. At Onderon, he used knowledge of the planet's terrain from previous Jedi missions to trap Mandalorian armies between Beast Rider guerrillas and Republic regulars. Across the Outer Rim, his strategies steadily drove the Mandalorians toward a final confrontation. Revan realized that defeating the Mandalorians militarily wasn't enough. Their warrior culture meant that they would keep fighting unless thoroughly beaten in a way that shattered their identity. He studied Mandalorian history and emphasized that only defeating their leader in single combat while destroying their military capacity would truly end the threat. The Battle of Malachor V in 3960 BBY was designed to achieve both objectives simultaneously. Revan lured the Mandalorian fleet to Malachor V, a planet strong in the dark side due to ancient tragedies. While fleets clashed in orbit, the Jedi confronted Mandalore the Ultimate in single combat aboard the flagship. The duel was witnessed by warriors from both sides, making it the public demonstration Revan intended. Revan defeated Mandalore in what became a legendary confrontation, killing the Mandalorian leader and claiming his mask as a trophy. But the battle's true horror came from the weapon deployed by Republic forces at his command, the Mass Shadow Generator, a superweapon developed specifically for this battle, activated while both fleets were fully engaged. The device manipulated gravity to tear both fleets apart simultaneously, annihilating Mandalorian and Republic ships alike. Thousands died instantly as the weapon created a wound in the Force itself, a place where the normal connection to the Force was permanently damaged. Among those who survived the weapon's activation was a Jedi who had followed Revan into war and who would later become known as the Jedi Exile after facing judgment for her role in the battle. In a single day, the mighty Mandalorian war machine was broken forever. Their fleet was destroyed, their leader dead, and their warrior culture shattered by defeat at the hands of a single Jedi. Revan imposed harsh peace terms, forbidding the Mandalorians from ever again forming a unified army. Despite their success, victory came with unexpected consequences. The Jedi Council publicly rebuked Revan for his crusade, though they privately acknowledged it had saved the Republic from conquest or destruction. More concerning were reports that Revan and Malak had departed immediately after the war for the unknown regions, seeking something they claimed had been manipulating events from the shadows. The Council sensed something terrible was happening, but lacked the information or ability to prevent it. The Republic's greatest hero was about to become its greatest threat. What emerged from his fallen empire would be even worse. The Republic military rebuilt faster than anyone expected. Throughout the Dark Wars, Republic officials worked frantically to rebuild while the Jedi faced extinction. When the Sith Empire finally broke apart into competing territories, the government seized the opportunity. Every shipyard was pushed to maximum production. The Navy was almost completely rebuilt in just over a year. This showed the Republic's industrial power when political will aligned with necessity. Military campaigns against Sith warlords revealed both strength and weakness. Strategic planning improved at the sector level. Defense forces moved more competent than expected. Lost territories were reclaimed piece by piece. By the time Republic forces eliminated the last Sith warlords, the government appeared fully recovered. However, appearances hid deeper problems. Wars left scars that would not heal quickly. Corporate influence in the Senate grew dramatically as businesses took control when leaders fell. The Emergency Terrasa Regulation Act explicitly promised naval protection for corporations on specific exchanges. This created a corrupt system where profit motives regularly conflicted with defense needs. Senator Hadel Garavis of Taris showed both corruption and redemption. Originally a corporate enforcer who bribed his way into the Senate, something changed during his service. When Taris fell during the Jedi Civil War, Garavis personally organized civilian resistance. He became a passionate advocate for occupied worlds and refugees. He demonstrated individuals could change even within corrupt systems. The Republic asked the impossible: trust those who had already betrayed you. Officers like Cartho Nassi had remained loyal despite personal tragedy. Now they found themselves serving alongside former Sith sympathizers whose loyalty remained questionable. Many of these officers had switched to the Sith for practical reasons during the war: better living conditions, higher pay, newer equipment. When the conflict ended, they simply returned to Republic service with little accountability. The result was predictable. Trust within the military suffered. Compared to what the Jedi faced, these problems seemed minor. After the Dark Wars, the Jedi Order stood closer to extinction than ever in its 36,000-year history. The first Jedi Purge had reduced their numbers to mere dozens scattered across the galaxy. The temples stood empty, the archives lay destroyed, and the Council was gone. For the first time since the Jedi gathered on Tython, the Order might simply fade into history. But one woman refused to accept that fate. Scholars would later learn her true name, Mitra Surik. In those dark days, she remained simply the Exile. Stripped of her Force connection at Malachor V, cast out by the Council, she had wandered the galaxy as a wound in the Force itself. Her journey to defeat the Sith triumvirate cost her nearly everything. Yet in 3951 BBY, she returned to Malachor V, and she didn't rest. She immediately began rebuilding, and her companions became the foundation. Those who traveled with Mitra understood what the Order needed. Visas Mar, who survived Darth Nihilus's destruction of Qatar, brought a deep understanding of loss and endurance. The young scholar Michael possessed the knowledge necessary to preserve Jedi teachings. Atten Rand had found redemption despite his past as a Sith torturer, proving he could resist darkness. Brianna's combat skills would be essential for the Order's survival. Mira's knowledge of the underworld could protect against threats others might miss. Bao Dur, haunted by his creation of the mass shadow generator, dedicated himself to building rather than destroying. Together, this unlikely group played prominent roles in rebuilding the Jedi Order. Rebuilding turned out to be slow and difficult. Restoring what existed before was impossible. The old council was gone, the Dantooine Temple lay in ruins, and satellite academies had been systematically destroyed. Everything had to be rebuilt from scratch. Mitra knew that near destruction had revealed deep weaknesses in the Order. The rigid hierarchy had failed to adapt when crisis struck. The Council's refusal to act during the Mandalorian Wars had driven their best knights to defiance. Moreover, their inability to detect the rise of Darth Revan and Darth Malak showed dangerous blind spots in their training. The revelation that so many Jedi could fall to corruption suggested their teachings about the Force were dangerously incomplete. Thus, the new Order would need to embrace different principles, more flexibility in decision-making, greater willingness to act when circumstances demanded it, more honesty about the existence and nature of the dark side, rather than pretending that simple avoidance provided immunity. These reforms would take years to implement. New students would need training, salvaged knowledge would need preserving, and defensible learning centers would need establishing. Only then could the Order slowly grow stronger. Sadly, Mitra would not be there to see it completed. In 3950 BBY, roughly 1 year after defeating the Triumvirate, she received devastating news. She met with Bastila Shan, Revan's wife. T3M4 revealed that the former Jedi had not simply disappeared. He had been captured by the true Sith Empire, an ancient civilization hiding beyond known space for over 1,000 years. Bastila entrusted Mitra with Revan's mask and asked her to find him. The request placed the exile in an impossible position because the Order desperately needed her leadership. Her companions still looked to her for direction on critical decisions, and the rebuilding had barely begun. Without someone to coordinate their efforts, everything they had worked for could easily collapse. Still, for her, some debts mattered more than duty. The former Jedi had been her commanding officer during the Mandalorian Wars, and he had seen her potential when others doubted. He had trusted her with command of half the Republic fleet at Malachor V, even knowing the terrible price the battle would demand. The bond forged between them in war could not be ignored. She then made her choice. She entrusted the continued rebuilding to her companions, believing they possessed both the strength and wisdom to complete what she had started. Then, she departed Republic space with T3M4, following the trail that would eventually lead her to the hidden Sith Empire on Dromund Kaas. Over the years following Mitra's departure, her companions continued the work of restoration. New students were trained in the ways of the Force, salvaged knowledge was carefully preserved, and new learning centers were established on worlds that could be defended. The rebuilding proceeded slowly but steadily. The Order never regained its former size. Where thousands of Jedi had once trained in grand academies, now only hundreds studied across scattered facilities. Survival alone was victory. Against all odds, the Jedi Order endured. Months after leaving Republic space, Mitra's search led her to Nathema, the dead world where Sith Emperor Vitiate had performed his terrible ritual 1,000 years earlier. There, she discovered records that pointed to Dromund Kaas, the capital of the true Sith Empire. Infiltrating the Sith capital was surprisingly easy for someone who had spent years operating in the galactic underworld as an exile. Posing as a mercenary, she quietly gathered information about Revan's location. An unlikely alliance formed during her investigation. Her search brought her into contact with Lord Scourge, a Sith Lord who served on the Dark Council. Scourge had grown disillusioned after learning the Emperor's true plans, which went far beyond simple conquest. Vitiate did not merely want to defeat the Republic. He wanted to consume all life in the galaxy, feeding on the Force itself until nothing remained but emptiness. Scourge thought that such madness would destroy everything, including the Sith themselves. Together, the Jedi and the Sith Lord located Revan. They found him imprisoned by Darth Nihilus, another member of the Dark Council. The rescue operation succeeded, though barely. The former Jedi had been held captive and tortured for years, his mind kept in a constant haze to prevent him from accessing the Force. When Mitra returned his mask to him, the physical connection triggered the return of his suppressed memories. With his full power restored, Revan destroyed Darth Nihilus, and the three of them escaped together. Freedom from one prison only led them toward a more dangerous confrontation. Revan knew what Scourge had learned through years of serving the Dark Council. Emperor Vitiate was different from every enemy who had come before. His goal was not conquest, but total annihilation. Left unchecked, he would ultimately consume all life in the galaxy. A desperate plan took shape between them. They would infiltrate the Emperor's citadel on Dromund Kaas and strike at him directly. Both the Jedi knew their chances of success were minimal at best. They knew the danger, but some fights could not be avoided. In the Emperor's throne room, one choice changed everything. As the former Jedi and the exile prepared to face the Emperor, Lord Scourge experienced a Force vision that shattered his resolve. He saw the Emperor's defeat at the hands of a great champion, but that champion was neither his companions. The vision revealed multiple possible futures branching out before him, but none of them showed victory in the present moment. Scourge realized with a terrible clarity that if they fought the Emperor now, they would fail and die. In that instant, Scourge made his choice. He chose the possibility of future victory over certain death in an unwinnable battle. Once the Emperor unleashed his full power against Revan, Scourge suddenly turned on his allies. He drove his lightsaber between Mitra's shoulders, killing her instantly. The shock of her death through their Force bond ruined Revan's concentration for a moment. The Emperor seized that opening and struck him down with torrents of dark-side lightning, burning and torturing him until he collapsed unconscious. Upon seeing his master's suffering, T3M4 attempted desperately to defend him with his built-in flamethrower, but the Emperor destroyed the loyal droid. Mitra's body lay motionless on the throne room floor. Revan lay broken and barely breathing beside her. The battle that was supposed to save the galaxy had ended before it truly began. Scourge quickly claimed that the killing blow had been part of his plan all along. He explained that he had intendedly allowed the Jedi to believe he was their ally, only so he could deliver them directly to Vitiate's judgment. The Emperor, though suspicious of this sudden betrayal, accepted the explanation. As a reward for his supposed loyalty, Vitiate granted Scourge immortality through a dark-side ritual. However, the gift came with a terrible price that he had not anticipated. Constant, unending pain that would never cease. Scourge became the Emperor's wrath, his personal enforcer and executioner, bound to Vitiate's will for all eternity. The Emperor then commanded Scourge to execute the former Jedi and complete the betrayal. At the last moment, Vitiate suddenly stopped him. The Emperor had recognized something valuable in Revan's mind that made him too useful to simply kill. Rather than allow his death, Vitiate ordered Revan imprisoned in a specially designed stasis chamber. There, kept in a specially designed prison between life and death, he would serve two purposes. The Emperor could feed on his Force energy, while also pulling information about the Republic's military strength and weak points from his mind. What the Emperor did not realize was that the connection flowed both directions. Revan, even while imprisoned, possessed enough willpower to quietly influence the Emperor's thoughts over time. He reinforced Vitiate's natural caution and patience. He fed the Emperor's fear of death. At every opportunity, he planted suggestions that invading the Republic was too dangerous and far too early. The mental war would continue for 3 centuries, with Revan fighting to delay the invasion that seemed inevitable. But he was not fighting alone. When Mitra died on the throne room floor, her spirit did not become one with the Force as expected. Bound by loyalty and love, her consciousness remained anchored to the physical world, hovering just outside Revan's prison cell. Though they could not speak directly to each other, the exile's presence sustained him through the long years ahead. As the Emperor fed on the former Jedi's power, Mitra allowed her ally to draw strength from her in return. In the darkness of his imprisonment, her presence kept him alive. When his resolve weakened under the endless torture, she gave him the will to continue. When the Emperor's hunger threatened to consume him completely, she provided just enough energy to keep him fighting back. The sacrifice of 2 of the galaxy's greatest heroes was not in vain. Back in Republic space, the Jedi Master never learned what truly happened to him after he left. In 3954 BBY, roughly 4 years after Revan's departure into the unknown regions, she gave birth to their son, Vanner. The name was an anagram of his father, chosen deliberately to honor him. When the Sith triumvirate began hunting down the few surviving Jedi across the galaxy, Bastila went into hiding. She had to protect both herself and the boy who carried the bloodline of 2 exceptionally powerful Force users. She moved carefully between safe houses, trusting only a handful of contacts, and waited for the threat to finally pass. After the triumvirate was eventually defeated and some stability returned to the galaxy, Bastila resumed her place within the rebuilding order. She achieved the rank of Master and trained students throughout the following decades. Her teaching emphasized practical survival skills alongside traditional philosophy, lessons shaped by years spent in hiding with her son during the Triumvirate's reign. Throughout these years, Revan's wife occasionally sensed his presence across the vast distances between them. The Force bond they had forged during the Jedi Civil War persisted despite the impossible separation. She felt him in quiet moments of meditation and took these sensations as proof he still lived somewhere, still fighting for something she could not fully understand. Soon, Vanner grew into adulthood without showing any Force sensitivity. This surprised everyone who knew about his parents' exceptional abilities. Nevertheless, he found his calling in politics and leadership instead. The Republic needed skilled negotiators and unifying voices after decades of constant warfare. Vanner possessed both the intelligence and the famous family name to make genuine progress in the Senate. By 3900 BBY, he had become one of the Republic's most influential political figures. His colleagues urged him to seek the position of Supreme Chancellor, confident he would win the election easily. Vanner married a woman named Emis and fathered 2 children together. His daughter Risa and son Bress both displayed strong Force sensitivity, proving the gift had merely skipped a generation in the bloodline. Bastila saw their potential early on, sensing in them the traces of their grandfather's considerable power. In 3900 BBY, Vanner visited his elderly mother on the anniversary of her marriage to his father decades earlier. During their conversation, he asked the question that had troubled him for years, whether she thought it was possible that his father was still alive out there. She admitted she could not say for certain, but she pointed to the evidence surrounding them every day. The Republic endured despite everything. They lived without constant war or the need to flee their homes. The galaxy had not descended into the catastrophe Revan had warned about. Whatever he had done in the unknown regions, it seemed to have worked. They could live their lives in relative peace. For that simple fact, she remained deeply grateful. Bastila soon died at an old age, never learning the full truth of Revan's fate or his ongoing imprisonment. She passed away believing he had succeeded in his mission to protect the galaxy from whatever threat he had discovered beyond known space. Her death marked the end of an entire generation that had survived the Mandalorian Wars, the Jedi Civil War, and the first Jedi Purge that followed. The Shan bloodline continued through Vonner's Force-sensitive children and their descendants. Several generations later, it produced Tassiel Shan, who became a respected Jedi Knight. Tassiel's daughter, Satele Shan, eventually rose to become Grand Master of the Jedi Order during the Great Galactic War against the Sith Empire. This was the very conflict Revan had delayed through 3 centuries of mental resistance and imprisonment. His great-great-great-granddaughter would lead the Jedi against the same threat he had sacrificed everything to postpone for as long as possible. The Emperor's planned invasion of the Republic never came during those critical decades. In 3681 BBY, when the true Sith Empire finally emerged from hiding, the galaxy witnessed the beginning of what became known as the Great Galactic War. For 28 brutal years, Republic and Imperial forces clashed across countless worlds throughout known space. The conflict destroyed entire civilizations, from the core worlds to the Outer Rim, shattering economies and claiming millions of lives on both sides. By the time the war finally ended, roughly half the galaxy had fallen under direct Sith control. Sith forces attacked Republic diplomatic ships in the Tingle Arm without warning, killing hundreds of civilians before anyone understood what was happening. When the Republic fleet rushed to respond, they flew straight into a trap. Local governments in the Dalanbian sector had secretly allied with the Sith Empire, turning on Republic forces the moment they arrived. The fleet scattered in disarray, forced to retreat to the core worlds, while the Sith Empire seized control of sector after sector. The pattern of Sith brutality became clear within weeks of the war's start. At Sluis Van, Sith forces destroyed vital shipyards and slaughtered everyone who refused to immediately swear allegiance to their emperor. Cooperating worlds received Sith governors, while those that resisted faced genocide or enslavement. Republic military personnel were hunted down and executed on sight. The Senate paralyzed itself with endless debate while the Outer Rim burned. Some senators insisted that the Sith were merely another upstart species that patience and diplomacy would defeat. Others recognized the threat, but disagreed violently over where to deploy their limited forces. The Jedi Council took action without waiting for Senate approval, deploying hundreds of Jedi to defend the Minos Cluster. There, in months of grinding warfare across multiple worlds, the Jedi held their ground against superior numbers. They demonstrated that the Sith Empire could be resisted successfully. The courage of these Jedi Knights inspired Republic citizens across the galaxy to join the fight. Recruitment centers soon overflowed with volunteers eager to fight alongside the Order against the Sith threat. The Jedi Order fought on the front lines throughout the long struggle. Among them stood Satele Shan, descendant of Revan and Bastila, who would in time become one of the Republic's greatest heroes. As a young Padawan studying under Battlemaster Kao Sendarik on Korriban, she witnessed the Sith recapture their ancient homeworld firsthand. Darik sacrificed himself in combat to allow her escape and warn the Republic. His death marked the beginning of her transformation from student to leader. Satele distinguished herself across multiple battlefronts in the years that followed. In 3671 BBY, at Bothawui, 10 years into the war, she helped achieve a crucial Republic victory that halted the Sith advance toward the core worlds. Admiral Greik had predicted the Sith move into the system and positioned the entire Republic fleet in ambush. When the Sith battle group arrived seeking to exploit the recent momentum, they found themselves surrounded. The trap succeeded with minimal Republic casualties, routing the enemy in what became a major turning point in the war. However, the Sith Empire sought immediate revenge. Shortly after the fleet's departure, Sith forces returned in overwhelming numbers. More than 50,000 troops assaulted the planetary shield generator that protected Bothawui. Jedi Master Belth Elusis, a prominent council member, had volunteered to remain behind with only 4,000 Republic troops and several dozen Jedi to defend the installation. Despite the impossible odds, Master Elusus organized a defense that made the attackers pay dearly for every meter of ground. The siege dragged on for days. For every defender who fell, no less than 10 Sith soldiers died in return. Moff Zelos, commanding the Sith forces, responded to each repulse by sending even larger waves, which only increased his mounting casualties. When the perimeter finally broke and only a few dozen defenders remained around the shield generator itself, Zelos sent an envoy offering surrender and mercy to those who remained. Master Elusus and his troops refused the offer. They fought even more fiercely than before, determined to hold their position. When the dust finally settled, every single defender lay dead on the battlefield. But the Sith had suffered such devastating losses that Zelos was forced to retreat without taking the generator. The planetary shield still protected both Awui from orbital bombardment. The story of Elusus's last stand spread rapidly across the Republic, inspiring courage in citizens and soldiers wherever it was told. The Jedi achieved other important victories during the Long War. In 3668 BBY, after 13 years of mysterious Republic ship disappearances in the Outer Rim, Jedi Knight Jarek Kaden led an elite strike team that captured the Dreadmasters. This group of ancient Sith lords had been using battle meditation to project waves of terror across Republic fleets, crippling crews with fear before battles even began. Near the war's end, Sattel led Jedi forces to victory at Ren Var, driving back another Sith assault in one of the Republic's final major triumphs. Unfortunately, the Republic's string of victories following Alderaan was short-lived. In 3665 BBY, the Sith Empire ambushed a Republic convoy escorting newly commissioned prototype warships over the ice world of Hoth. Though the advanced technology aboard these ships allowed many crew members to survive who otherwise would have perished in the attack, the fleet was forced to abandon the prototypes on the planet's surface. The frozen surface of Hoth became littered with their wreckage and debris. The loss was crushing to Republic naval strength at the worst possible moment in the war. 3 years later, in 3662 BBY, the Sith Empire unveiled the full extent of its strategic cunning. For years, Sith intelligence had been quietly manipulating events in the gladiatorial arenas on Geonosis, building up a young fighter and carefully orchestrating his rise to fame among the crowds. When this manufactured champion had achieved sufficient glory and recognition, he departed Geonosis and called for Mandalorians across the galaxy to join him under his banner, invoking the ancient tradition of the Mandalore. Hundreds, then thousands of warriors answered his call within weeks. The newly united Mandalorian forces established a complete blockade of the Hydian Way trade route, effectively cutting the Republic's critical lifeline between the Outer Rim and core worlds. The Republic fleet, still recovering from its losses at Hoth, was unable to break through the blockade. Jedi strike teams and starfighters attempted the assault, but suffered humiliating defeat against the prepared Mandalorian armada waiting for them. On Coruscant, food supplies ran dangerously low as shipments ceased. Riots erupted in the lower levels of the city. Starvation spread throughout the planet's population. Even the most hawkish senators began privately discussing surrender as the Republic's darkest hour approached. Just when defeat seemed certain, salvation came from an unexpected source. A young Mirialan smuggler named Hylo Viz, operating under Nar Shaddaz's cantinas, saw a huge chance to make credits. She gathered a mixed fleet of mercenaries, pirates, and smugglers, loaded massive freighters with supplies from the Outer Rim, and carried out a daring plan. Her heavy freighters approached the blockade and stopped just short, drawing the Mandalorians out. When the enemy moved to attack, hundreds of light freighters and small ships dropped out of hyperspace behind them. Republic Strategic Information Services spotted the attack happening and rushed backup. The Mandalorians, caught between three forces, were defeated. Hylo delivered her cargo to the core worlds, accepted a huge payment, and disappeared before the Senate's medal ceremony. The blockade was broken, but the Mandalore, who had united the clans, died in the battle, forcing a new leader to work quickly to maintain their unity. Despite these victories, they could not prevent what came next. In 3653 BBY, the Dark Council made an unexpected offer of peace to the Republic Senate. While representatives from both sides met on Alderaan to discuss terms, the Sith prepared their true goal, a crushing strike against the Republic's heart. Mandalorian mercenary Shae Vizsla sneaked onto Coruscant and shut down the planet's defense grid. With the capital's shields down, Darth Malgus led 50 Sith warriors directly to the Jedi Temple. The assault team crashed through the ancient building's entrance, fighting the defenders in brutal combat. Master Ven Zalo commanded the temple's defense, but despite fierce resistance, the Jedi fell one by one. Malgus personally struck down Zalo, and the surviving Sith planted explosives throughout the building. As the temple burned, Darth Angrel's fleet appeared from hyperspace and bombarded Coruscant from orbit. Sith forces swept across the surface, taking government buildings and executing Republic officials. Supreme Chancellor Baruchan died in the assault. For 2 days, the Sith Empire occupied Coruscant under military control, stealing from the world and holding its population hostage. The death toll reached tens of thousands, possibly over 100,000. With their capital captured and the Jedi Temple destroyed, the Republic had no choice but to accept the Treaty of Coruscant. The agreement forced the Republic to abandon friends, give up vast territories to the Sith Empire, and pull back forces from every battlefield across the galaxy. Worlds that had fought alongside the Republic for decades suddenly found themselves alone, many falling quickly to renewed Sith attacks. When the Jedi returned to Coruscant to save what remained of their temple, they faced an angry Senate. Politicians blamed the Order for the Republic's shame. Despite Grand Master Zim's efforts to keep cooperation, the Senate declared in 3650 BBY that the temple's rebuilding would be delayed with no set date. The Order faced more tragedies after the war ended. Grand Master Zim was assassinated in a planned attack that also bombed the Senate Tower, killing an entire generation of the Order's youngest members. Neither attack showed signs of Sith involvement, suggesting a third party or internal plot at work. During the complicated withdrawal process required by the treaty, Master Dar Nala, who had worked closely with Sitel throughout the war, was killed by Darth Angrel during a fight on Dantooine, where Republic forces and some Jedi had first refused to stand down despite treaty orders. Across the Republic, public opinion had turned against the Jedi. Their ancient home lay in ruins, and they were no longer welcome in the capital world. Faced with these circumstances, the Jedi made a major decision. They would leave Coruscant and return to their origins. Sitel Shan, now a master widely respected in the Order, accepted the task of finding them a new home. Guided by the Force, she traveled into the deep core, a region of space so dense and unstable that most hyperspace lanes had collapsed ages ago. There, against all odds, she rediscovered Tython. The birthplace of the Jedi Order had been lost for more than 22,000 years. Sitel emerged from the deep core with new navigation charts showing stable routes through the dangerous region. The first exploration of Tython took months as Jedi scouts searched the surface and discovered ruins of ancient temples older than the Republic itself. The search proved dangerous, with lives lost to the harsh landscape, attacks by the native flesh raiders, and other poorly understood threats. Despite these challenges, the High Council saw Tython's importance. The Council sealed themselves in meditation for 1 week, fasting and seeking guidance from the Force before choosing the site for their new temple. They picked a location against a mountain range, built on the foundations of an ancient structure that had stood when the Order first began. Construction started 1 year after the Jedi established permanent settlement on Tython. Using local stone and timber, working with designs that were different from Coruscant's grand buildings, the Order completed their new home in 3 years. The temple's design reflected changed priorities. Where Coruscant's temple had shown power and permanence, Tython's emphasized humility and patience. The architecture was modeled after the castles of Alderaan, honoring one of the war's most important battlefields. In keeping with the philosophy of non-attachment, the new temple avoided the grand displays of its predecessor. Everything about the structure reminded the Jedi of their purpose, not to dominate or impress, but to serve and protect. On Tython, the Jedi hoped to reconnect with the beliefs and ideals of those who had founded the Order 20,000 years earlier. They searched the planet for holocrons and artifacts left by ancient masters, seeking to replace the knowledge lost when Coruscant's temple fell. They built meditation chambers, lecture halls, and archives. They created training grounds where a new generation of Padawans could learn what it meant to be Jedi. Slowly, carefully, they worked to repair relations with those who blamed them for the war's destruction. The Treaty of Coruscant ended the Great Galactic War, but it did not bring true peace. Instead, it brought what became known as the Cold War, a tense standoff where Republic and Sith Empire faced each other across a divided galaxy. As Jedi Master Nos Dural recorded in the archives, this was a time of the Jedi reconnecting with their roots, the Republic healing its wounds, and the Sith building their power in a galaxy split between darkness and light. Satele Shan rose to become Grand Master of the Order during this period, the youngest Jedi ever to hold the position. Under her leadership, the Order slowly rebuilt its strength on Tython. The conflicts between Republic and Sith Empire continued through the decades that followed, breaking into open warfare before cooling into uneasy truces, a pattern that would repeat for years to come. Over time, though not for many centuries, the Jedi would return to Coruscant. In 3500 BBY, several decades after the sacking, the temple was rebuilt, and the Order brought back its presence to the capital world. The rebuilding continued in stages over the following thousands of years. The Great Jedi Archives were completed in 2519 BBY, followed by another major addition around 2000 BBY. The temple's distinctive spires were finally rebuilt in 1019 BBY. Throughout these centuries of construction, Tython remained important to the Order, but Coruscant once again became the Jedi's main seat of power. The peace would not last forever. In 2000 BBY, Jedi Master Fanius fell to the dark side, took the name Darth Ruin, and founded the new Sith Empire. His actions triggered the Fourth Great Schism, starting the new Sith Wars that would last for the next 1,000 years. The new Sith Wars were defined by three trends: the rise of the Sith, the decline of the Galactic Republic, and growing aggression within the Jedi Order. The balance of power shifted constantly. At times, the Republic seemed close to victory, while at others, complete collapse appeared near. The Sith attracted powerful allies, including the Devaronians and Hydians, as the conflict spread across all regions of space. In 1466 BBY, more than 5 centuries into the conflict, Sith forces achieved one of their most decisive victories at the Battle of Mizra. Republic and Jedi forces were crushed in a terrible defeat that shifted momentum strongly toward the Sith. From that point forward, the Republic found itself constantly on the defensive, struggling merely to survive rather than hoping to win. The final century of the new Sith Wars from roughly 1100 to 1000 BBY became known as the Republic Dark Age. During this period, the Republic essentially stopped functioning as a unified government. The Senate granted almost all authority to the Supreme Chancellor, and many who held that office were Jedi attempting to hold civilization together through sheer will. Thousands of worlds were abandoned to Sith control or to lawlessness. Major corporations went bankrupt. The Republic shut down hyperspace relays beyond the core, colonies, and parts of the Inner Rim, cutting off instant communication with the Outer Rim and disrupting trade across the galaxy. Faced with the Republic's inability to protect its citizens, Jedi took matters into their own hands. They joined together in groups to defend individual worlds and entire regions of space from Sith Lords, pirates, slavers, and warlords. In some areas, Jedi supported existing governments. In others, Jedi became rulers themselves, taking direct control to shield populations from outside threats. The troubled regions were divided by Supreme Chancellors into Jedi baronial sectors in an attempt to coordinate the continuing war. These Jedi Lords, as they came to be known, commanded their own military forces and governed their territories with considerable independence from Coruscant. The Jedi Order's transformation during this period was deep. Where once the Jedi had been thoughtful guardians who avoided political involvement, they now commanded armies and ruled territories. A Republic navy and army fell increasingly under Jedi control as the civil government collapsed. A separate Jedi Grand Council emerged, operating independently from the traditional High Council on Coruscant and coordinating the activities of the Jedi Lords across their scattered domains. In 1010 BBY, the fragmented Sith forces found unexpected unity. A renegade Jedi named Skir Khan, who had been trained on Coruscant and prepared by the High Council as a champion against the Sith, instead turned to the dark side. Khan had mastered the rare ability of battle meditation, making him extremely valuable. He also held extreme beliefs about the Republic and Jedi being responsible for the galaxy's chaos. When the High Council was unable to moderate his views, Khan led a group of loyal knights away from Coruscant and joined the Sith. Khan reorganized the feuding Sith warlords into a unified force called the Brotherhood of Darkness, more than 20,000 strong. In an attempt to end the destructive infighting that had plagued the Sith for centuries, he made a major change. He ended the tradition of a single Dark Lord of the Sith. Instead, he declared that all Sith Lords were equal within the Brotherhood, united by the creed of rule by the strong. The Brotherhood established its headquarters on the planet Rune and launched a coordinated campaign that threatened to finally destroy the Republic. In response, Jedi Master and General Hoth rallied the scattered Jedi forces into a unified Army of Light. The army consisted of the forces commanded by various Jedi Lords, organized into 7 main Legions of Light, each led by a powerful Jedi. These legions included both Force-sensitive warriors and regular soldiers who had sworn loyalty to the Jedi and their cause. With them came a range of skills and knowledge, warriors wielding traditional weapons, technicians, medics, and support personnel, all united in the desperate fight to save civilization from darkness. The final confrontation between these two great armies took place on Ruusan, a world near Kashyyyk. 7 terrible battles were fought on that planet, and with each engagement, both sides suffered massive losses. The once lush world was transformed into a barren wasteland. Supplies ran out, and morale collapsed as conditions became increasingly harsh for both armies, but neither side would retreat. By 1000 BBY, during what became known as the 7th Battle of Ruusan, Lord Khan made a desperate decision. He chose to deploy an ancient Sith weapon called a thought bomb, a terrible device that would kill everyone in its blast radius by trapping their Force essences for eternity. The instructions for creating this weapon had been secretly provided to Khan by Darth Bane, another Sith Lord who had his own plans for the future of the Sith Order. Lord Hoth learned of Khan's final plan. Rather than follow the Sith Lord to unleash such horror unopposed, Hoth took 99 of his most trusted Jedi Knights and confronted Khan directly. He attempted to convince the Sith not to detonate the weapon, arguing that such destruction served no purpose. Khan refused to listen. When the thought bomb detonated, both Khan's Sith army and Hoth's company of Jedi were destroyed instantly. Their Force essences were absorbed into the weapon, while their mortal bodies simply ceased to exist. The battlefield fell silent. Lord Valenthine Farfalla and Jedi Master Berethan led the Army of Light's survivors off Ruusan and into orbit. The remaining Sith forces, leaderless and broken, were quickly defeated. The new Sith Wars had finally ended. The Jedi and Republic believed they had achieved total victory, thinking the Sith had been wiped out to the last individual. They were wrong. Darth Bane survived, retreating with his apprentice to rebuild the Sith under a new philosophy. But the Jedi would not learn this truth for 1,000 years. Lord Farfalla traveled to Coruscant at the request of Supreme Chancellor Tarsis Valorum. Valorum outlined his plan to reform the Republic, which had decayed over 2,000 years of constant warfare. The reforms that followed became known as the Ruusan Reformations, and they fundamentally reshaped galactic civilization. The Republic was reborn in its modern form. Galactic history was officially reset, with calendars and records starting fresh from this point. This time before the Reformations, including all the conflicts of the new Sith Wars, faded into a collective memory known simply as the Old Republic, a dark age that later generations would struggle to understand. The Republic military was disbanded, leaving the Republic without major armed forces for the first time in thousands of years. The Jedi Order underwent equally major changes. The Army of Light was disbanded. The Jedi Lords surrendered their territories and military forces. The Order focused its efforts on Coruscant, closing most satellite facilities and regional power bases. Most importantly, the Jedi consciously moved away from the aggressive teachings and warrior culture that had defined them for so long. They returned to their original purpose as peacekeepers, guardians, and students of the Force. With the Sith assumed extinct and the wars finally over, the Republic and the Jedi entered an age of peace and prosperity that would later be remembered as the Golden Age. The year 1000 BBY marked not just the end of a war, but the end of an entire era. The ancient Jedi period, spanning more than 35,000 years from the first Force sensitives gathering on Tython to the final battle on Ruusan, had finally come to a close. The Jedi Order that came out of the Ruusan Reformations was completely different from what had come before. The warrior monks who had ruled territories and commanded armies transformed into thoughtful peacekeepers who avoided political involvement. The strict structures gave way to more flexible approaches. The emphasis on individual heroism and personal power shifted toward shared wisdom and careful thought. This new order, cleared of its aggressive elements and convinced that the Sith threat had ended forever, would remain largely unchanged for the next 1,000 years, until the Clone Wars would force them to become warriors once again. For centuries, from the first Force Wars on Tython to the near extinction during the Dark Wars, the Jedi had struggled to find balance between light and dark, between action and thought, serving the galaxy and preserving themselves. Failures outnumbered successes. Corruption by power, blindness by strict beliefs, and near destruction by stubbornness all marked their history. From this conflict, something important arose. The Dark Wars changed the Jedi Order forever. The survivors who rebuilt it recognized harsh truths. The dark side could not be ignored, only resisted. Tradition could be as dangerous as corruption, and sometimes the right choice demanded everything. Most importantly, they learned that survival alone was not enough. The Order had to serve a purpose beyond its own preservation. It had to stand for something worth the terrible cost that defending the light demanded. Revan and Mitra showed this lesson in their final actions. They had not fought the Emperor because they believed they could win. They fought because fighting was the only choice that honored everything they had struggled to become. They sacrificed everything, knowing their sacrifice might end up being meaningless because the alternative was to abandon hope entirely. This was the legacy of the ancient Jedi, purchased at a price that could never truly be measured. 36,000 years of history, from the first Force sensitives gathering on Tython to the final stand against the Sith Emperor, had led to this moment of terrible clarity. The Jedi had once maintained that studying both light and dark in equal measure would bring balance. They were wrong. The Jedi who fought the Force Wars learned that only by choosing the light could balance be maintained. They were right, but incomplete in their understanding. The Jedi of the Golden Age regarded peace and thought were the highest calling. Through blood and loss, they learned that sometimes peace could only be defended through war. Finally, at the end of the ancient era, the two Jedi demonstrated the ultimate truth. Balance in the Force was not achieved through meditation or study, or even through victory in battle. It was achieved through sacrifice, through the willingness to give everything, including the hope of personal survival, for the possibility that others might live free from the darkness that threatened to consume them. The ancient Jedi Order's story ends not with triumph, but with endurance. The Order survived because individuals chose to rebuild when extinction seemed certain. Mitra Surik gathered the scattered survivors. Revan fought a battle he could never win for 300 years to buy time. Ordinary Jedi like Visas Mar, Michael, and Atten Rand dedicated their lives to preserving and passing on what had been won at such terrible cost. The cycle of conflict between light and dark did not end with the Dark Wars. The Sith would rise again. The Jedi would face extinction again. Yet the foundation laid during those desperate years would last. The lessons learned through failure and sacrifice would be remembered by those who came after, even if the names of those who taught them were forgotten. This was the way of the Force. They produced heroes willing to sacrifice everything for others. They built an order that stood against darkness for ages untold. When extinction seemed certain, they found the strength to rebuild. This is the legacy of the ancient Jedi.
Across all of those generations, the Order produced thousands of Jedi who left their mark in one way or another, but one Jedi from the late Republic stands out for a specific reason. He was not the strongest, not the most aggressive, and not the most politically powerful. He was something different, and the path he walked is the cleanest example of what the Jedi were actually supposed to be. Chapter 1: Average Jedi Myth. For years, fans and content creators repeated the same story about Obi-Wan Kenobi. He had a low midichlorian count. He lacked the natural force potential of Anakin Skywalker, Yoda, or Mace Windu. His greatness came entirely from hard work and discipline, a Jedi who ground his way to the top through sheer determination alone. But the story had a problem. It was not true. No canonical source in all of Star Wars ever provided a midichlorian count for Obi-Wan Kenobi. The only confirmed count belonged to Anakin Skywalker, whose midichlorian concentration exceeded even Master Yoda's. But for Obi-Wan himself, no film, no novel, and no official reference book ever assigned a number. The entire foundation of the average Jedi narrative rested on a figure that did not exist in any official source. Yet a number did circulate. The specific figure most commonly cited online originated from a fan hoax website called Super Shadow. It was never real. In Claudia Gray's Master and Apprentice, Qui-Gon Jinn described his apprentice to the Council as strong in the Force. A master who understood what extraordinary looked like still called Obi-Wan strong. Obi-Wan only appeared average when measured against the most extreme example the galaxy had ever produced. Yet the popular misconception did contain a small truth. Obi-Wan's path to mastery was genuinely different from his peers. Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan's early relationship was difficult, though not for the reasons fans assumed. Qui-Gon admitted to the Council that the failure was his own. He feared they were a mismatch. Obi-Wan adhered strictly to the Jedi Code, while Qui-Gon followed his own moral compass and the living Force. Yet Qui-Gon even considered having Obi-Wan reassigned, privately reflecting that it was he who did not deserve Obi-Wan, not the other way around. A crisis on Pajal eventually solidified their bond permanently. This pairing shaped everything that followed. Qui-Gon's devotion to the living Force planted seeds in Obi-Wan that would not fully bloom for decades. The young Padawan who clung to the Jedi Code would eventually become the master who could dissolve himself entirely into the Force. But that transformation required loss first, and it required a choice that would redefine his entire approach to combat. It was never about how much potential Obi-Wan had, it was about how he used it differently from every other Jedi in the Order. That difference is what made him more powerful than they ever realized, and it began with a devastating loss on Naboo. Chapter 2: Choosing Ceresu. On Naboo, in the plasma refinery complex adjacent to Theed Palace, Obi-Wan Kenobi watched his master die. The duel of the fates had separated them. Darth Maul exploited the facility's cycling laser gates to split the two Jedi apart, forcing Qui-Gon Jinn to fight the Sith Lord alone in a narrow corridor. Qui-Gon had practiced Form 4, known as Ataru. It was an offensive approach defined by acrobatic leaps, wide sweeping strikes, and constant momentum. Ataru required open space to function. In the confined corridor between the laser gates, Qui-Gon's strikes and acrobatics had no room, and he tired rapidly against Maul's relentless assault. When the opening came, Maul drove his blade through Qui-Gon's torso. Obi-Wan saw it all from behind the final laser gate. He cannot reach his master in time. After defeating Maul and enduring the grief that followed, Obi-Wan made a deliberate and permanent decision. He abandoned Ataru entirely. The form that had failed Qui-Gon in that corridor demanded aggression, momentum, and open space. Obi-Wan chose the opposite path. He devoted himself to Form 3, Seresu, a defensive discipline built on patience, efficiency, and the willingness to let the fight come to him instead of chasing it. The contrast between the two forms could not have been sharper. Where Ataru was aggressive and acrobatic, Seresu was patient and efficient. It thrived in any environment, required no open space, and had originally been developed as a response to the growing use of blasters across the galaxy. Over generations, those deflection principles expanded into a complete combat system built around one core idea: near total defense. A Seresu practitioner kept a lightsaber close to the body in tight, precise arcs. Every deflection used exactly the energy required, and nothing more. Footwork was minimal and deliberate, rather than flashy. The practitioner studied the opponent's patterns in real time, absorbing every strike while presenting no openings in return. When the enemy finally made a strike, because relentless fighters always did, Obi-Wan would be ready. One strike, one opening. That was all Seresu needed. It rewarded the Jedi who trusted the fight to reveal its own answer. The progression across Obi-Wan's career proved the commitment. The Padawan who had flipped, lunged, and attacked with raw force against Maul on Naboo became a composed Jedi who stood his ground with measured, compact blade work during the Clone Wars. His stance narrowed, his movements shrank. By the final year of the war, nothing in his technique was wasted. Form 5, known as Gemso, was Anakin Skywalker's preferred combat form. Practitioners had developed it because they felt Form 3 was too passive, turning defense into a direct counterattack through raw power. Yet the irony ran deep. Gemso had been designed to move beyond Seresu's limitations. But Obi-Wan's victory on Mustafar would later demonstrate that Seresu's patient defense could absorb those power strikes without being overwhelmed. The offensive fighter depended on momentum, and the longer a duel lasted, the wider the gap became. What Seresu alone could not account for was Obi-Wan's full power. The form kept him alive, but survival was not the same as victory. What turned Obi-Wan from a great defender into one of the most dangerous Jedi of his era was how deeply he trusted the Force in combat, letting it guide his movements rather than forcing outcomes. Most Jedi imposed their will in a fight. Obi-Wan allowed the Force to dictate it, and the first true test of that trust came against a Sith Lord who had already taken everything from him. Chapter 3: Eternal Nemesis. No rivalry in Obi-Wan Kenobi's life lasted longer or cost him more than his war with Darth Maul. It began on Naboo and ended on Tatooine, spanning decades and defining both warriors in ways neither could escape. When the laser gates finally opened on Naboo, Obi-Wan charged Darth Maul with everything he had. He fought recklessly, swinging without discipline. Maul exploited it effortlessly. He kicked Obi-Wan's lightsaber into the reactor shaft and left him dangling over the pit with no weapon and no leverage. The Sith Lord stood above him, savoring the moment. By every measure, the duel was over. Then something shifted. Obi-Wan found calm. In a single motion, he launched himself from the shaft, called Qui-Gon's fallen lightsaber to his hand through the Force, and cut Maul in half before the Sith Lord could react. A Padawan had struck down a Sith Lord in single combat, the first Jedi to do so in approximately 1,000 years. But Maul survived. As the Clone Wars revealed, he returned with cybernetic legs and a singular obsession: destroying the Jedi who had left him for dead. Alongside his brother Savage Opress, Maul hunted Obi-Wan across multiple engagements, and in every encounter, he targeted the same weakness. On Raydonia, Maul lured Obi-Wan into a trap by massacring civilians, captured him, and taunted him that his emotions made him vulnerable. He was right. Every time Maul provoked that vulnerability, Obi-Wan's Suresu weakened. It was the weapon most Jedi never learned to survive, and the very weakness that would one day make him stronger than all of them. Then, Maul struck where no lightsaber could defend. On Mandalore, he captured Duchess Satine Kryze, the woman Obi-Wan had loved. Maul impaled her with the darksaber directly in front of Obi-Wan, deliberately mirroring the way he had killed Qui-Gon years earlier. This was not a duel, it was psychological warfare. Obi-Wan was imprisoned and eventually rescued by Bo-Katan's Night Owls. But the wound Maul left that day went far beyond anything a lightsaber could inflict. Maul had weaponized emotion itself, and he believed it would destroy Obi-Wan permanently. It did not. In time, Obi-Wan would master what Maul never could: control. Yet 17 years later on Tatooine, Obi-Wan proved that none of it had broken him. Maul tracked him to the desert by manipulating Ezra Bridger. When they stood face to face, Obi-Wan dismissed Maul's philosophy of domination as ultimately empty. He only ignited his lightsaber when Maul realized he was protecting someone. Then came the sequence that demonstrated everything Obi-Wan had become. He shifted between stances, moving from Suresu to his own guard before settling into his former master's Ataru stance, saber held to the side in an open posture. Each shift was a message. Suresu said he could defend against anything Maul had. Ataru said he made peace with the form that had cost him Qui-Gon. And the open posture said he was not afraid. Where Maul approached this duel fueled by 30 years of hatred, Obi-Wan approached it with 30 years of patience. He was not trying to overpower Maul, he was waiting for Maul to overpower himself. The final switch was a deliberate trap. By adopting Qui-Gon's form, Obi-Wan baited Maul into attempting the same hilt strike that had killed Qui-Gon decades earlier. Maul took the bait. Obi-Wan anticipated the strike, countered it, and slashed through Maul's blade and across his chest in a single motion, 3 strikes in under 4 seconds. He cradled the dying Maul. With his final breath, Maul asked about the one Obi-Wan was protecting and found peace in learning it was the chosen one. 30 years of warfare, grief, and psychological torment ended in 4 seconds of absolute clarity. He won because he no longer fought for dominance. He fought with certainty. Maul, for all his rage and raw power, never achieved that clarity. The Force had guided every motion. All Obi-Wan had to do was listen. Maul never learned how. And that certainty would next be tested against a threat unlike anything Suresu had faced before. 4 lightsabers wielded simultaneously by a single opponent. Chapter 4: The Negotiator. Obi-Wan Kenobi was not invincible, and no opponent exposed his weakness more clearly than Count Dooku. On Geonosis, Dooku's Form 2 dismantled Obi-Wan's defense with elegant precision and left him wounded on the hangar floor. Aboard the Invisible Hand, years later, Obi-Wan's Suresu had improved dramatically, but Dooku adapted. Rather than trying to break the defense with a blade, he used the Force to hurl Obi-Wan across the room and crush him under a balcony. Suresu could hold against virtually any lightsaber. It offered no protection when the weapon was the Force. Every loss sharpened his understanding of his own limitations. Every failure fed directly into the discipline that made his victories possible. But where most Jedi responded to defeat by training harder or fighting more aggressively, Obi-Wan responded by becoming more patient. That patience defined far more than his lightsaber technique. During the Clone Wars, Obi-Wan earned a title that no other Jedi carried. General Grievous himself addressed him by it in Revenge of the Sith, the Negotiator. The name reflected how Obi-Wan approached every conflict. Where other Jedi drew their weapons, Obi-Wan looked for the solution that did not require one. Most Jedi met aggression with aggression. Obi-Wan met it with composure. That difference defined why he survived opponents who overwhelmed others. The contrast with Anakin Skywalker sharpened this distinction further. As Mike Chen's Brotherhood explored, Anakin's connection to the Force was instinctive and overwhelming, letting him feel the solution to a problem before he understood it. Obi-Wan's path was methodical. He studied, prepared, and analyzed every angle before committing to action. Where Anakin relied on instinct, Obi-Wan relied on preparation and patience. Anakin imposed his will on the Force. Obi-Wan let it guide him. Yoda recognized this quality and assigned Obi-Wan one of the most critical tasks in Jedi history, learning the technique of preserving consciousness after death. Not because he was the strongest, because he was the most disciplined. This was the Jedi the Council chose when they needed someone to kill General Grievous, a cyborg warlord who had never been defeated in sustained combat. Chapter 5. Only One Jedi. General Grievous was not a Force user, but he had killed more Jedi than most Sith Lords in galactic history. The cyborg warlord carried stolen blades as trophies, each one taken from a Jedi he had personally defeated. His cybernetic body had been engineered for combat, with lightsaber dueling as one of its primary functions. 4 arms allowed him to wield 4 weapons simultaneously, spinning them at speeds that staggered even experienced Jedi Masters. His mechanical frame felt no fatigue and no pain. Against Grievous, traditional lightsaber dueling became a survival exercise. The Jedi Council understood this threat intimately. Obi-Wan Kenobi faced Grievous more than any other Jedi during the Clone Wars. Their encounters stretched across numerous engagements with mixed results. Grievous escaped repeatedly. In some encounters, he captured Obi-Wan outright. In others, Obi-Wan gained the upper hand only for the general to flee before the fight could conclude. Neither could finish the other. But when the time came to end Grievous permanently, the Council did not send Anakin Skywalker, the Chosen One, whose raw strength in the Force dwarfed nearly everyone in the Order. They did not send Mace Windu, the Order's most feared duelist and co-creator of the lethal Vapad form. They sent Obi-Wan Kenobi, the Jedi whose composure and defensive mastery made him uniquely suited for an opponent built to overwhelm aggression. In a duel defined by endurance, not dominance, Obi-Wan was the strongest choice they had. Grievous fought with 4 lightsabers in aggressive, relentless flurries designed to shatter an opponent's guard through sheer volume. Most combat forms cannot sustain defense against that kind of multi-blade assault. Suresu could, and no one embodied it more completely. Its emphasis on tight, efficient defense from every angle meant it could absorb that pressure without breaking. On Utapau, Obi-Wan dropped behind Grievous from the upper levels of the Sinkhole City with the casual confidence of a veteran. After dispatching Grievous's Magna Guard bodyguards, Obi-Wan faced the general alone. Grievous split his arms into 4 and ignited 4 Jedi blades, spinning the first 2 like rotary saws as intimidation. The assault began immediately. Obi-Wan anchored himself in Suresu and held. The blades came from every direction, high and low, left and right, all 4 striking in rapid sequence. Obi-Wan's lightsaber moved in controlled arcs, deflecting each strike with the minimum energy required. He did not retreat. He did not panic. He studied Grievous's patterns in real time, absorbing the onslaught while waiting for the openings he knew would come. They came. Obi-Wan systematically cut off 2 of Grievous's hands, reducing the assault from 4 blades to 2. He then disarmed Grievous completely. The general, now stripped of every stolen weapon, fled on a wheelbike across Utapau's sinkhole terrain. Obi-Wan pursued on his Varactyl Mount Boga, racing through multiple levels of the city as the 2 traded attacks at high speed. When they clashed again, it was hand-to-hand. Grievous's cyborg body gave him crushing physical strength that overpowered Obi-Wan in close quarters. But Obi-Wan found an opening and ripped apart Grievous's chest plates, exposing the organic tissue beneath. Hanging from a ledge as Grievous advanced with an electro staff, Obi-Wan reached through the Force and pulled a fallen blaster to his hand. He fired 5 shots into the exposed cavity, igniting Grievous from within. The general collapsed in flames. Obi-Wan tossed the blaster aside, remarking that the weapon was uncivilized. The Jedi who finally destroyed Grievous did not do it through superior force power or aggressive swordsmanship. He did it through patience, adaptability, and the willingness to abandon his weapon when the moment demanded it. But his greatest test still waited on Mustafar. The opponent there knew every technique Obi-Wan possessed, and carried enough power in the Force to break any defense through will alone. Chapter 6: Mustafar's Duel. The duel on Mustafar was the longest lightsaber fight in the entire Star Wars saga. It stretched approximately 11 minutes and 42 seconds across the interior of the Separatist control facility, along metal walkways suspended over rivers of lava, across floating collection platforms, and a volcanic embankment where the fight finally reached its conclusion. No other duel in the films came close to this scale. But the length was not the spectacle for its own sake. It was a direct consequence of how well these two fighters knew each other. They had trained together, sparred together, and fought side by side for over 13 years. Obi-Wan had watched Anakin grow from a 9-year-old boy on Tatooine into the most gifted Jedi of his generation. Anakin had learned nearly everything he knew about lightsaber combat under Obi-Wan's guidance. That mutual knowledge turned what should have been a decisive confrontation into a grinding war of attrition that neither could end. Anakin Skywalker fought with Form 5 Gem So. His connection to the dark side amplified the Form's raw power and aggressive counterattacks. His swings carried more force than they ever had before, and his speed and endurance had been pushed beyond their natural limits by rage. He was younger, faster, mechanically stronger, and fueled by a connection to the Force that Obi-Wan could not match. Obi-Wan fought with Soresu. He gave ground deliberately, maintaining his guard while conserving energy that Anakin was spending freely. And he waited. This was a war between two opposing philosophies made physical. Anakin attacked with the belief that enough power would eventually shatter any defense. Obi-Wan defended with the knowledge that enough patience would eventually expose any flaw. For minutes that stretched across the entire facility, the two remained locked in a combat loop that neither could break. Every combination Anakin launched, Obi-Wan had already seen in training. Every defensive pattern Obi-Wan employed, Anakin had already studied for years. The environment itself became a weapon as the duel moved beyond the facility and onto the lava fields. Floating platforms carried them down rivers of molten rock. Collection arms swung overhead as both combatants leaped between unstable surfaces. The heat alone would have been unbearable for anyone not sustained by the Force. Lava eruptions forced constant repositioning, turning the battlefield into something no amount of sparring could have prepared them for. Through all of it, Obi-Wan maintained his composure. He continued doing exactly what Soresu demanded: survive, observe, and wait for the moment his opponent's discipline broke. That moment came on the embankment above the lava river. Obi-Wan reached stable ground on the high slope. He told Anakin that the fight was over and that he held the advantage, but Anakin, consumed by rage and absolute certainty in his own power, attempted a leaping flip over Obi-Wan's position. Obi-Wan met the leap with a single clean strike and severed Anakin's left arm and both legs in one motion. The stronger Jedi attacked, the wiser Jedi waited. Only one of those philosophies survived Mustafar. Power without control burns itself out. The Chosen One lay burning at the lava's edge. Obi-Wan stood above him. What followed carried the weight of everything they had been to each other. Obi-Wan told Anakin that he had been the Chosen One, that he had been his brother. Anakin responded only with hatred. Obi-Wan collected Anakin's lightsaber and walked away, unable to deliver the killing blow against the man he had raised and fought beside since boyhood. The Jedi who could outlast any opponent in combat could not bring himself to end this one. it was the one battle Ceresu could not win, because the enemy was someone Obi-Wan still loved. Darth Vader survived Mustafar because Obi-Wan Kenobi cannot stop being who he was. And the cost of that mercy would not become clear until a decade later, when the man he had left burning came back to find him. Chapter 7: Broken Exile. 10 years after Mustafar, Obi-Wan Kenobi was a broken man. He lived in hiding on Tatooine, watching over the young Luke Skywalker from a distance, while working as a meat cutter in the desert heat. Training and meditation had stopped years ago. His connection to the Force had severely weakened. Guilt over Anakin's fall consumed him. He tried repeatedly to reach Qui-Gon Jinn through the Force, but every attempt failed. The connection he needed most remained blocked by the grief he could not release. When an Inquisitor named Reva orchestrated the kidnapping of young Leia Organa, Bail Organa turned to the only Jedi he trusted. The scheme lured Obi-Wan off Tatooine and back into the open, where Darth Vader was waiting. Their first confrontation in a decade took place on Mapuzo, and it was barely a fight. Obi-Wan Ceresu had degraded severely after 10 years of inactivity. Vader overpowered him effortlessly, dragging him through fire and leaving him burned and barely conscious. The man who had once stood above Vader on Mustafar was now helpless. But the mission to protect Leia gave Obi-Wan something he had lacked since Mustafar, a reason to fight that pointed forward rather than backward. He was no longer carrying guilt, he was carrying responsibility. That shift changed everything. To protect the Path Network, Obi-Wan lured Vader to a desolate, rocky moon for a second confrontation. Vader again gained the early advantage and buried Obi-Wan alive under tons of rock and debris. In darkness, Obi-Wan reached for the one thing that still mattered. He focused on memories of Luke and Leia, the children he had sworn to protect. That emotional connection reignited his bond with the Force in a surge that blasted the rubble away. Vader acknowledged that his strength had returned. Defense had always been his foundation, now it had something to stand on. What followed was a very different Obi-Wan entirely. He shifted from defense to furious offense, pelting Vader with Force-hurled rocks before closing the distance with his lightsaber. One decisive slash cut through Vader's helmet, exposing the scarred face of Anakin Skywalker beneath. The Jedi who once relied almost entirely on defense now demonstrated power that rivaled the Sith Lord he had trained. What changed was not his power, it was that he stopped trying to carry it alone. Obi-Wan, weeping, told Vader that he was sorry for everything that had happened. Vader made his position clear. Anakin Skywalker was gone, destroyed by his own hand. Obi-Wan called Vader by his Sith name, not Anakin, and said goodbye. Then he walked away for the second time, again choosing not to deliver the killing blow, but this time the choice was not born from inability, it was born from closure. With that burden lifted, the silence finally broke. On Tatooine, the Force ghost of Qui-Gon Jinn appeared before Obi-Wan for the first time. The master he had been calling to for 10 years had been present all along, waiting for Obi-Wan to find the peace necessary to perceive him. Now the training could begin. This was the final lesson of Obi-Wan Kenobi's journey. The Force Ghost technique demanded exactly what Ceresu had always demanded: surrender. Not the defeat of an enemy, but the release of the self, so complete that consciousness could persist beyond death. The Padawan who had once clung to rage on Naboo, the master who had clung to grief on Tatooine, finally learned to cling to nothing at all. And what that surrender ultimately meant for Obi-Wan and for the legacy of the Jedi would become clear only in the moments before his final breath. Chapter 8: Living Force. On the Death Star 19 years after the fall of the Republic, Obi-Wan Kenobi faced Darth Vader for the last time. The duel itself was brief and measured. There were no acrobatic leaps, no explosive changes of power. Two old enemies met in a corridor with lightsabers drawn, and for a few moments the blades connected in slow, deliberate strikes. Stormtroopers gathered at the edges of the hangar bay to watch. Obi-Wan was no longer fighting to win, he was not even fighting to survive. He was fighting to buy time. Luke Skywalker and his companions needed to reach the Millennium Falcon. Obi-Wan held his ground in the corridor, keeping Vader engaged while the escape unfolded behind them. Vader pressed forward with heavy strikes, but Obi-Wan absorbed each one without yielding ground. When he saw that Luke had reached the ship, Obi-Wan did something no other Jedi in the saga had done before. He raised his lightsaber in front of his face, closed his eyes, and stopped fighting entirely. Vader's blade passed through him. His body vanished. His robes fell empty to the floor. It was the ultimate act of Seresu, defense through sacrifice itself. He removed himself from the battlefield so completely that the enemy had nothing left to strike. The technique Yoda had entrusted to him years earlier was now complete. Obi-Wan Kenobi became one with the Force, his consciousness preserved beyond death, able to guide the next generation from a place no Sith could follow. The journey that led to this moment stretched back decades. A Padawan dangling over a reactor shaft on Naboo found calm when everything demanded panic, and killed a Sith Lord with a single motion. Over the years that followed, a Jedi Knight abandoned the aggressive form that had failed his master and devoted his life to a defensive discipline that thrived on patience. On Mustafar, a Jedi Master refused to match the Chosen One's aggression and defeated him by outlasting him. Buried alive under tons of rock a decade later, a broken exile reconnected with the Force by remembering what he was protecting rather than what he had lost. And on the Death Star, an old warrior let go of life itself so that the next generation could survive. Obi-Wan Kenobi was never average. His path was simply different from the path of raw power that defined Anakin Skywalker, Mace Windu, and Yoda. He chose patience over dominance, trust over control, and surrender over force. He mastered something that strength alone can never teach, and it allowed him to transcend death itself. No other Jedi of his generation surrendered to the Force so completely and survived it. Obi-Wan was one of the few Jedi who lived long enough to die on his own terms. The Order around him did not. When Order 66 came, almost every Jedi in the galaxy was killed inside a single day, and the handful who survived were forced to spend the rest of their lives running. The story of one of those survivors shows what was actually left of the Jedi after the Order itself was gone.
Cal's journey began not with heroism, but with loss. When he was 13 years old, the galaxy turned against everything he'd been taught to protect. The Jedi Order, guardians of peace for over 1,000 generations, was destroyed in a single day. Cal watched his master die, saving him, then spent 5 years burying that trauma beneath layers of silence and denial. But trauma doesn't disappear just because you ignore it. Every day on Bracca, Cal carried the heavy weight of survivor's guilt. He'd been saved while thousands of other Jedi had died. His master's final words, to trust only in the Force, haunted him, yet he refused to touch the Force for fear of being discovered. The loneliness was crushing. He couldn't tell anyone who he really was or what he had lost. His lightsaber stayed hidden, a constant reminder of the life he'd abandoned. Cal convinced himself that staying hidden meant staying safe. He believed that by keeping his head down, working hard, and never using his abilities, he could somehow outrun his past. But the Force had other plans. His choice would ripple across the galaxy in ways he couldn't imagine. The Empire he'd been hiding from would hunt him relentlessly. The abilities he'd buried would return stronger than before, and the mission he'd be drawn into would determine whether a new generation of Force-sensitive children would face the same fate he'd barely escaped. This is the story of how a broken Padawan became a Jedi Knight, a story of how a survivor found purpose, and how one person's refusal to give up, even when everything seemed lost, sparked hope across a galaxy drowning in darkness. A split-second decision would set Cal's path to becoming a Jedi Knight. From his rise in Jedi Fallen Order to his desperate search for Tanalorr in Jedi Survivor, I've explored and pieced together the full story of Cal Kestis. Bracca's Reckoning. Cal Kestis was one of thousands of workers on Bracca, living as just another anonymous scrapper. To his co-workers, he was unremarkable, a quiet young man who kept to himself, worked hard, and never caused trouble. But Cal carried a secret that could get him killed. He was a Jedi survivor of Order 66. Order 66 was a secret protocol programmed into every clone trooper by the Sith. When activated by Emperor Palpatine, it commanded all clones to immediately kill their Jedi commanders, branding them as traitors to the Republic. The Order swept across every battlefield, every starship, every outpost where Jedi served. Cal's master, Jaro Tapal, had sacrificed himself so his young Padawan could escape that nightmare. Prauf was the closest thing Cal had to a friend on Bracca. The older Abednado worker had taken a liking to the quiet young man, often sharing meals and stories during their breaks. Prauf would tell Cal about the wider galaxy, places he'd visited before the Empire, cultures he'd experienced, dreams he'd once had. He'd urge Cal not to waste his life in the scrapyard, to explore the galaxy and find his destiny. Cal would smile and nod, never revealing that he'd already found his purpose once. Then came the moment that changed everything. Cal and his friend Prauf were working high above Bracca's surface when disaster struck. A support cable snapped with a metallic shriek, sending Prauf plummeting towards certain death hundreds of meters below. In that split second, Cal's training took over. Without thinking, he reached out with the Force and caught his friend, gently lowering him to safety. Cal knew what he'd just done and what it would cost him, but he didn't regret it. He meant to save his friend. Unfortunately, a hovering Imperial probe droid had witnessed everything. Its red photoreceptor fixed on Cal as it transmitted his location directly to the Empire. The Empire's response was swift and merciless. The Second Sister and Ninth Sister descended on Bracca like hunting predators. These weren't ordinary Imperial agents. They were former Jedi themselves, captured and tortured until they broke, then twisted into the Empire's most feared Jedi hunters. They moved through the scrapyard with brutal efficiency, their red lightsabers cutting through anyone who got in their way. Prauf tried to protect Cal by pretending to voice out his frustrations about the Empire, bravely standing between his friend and the black-armored warriors. The Second Sister struck him down without hesitation, her crimson blade ending his life in an instant. Cal watched his friend die because of him. The man he'd saved moments ago was killed because he finally tried to do something meaningful. Prauf had been right about one thing. Cal's destiny had found him, just not the way either of them had imagined. Cal revealed himself and attacked the Second Sister in anger. He was pushed to the Ninth Sister, but he managed to escape and landed on a passing train. Cal ran. Terror drove him through the wreckage as the Inquisitors pursued relentlessly. He was cornered, exhausted, facing enemies far beyond his rusty skills. The Ninth Sister ran after him. Cal was out of options until a ship appeared overhead. The Stinger Mantis swooped down in a dangerous maneuver, positioning itself between Cal and his pursuers. A woman named Siri Junda extended her hand from the loading ramp. Cal grabbed it, and they blasted away from Bracca as the Inquisitor's fury echoed behind them. Aboard the Mantis, Cal met the crew who'd saved his life. Siri Junda was a former Jedi Knight whose connection to the Force had been severed through trauma she didn't yet explain. Despite this, she dedicated herself to rebuilding what the Empire had destroyed. Breeze Dritus, a four-armed Latero pilot, was gruff but good-hearted beneath his constant complaints. Cal sat in silence, staring at his hands, the hands that had saved Prauf, the same hands that had gotten him killed. Siri comforted him, explaining their mission with urgency. She'd been following the work of Jedi Master Eno Cordova, who'd foreseen Order 66 and hidden something precious, a holocron containing locations of Force-sensitive children across the galaxy. With this list, they could find the next generation of Jedi before the Empire did. The holocron was hidden in an ancient Zepho vault on the planet Bogano, protected by puzzles requiring Force abilities to solve. Cal hesitated. He'd spent 5 years trying to forget he was a Jedi. Now, Siri wanted him to become one again? But remembering Prauf's death and his friend's words to explore the galaxy and find his destiny, Cal realized he had no choice. The Empire would never stop hunting him anyway. If he was going to be a target, he might as well make it count. He also revealed something remarkable. He possessed psychometry, a rare Force ability that allowed him to experience the history of objects through touch. When he made contact with certain items, he could see Force echoes, visions of past events connected to that object. This gift would prove essential in uncovering the secrets Cordova had hidden. Escaping Braca was only the beginning. To unlock the holocron, Cal would need to rediscover abilities he'd buried for 5 years, a journey that would test whether he still deserved to call himself a Jedi. Reawakening the Force. Bogano was a wild, marshy world filled with massive creatures and ancient ruins. As Cal explored with BD-1, a small explorer droid who'd been Master Cordova's companion, something unexpected happened. His connection to the Force, long dormant, began awakening. Inside the vault of Bogano, Cal navigated challenges that tested more than just agility. When he reached a section requiring impossible jumps, muscle memory took over. His feet hit the wall and he ran horizontally across it. The momentum carried him to the far platform. Wall Run, one of the first abilities Padawans learned, returned instinctively. This agility power helped him escape the tomb with BD-1. BD-1 projected a hologram of Master Cordova. The elderly Jedi's message revealed that the holocron was protected, but the vault itself was incomplete. To fully access it, Cal would need to explore other Zeffo tombs across the galaxy. This would help him learn about the ancient civilization while proving his abilities as a Jedi. BD-1's curiosity and Cal's excitement to reconnect with the Force gave him renewed purpose. Their search took them to Zeffo, a frozen world of ancient temples. Inside the tomb of Aelram, Cal encountered puzzles requiring him to manipulate objects and redirect mechanisms. As frustration mounted, a vision overtook him, memories of his final moments with Master Jaro Tapal. In the vision, Cal watched clone troopers turn their weapons on master and apprentice. Jaro had fought desperately, protecting Cal as they fled toward escape pods. Jaro pressed his lightsaber into the young Cal's hands, telling him he was ready and to trust only in the Force. The clones overwhelmed Jaro, and his master died so Cal could escape. The vision faded, but something remained. Cal raised his hand toward a heavy stone block, and it flew backward with tremendous force. Force push had returned to him as a fundamental part of who he was. BD-1 supported Cal through the tomb's puzzles, and Cordova's recordings pointed them toward the next steps, finding Chief Tarful on Kashyyyk. The liberation of Kashyyyk became Cal's proving ground as both a warrior and a protector of the oppressed. The team's arrival on Kashyyyk was anything but subtle. While descending into the planet's atmosphere, the Mantis was caught in an active firefight between Imperial occupation forces and Saw Gerrera's rebel partisans. The ship took damage, forcing Grease into an emergency crash landing near the Imperial-controlled Rorschach Sap refinery. Cal emerged from the wreckage to find himself in the middle of a war zone. Imperial AT-AT walkers advanced on Saw's position, their massive legs crushing any Rorschach tree roots beneath their weight. Stormtroopers moved in formation through the forest, rounding up Wookiees for forced labor in the sap refinery. In this moment, Cal seized an opportunity that would define his reputation among the Resistance. One of the advancing AT-AT walkers passed close to his position. Without hesitation, Cal force-jumped onto the walker's armored hull, climbing up its exterior while blaster fire erupted around him. He breached the access hatch and dropped inside. The interior was cramped, filled with surprised Imperial pilots who had never expected a boarding action. Cal's lightsaber work was swift and decisive. Within moments, he'd taken control of the massive war machine. The rebels watched in amazement as the AT-AT that had been advancing to crush them suddenly turned, its weapons now firing on Imperial positions instead. Cal piloted the hijacked walker directly into Saw Gerrera's camp. He used its armored bulk to shield the partisans from incoming fire. Then, he smashed through Imperial defensive lines, creating a breach that allowed the rebels to counterattack. When he finally leaped from the walker's cockpit, Saw Gerrera himself was there to greet him. The grizzled veteran had fought countless battles against the Empire. His cybernetic enhancements were a testament to years of warfare. This operation to liberate the imprisoned Wookiees was brutal but successful. Cal fought alongside Saw's partisans through the industrial complex, using his growing force abilities to overcome Imperial defenses. The refinery's corridors echoed with the sounds of battle as they freed hundreds of Wookiees who'd been enslaved by the occupation. After the battle, Cal met Mari Kosan, Saw's lieutenant and warrior who commanded respect from even the hardened human fighters in Saw's guerrilla force. Mari had been fighting the Empire since the first days of the occupation. She'd organized resistance cells throughout Kashyyyk's vast forests. Alongside Mari was Choisik, a Wookiee who'd been part of Tarful's crew. They recognized Cal's potential immediately. They promised to help him find Chieftain Tarful, one of the few leaders who'd survived both the Clone Wars and the Imperial occupation. Tarful was a legend among his people, a warrior who'd fought beside Yoda himself during the Battle of Kashyyyk. Meanwhile, Suri discovered an Imperial transmission revealing the Empire was close to unearthing another tomb on Zepho. The intelligence suggested increased Imperial activity around ancient sites, meaning they needed to move quickly. Cal's return to Zepho and subsequent capture would test him in ways he hadn't anticipated. Following leads from Kashyyyk, Cal returned to Zepho to enter the tomb of Mictrul. The second sister, Trilla, Suri's former Padawan and now an Inquisitor, ambushed him before he could reach it. She's far more skilled and confident. Their duel showcased how outmatched Cal still is. The fight ended when Trilla disarmed him. Before she could finish him off, BD-1 intervened and activated an unbreakable laser field. Cal narrowly escaped into the tomb with BD-1's help. The encounter shook him. This wasn't just an Inquisitor. This was someone Suri had trained, someone who had been broken by the Empire's cruelty. Within Mictrul's hanging sarcophagus, massive vines blocked Cal's path. When he reached out trying to move them, nothing happened. Furthermore, stormtroopers had caught up with him. During the fight, his lightsaber had fallen into a chasm. He remembered Jaro's lesson about connection rather than force. When he called his lightsaber through the Force, it flew into his hand. Force pull, the mirror to Force push. Cal could now draw objects toward him, completing his basic Force arsenal. He also found a crucial clue within the tomb, a Zepho Astrium, an ancient artifact he would need to find to open Bogano's vault. On his way to Mantis, Cal was captured by the Haxion Brood bounty hunters as he left Zepho. Sork Tormo, the crime boss who ran the operation, had been tracking Cal since Braca. He was imprisoned on the Gelid dungeon on the floating prison called Ordo Eris and forced to fight fearsome creatures in an arena while spectators wagered on his survival. The Mantis crew staged a daring rescue. Suri and Grease infiltrated the gladiatorial coliseum during one of Cal's forced matches. They extracted him in a chaotic firefight that left Tormo's operation in ruins. However, tension erupted afterward. Cal and Suri argued over secrets she'd been keeping, specifically that her former Padawan Trilla had become the second sister hunting them. Cal's voice rose. How could she have kept this from him? How could she have let him face Trilla without warning? The trust between them fractured. They reconciled when Mari's message arrived. Tarful had been found on Kashyyyk and was willing to meet with Cal. The news gave them renewed purpose. Returning to Kashyyyk would prove to be one of Cal's most transformative experiences. On his return to Kashyyyk, Cal reunited with Mari in the forest near the Origin Tree. The reunion was warm. Mari had been spreading word of Cal's actions at the refinery, and the Wookiee resistance had adopted him as an honorary member of their struggle. Mari led Cal through dangerous forest paths to meet Chieftain Tarful himself. The massive Wookiee leader was an imposing figure, scarred from decades of warfare. He studied Cal with intelligent eyes, recognizing both the young Jedi's potential and his uncertainty. He instructed Cal to climb the Origin Tree, one of the most massive and ancient Rorschach trees on Kashyyyk. The chieftain believed Cal would find answers there about the Astrium he sought. Mari provided Cal with a rebreather, a breathing apparatus that would allow him to explore underwater areas and reach parts of the tree otherwise inaccessible. The climb up the Origin Tree tested every skill Cal had relearned. The ancient tree stretched thousands of meters into Kashyyyk's sky, its massive branches forming an entire ecosystem of dangerous wildlife and treacherous gaps. Exotic plants grew from its bark, some harmless and beautiful, others deadly to touch. Predatory creatures stalked the branches, and the humid air grew thinner as he climbed higher. As Cal ascended through the Rorschach's ancient limbs, he encountered sections where the branches were too far apart to simply jump across. In one crucial moment, Cal nearly fell from a broken branch that gave way beneath his weight. As he plummeted, panic gave way to instinct. He launched himself off the crumbling wood and performed a Jedi flip, a double jump technique that used the Force to propel him upward in midair. He landed safely on a higher platform, his heart pounding. The ability had saved his life, and he'd barely even thought about it. Continuing upward, Cal discovered why Tarful had sent him there. Hidden in a secured nest high in the canopy, he found evidence that Cordova had already recovered one astrium from this location, and that there could be one on the tomb in Dathomir. The discovery was bittersweet. Cordova had been thorough in his preparations, but it also meant Cal's journey was far from over. At the very top of the origin tree, Cal encountered a Shio bird's massive nest. These giant creatures were native to Kashyyyk's highest canopies, rarely seen by anyone who wasn't willing to make the dangerous climb. Cal carefully retrieved one of the birds, recognizing it might prove useful for descending from this height. That's when the ninth sister struck. The massive Inquisitor had tracked Cal to Kashyyyk and waited for the perfect moment to attack. In the tree canopy, hundreds of meters above the forest floor, with no easy escape, she believed she had him cornered. Her size and strength were even more intimidating on the narrow platforms. Each blow forced Cal backward toward the edge and certain death. But Cal had grown significantly since their first encounter on Braca. He'd relearned his force abilities, faced multiple challenges, and gained confidence in his skills. More importantly, he understood how to use his environment as a weapon. Cal used the Force to hurl debris from the Shio nest at the ninth sister, creating openings in her aggressive assault. He dodged and parried, using his smaller size and greater ability to his advantage on the narrow platforms. When she lunged forward for what should have been a killing blow, overcommitting to the strike, Cal sidestepped with precise timing. With all his strength, Cal force-pushed the ninth sister backward. The massive Inquisitor stumbled, her weight working against her on the narrow platform. She tumbled over the edge. Her screams faded as she plummeted hundreds of meters into the forest canopy far below. Cal had defeated an Inquisitor in single combat, proof that he was becoming more than just a survivor with rusty skills. He was becoming a true Jedi Knight again. The grateful Shio bird, recognizing that Cal had protected its nest from the Inquisitor's rampage, allowed him to ride on its back. Together, they soared down through Kashyyyk's canopy, Cal experiencing the freedom of flight over the planet's endless forests. The descent was exhilarating, a moment of pure joy after the intensity of battle. Yet Cal's trials were far from over. The Astrium is in Dathomir, a place where the dark side runs deep. Trials of Darkness. In Dathomir, Cal would confront not only enemies but his own fear and lingering guilt. Wandering through swamps filled with Night Sisters and giant beasts, he was ambushed by Night Brothers. During the attack, a massive bat-like creature called Gorgara swooped down and carried off one of the Night Brothers, leaving behind his corpse. Cal found climbing claws on the fallen Night Brother's body, allowing him to scale sheer cliff faces out of pitch-black caves. Soon, he met Merrin, the last surviving Night Sister. She harbored resentment toward the Jedi Order, whom she believed slaughtered her clan. Merrin unleashed Night Brothers on him. After escaping, Cal later met Terran Malicos, a Jedi who had fallen to darkness. Their encounter ended without violence, but left an unsettling impression. Eventually, he found Dathomir's Tomb of Kujet, but Cal faced something devastating, a Force illusion of Master Jaro Tapal. In the vision, Tapal blamed Cal for his death and shattered Cal's lightsaber into pieces. The weapon literally broke apart in Cal's hands. Cal dropped to his knees, staring at the fragments scattered across the stone floor. On the ice world of Ilum, sacred to the Jedi Order, Cal descended into crystal caves where kyber crystals grew. Suri gave Cal her old lightsaber hilt. She'd kept it after losing her connection to the Force. Deep in the caves, guided by Force visions, Cal found his kyber crystal calling out to him. However, the moment he grasped it, it split in two. Cal's hope shattered along with the crystal. Just as he was about to give up, BD-1 played a log revealing that the little droid had sacrificed his own memories to preserve data about their mission. Using both Suri's and Jaro's hilts, Cal forged a new blade that could switch between single-blade, dual, and double-bladed lightsaber modes. This marked his rebirth as a Jedi, one forged by loss, but held together by the faith others had placed in him. Armed with his reforged lightsaber, Cal returned to Dathomir where the vision of Jaro appeared one last time. This time, Cal faced it directly, accepting that he'd been a child during Order 66 and that Jaro would want him to keep living. The vision smiled and faded. During his search, he encountered Merrin again. Unlike their previous encounters, she was calm and shared her tragic history. Together, Cal and Merrin found Malicos surrounded by dark side energy. The battle was furious. Malicos moved like a whirlwind, two lightsabers spinning in patterns that would have overwhelmed Cal alone. Working together, they overpowered the fallen Jedi Master. Merrin used Night Sister magic to entomb Malicos in stone. At the end, Cal successfully retrieved the Astrium from Kujet's tomb, and Merrin vowed to help rebuild a Jedi future, joining the crew. With his journey of rediscovery complete, Cal was ready to face what awaited on Bogano. Fortress Inquisitorius. On Bogano, Cal returned to the vault with the Zepho Astrium. Ancient doors opened, revealing Master Cordova's holocron. But opening the vault triggered a devastating vision. Cal saw young Jedi Padawans hunted by Inquisitors. He felt their terror as if it were his own. When Cal snapped back to reality, the second sister was there. They fought, but Cal accidentally touched her blade, triggering his psychometry. Through the Force echo, Cal saw Trilla's past, her capture, torture, and transformation. When he returned to reality, she had taken the holocron. Back on the Mantis, Suri declared Cal a Jedi Knight. For Cal, it wasn't just a title, it was a moment of acceptance. He refused to give up. BD-1's scans revealed the holocron's location, Fortress Inquisitorius on the water moon of Nur. Cal, Suri, and Merrin infiltrated using Night Sister stealth magic. In the chamber deep within, Cal confronted the second sister. When Cal disarmed her, wounding her shoulder, Suri arrived and convinced Trilla to let go of her hate. For a moment, Trilla's Siduri returned, but she sensed Darth Vader behind her. She yelled for them to avenge her before Vader struck her down. The confrontation with Darth Vader tested every skill Cal had learned. Cal leaped at Vader with the second sister's lightsaber. The Dark Lord didn't even turn his head. His hand rose. Suri flew backward as if struck by an invisible wall, tumbling toward the fortress chasm. Vader told Cal to surrender. Cal agreed he couldn't win, but he ignited his lightsaber anyway. Vader overpowered him effortlessly, pulling him close with the Force. Before he could choke him to death, the young Jedi pulled machinery down on him. Vader stopped it with just one hand, holding back the debris as if it weighed nothing. With his other hand, he threw Cal down the walkway. As Cal stumbled up, he forced open the closing door and hurled floor sections at him. Cal barely reached the turbo lift and descended. When he opened the escape door, Darth Vader was already there waiting. The Dark Lord pushed Cal down into a blade lock. As he slowly overpowered Cal, BD-1 shocked Vader. Cal attempted to stab Vader, but he stopped the blade and pushed Cal away. Cal tried to summon his weapon back, but Vader caught it midair, activated it, and used it to stab him in his rib. As Vader moved in for the kill, he sensed Suri attacking. Cal and Suri engaged Vader together, but he overpowered them both. Suri tapped into the dark side to slow him. Cal reminded her that she had a choice, which prevented her from falling. As Vader struck, Suri formed a protective bubble. Seeing this would only delay the inevitable, Cal shattered the damaged glass, holding water out, forcing Vader to defend against the flood. Cal put a mask on unconscious Suri and swam toward the surface. Carrying Suri while injured, Cal started losing consciousness and almost drowned. Thankfully, Merrin saved them both. Back on the Mantis with the recovered holocron, Cal made a defining choice. He destroyed it, refusing to endanger Force-sensitive children. The mission was over, but their war against the Empire and Darth Vader had just begun. Separate Paths and the Long War. 5 years following Fortress Inquisitorius brought difficult choices. The Stinger Mantis crew had split up. They'd fought together and nearly died together, but now their paths diverged. Each member felt the pull of their own path. Suri would establish a hidden archive on Jedha, preserving Jedi knowledge for future generations. The work was too important, too dangerous to ask others to follow. Meanwhile, Merrin would explore the galaxy and protect refugees through the hidden path. Breeze wanted peace. He would open a cantina on Kobo, finally living the quiet life he'd always wanted. Cal understood. They'd each found their purpose. The farewells were bittersweet, but their bonds remained strong. Each departure represented a different choice about how to fight the Empire. Suri chose preservation, Marin chose protection, Grease chose peace. Yet Cal continued operating against the Empire with Saw Gerrera's partisans. The years tested him. He lost friends, watched operations fail, and bore the weight of leadership. He learned Force Confuse, briefly turning enemies against each other. By 9 BBY, Cal with his new crew operated on a dangerous mission to Coruscant. The team planned to steal important Imperial data from the lavish yacht of corrupt Senator Daho Sajan. The operation required precision. Cal pretended to be captured by what appeared to be Coruscant security police. Actually, his team members Bodhi Akuna, Bravo, Gabs, and the Klatooinian twins, Koob and Liz, in disguise. The elaborate ruse allowed them to infiltrate Sajan's yacht. The plan was successful. Bodhi took Sajan hostage before Cal mind-tricked him to gain access to the stored data. The projected holomap showed the extensive expansion of the Empire with very few planets left free of its influence. The mission went catastrophically wrong. As the team escaped Sajan's yacht, a patrol gunship led by the Ninth Sister, who survived Kashyyyk, ambushed the team. She killed Senator Sajan and members of Cal's team. Cal confronted and killed the Ninth Sister definitively, but only he and Bodhi survived. Together, they limped to the damaged Mantis. Cal plotted a course to find Grease in Kobo, hoping he could fix the damage sustained by the ship. Kobo held secrets Cal never knew might restore the Jedi Order. The search for Tanalorr. The Mantis crash-landed on Kobo, its gyro damaged beyond immediate repair. Cal and BD-1 emerged from the smoking wreckage to find themselves in a dusty frontier world. As they approached Pyloon's saloon, a ramshackle outpost built into the canyon walls, they were ambushed by the Bedlam Raiders. These weren't ordinary bandits. They were led by Ravis, a Jedi warrior whose ability to regenerate from nearly any injuries made him a terrifying opponent. Kobo proved to be far more than just a refueling stop. It held secrets that would reshape Cal's entire understanding of the Jedi's history. Inside Pyloon's saloon, Cal found Grease having settled on Kobo to fulfill his dream of running a cantina. He had transformed the old establishment into a warm, welcoming space, a stark contrast to the violence outside its doors. Grease treated Cal's wounds from the crash and the subsequent fight, his gruff demeanor barely masking his genuine relief at seeing his old friend alive. Desperate to find a gyro for the ship, Grease told Cal he might find one in the old smuggler's tunnels beneath the saloon, which he was reusing as a storage space. Underground, Cal discovered something extraordinary. Exploring the tunnel, Cal not only found a gyro, but also the droid named Z, pinned under massive debris. When he touched her, Cal witnessed her memory. Jedi Master Santari Khri had entrusted Z to use the tuner to travel underground and retrieve the key to Tanalorr. Tanalorr is a sanctuary where Jedi could survive beyond the reach of those who sought to destroy them. The vision of a world where Force-sensitive people could live without fear ignited hope in Cal's heart for the first time in years. Following Z's directions, Cal located a high-tech stasis facility built in the forest array. Inside a sealed chamber, preserved in sophisticated cryogenic suspension, was a Jedi from the High Republic era, Dagan Gera. The chamber's controls were still functional despite centuries of neglect. Cal studied the readouts. They indicated the occupant had been placed in stasis during the height of the High Republic, before the Jedi Order had declined. Here was someone who'd lived in the golden age of the Jedi, someone who could be a powerful ally in the fight against the Empire. Cal decided to free him. Using the Force to interface with the ancient controls, he initiated the revival sequence. The stasis pod opened, and Dagan was finally free. What happened next shattered Cal's expectations completely. Dagan woke not with gratitude, but with fury. His first words were accusations. The Jedi Council had abandoned him, betrayed him, and stolen his life's work. Before Cal could explain that he wasn't part of the old order, that the Jedi Council no longer existed, Dagan attacked. The duel was brief but revealing. Dagan wielded his lightsaber with only one arm. His right arm ended at the elbow, but his skill was formidable. He'd been a master during the High Republic, and his techniques showed the refinement of that golden age. Cal defended desperately, trying to reason with the enraged Jedi. Before the fight could conclude, Ravis and his Bedlam Raiders burst into the chamber. The Jedi warrior addressed Dagan with deep respect. Dagan had been Ravis's commander during the High Republic era, and the Jedi had spent centuries searching for his lost master. He escaped with Ravis while Cal was left with troubling questions. Dagan's obsession with Tanalorr clearly predated his stasis. Whatever happened to him, whatever had turned a Jedi Master into this angry, bitter man, was connected to the very sanctuary Cal now sought. Cal reported his discovery to Bodhi and Grease. With the Mantis repaired, they all agreed to work together to search for Tanalorr. The Mantis headed to Jeddah, where Suri had settled, believing she might know more about the planet. The journey to Jeddah proved more perilous than expected, forcing an unplanned reunion. On the way to Jeddah, a dust storm forced Cal to land far from the rendezvous point. He trekked through the desert and saw Merrin again, now allied with Suri in protecting Force-sensitive refugees. The storm intensified, forcing them into a partially collapsed cave. Protected from the wind, they talked. Cal shared what he'd been doing, the endless missions, the friends lost, the small victories that never seemed to add up. Merrin told him about the hidden path, worlds she'd visited, people she saved, and the network she'd helped establish. Suri's archive on Jeddah represented everything the Empire sought to destroy. The archive was hidden within ancient Jedi Temple ruins. Suri had chosen the location carefully, using the temple's Force-resonant architecture to shield from Imperial detection. In the archive, Cal finally met Eno Cordova in the flesh. The original Stinger Mantis crew reunited, Suri and Cordova unveiling the plan to rebuild the Jedi Archive to protect Force-sensitive people through the hidden path. He gave Cal 2 locations to find parts of the Tanalorr compass. At the Jeddah Temple, Cal experienced a Force vision connected to Santari Khri, who'd created the Abyss Compass centuries ago. Through meditation, Cal relearned Force Slow, freezing time around specific targets. The hidden path became Cal's cause as much as finding Tanalorr. On their return to Jeddah, Cal and Merrin defended a hidden path safe house under attack by an Imperial assault ship. They fought through stormtroopers to rescue Brother Armias, who carried critical contact codes. Though Armias was killed during the firefight, he managed to hand Cal the contact codes moments before dying. In the aftermath, as they watched refugees flee to safety, Cal and Merrin shared a moment of hope, a brief kiss that acknowledged their growing bond. The journey to Kobo's shattered moon revealed the price of the Nile attacks. The shattered moon was fragments of Kobo's former satellite, torn apart by an ancient catastrophe and held in decaying orbit. The largest fragment housed High Republic facilities that had survived. Inside, Cal fought Ravis's lightsaber-wielding lieutenant and retrieved a compass. Then, he explored an ancient Republic settlement in Kobo. He found broken compass parts and relived Force echoes, showing Dagan's betrayal of Santari Khri. The visions revealed how Dagan's obsession with Tanalorr had driven him to violence against his friends. Cal moved through an abandoned settlement where he found another compass. These artifacts were part of Santari's Abyss Compass. At the archive, Bodhi and Cordova revealed Santari Khri's secret. The Abyss Compass once guided Jedi to Tanalorr. The Nile had raided the temple, so Khri hid 3 compasses that must be reactivated to reach the sanctuary world. Upon his return to Kobo, Cal was greeted with troubling news. The raiders had kidnapped Z, likely hoping to extract information about the final compass location. Cal and Bodhi infiltrated the abandoned Lucrehulk battleship where she was held. The massive crash communications ship served as the raiders' base, its rusted corridors filled with dangers. Deep within the ship, Ravis ambushed them and stole Z's tuner device. Cal found himself cornered by energy barriers with no apparent escape. In that desperate moment, Cal had a Force vision where Suri appeared and taught him Force Lift and Slam. This power lets him grab multiple enemies or massive objects with the Force and smash them into surfaces with devastating effect. Using his new ability, Cal fought through Ravis's forces, lifting and slamming raiders into the ship's walls and floors. After a harrowing climb through the Lucrehulk's interior, Cal found Z. With Bodhi's help, they held off Dagon's attack and recovered Z, though he escaped with another compass key. Cal tracked Ravis to the shattered moon. In the facility's ancient power core, Cal witnessed Centauri Kree cutting off Dagon's arm after his betrayal. The confrontation with Ravis was intense. The Jedi warrior was nearly immortal, regenerating from wounds that would kill others. After a brutal duel through the facility's crumbling halls, Cal finally defeated Ravis. Ravis, defeated, revealed Dagon's plan. The final compass was hidden in Kree's mountain observatory in Kobo. At the observatory, Cal faced Dagon for the final time. After knocking out Bodhi, Cal used Force hallucination against Dagon and stabbed him in his chest. They defeated him. The compass was complete. The crew then sailed for Jeddah to celebrate. After the celebration, Cal confessed his love and planned to start a new life with Merrin. They kissed under Jeddah's moons, a moment of peace before the storm that was coming. The celebration wouldn't last. One of their friends was about to turn against them. The next day, Bodhi's true nature was revealed. He killed Master Cordova and grabbed the Abyss Compass. Then, he vanished into the desert. Cal pursued through Jeddah's desert, his mind reeling. When he cornered Bodhi, the truth emerged. Bodhi was a former Jedi who'd survived Order 66. He'd been working for the Imperial Security Bureau, feeding them information about Cal's activities. But the Empire held leverage over him through Kata. Bodhi had been trapped between two impossible choices: betray his friends or lose his child. Bodhi explained desperately everything he'd done, every operation he'd compromised, was to protect his child from the Empire's cruelty. Tanalorr represented his only chance to save Kata forever. He'd watched his wife die. He couldn't lose Kata, too. Bodhi ignited his lightsaber. The two former allies dueled in the desert, Bodhi demonstrating force abilities Cal had never suspected. With a powerful force push, Bodhi sent Cal tumbling off a cliff, leaving him injured in the sand below. As Cal struggled to rise, Bodhi escaped with the compass. Cal lay wounded and heartbroken. The man he'd trusted had been an Imperial agent. Worse, Bodhi's motivations weren't simple greed. He was a desperate father, making the betrayal somehow more painful, because Cal understood it. Before Cal could recover, Darth Vader arrived to destroy Ceres' archive. Bodhi's betrayal led the Empire to Jeddah. In the archive, Ceres sent BD-1 away with the remaining hidden path codes. She faced Vader alone, buying time for refugees. The duel was magnificent and tragic. Ceres pushed the Dark Lord to his limits, her mastery creating a spectacular battle. For one moment, it seemed like she might win. However, Vader's power broke through her defenses. As the archive burned and the last refugees fled, Ceres died, ensuring others could escape. In a single day, Cal had lost everything: his mentor, the archive, and any hope of reaching Tanalorr. Darkness, redemption, and the path forward. Cal tracked Bodhi to Nova Garen, learning Bodhi had orchestrated everything to erase his Imperial records. Inside, he met Bodhi's daughter, Kata. With the compass in his hands, Bodhi ran out with his daughter, leaving Cal as a distraction to the Imperial forces. However, something inside Cal snapped. The rage he'd buried after Ceres' death, the hatred he'd swallowed after Bodhi's betrayal, the fury at 5 years of loss, of friends dying, of fighting a war that never seemed to end. He lost control, using dark-side techniques. He nearly executed an Imperial officer in cold blood. Merrin's voice cut through the fury, pleading with him to stop. Her words reached him where reason couldn't. Cal pulled back from the edge, accepting weakness over corruption. Ceres and Cordova have died to protect people. Cal became a killer driven by vengeance. Their sacrifice would mean nothing. Back on the Mantis, BD-1 played Centauri Kree's final message. She'd hidden one last route to Tanalorr. Centauri explained that after hiding the 3 compass pieces, she'd realized the compasses alone weren't enough. If they were lost or destroyed, the path to Tanalorr would be lost forever. She'd spent months mapping an alternative route, one that didn't require the Abyss Compass at all. By aligning the forest array and arrays in the shattered moon and in her observatory, one could create a safe path through the Abyss. This backup route was far more dangerous. It required a pilot with exceptional force sensitivity to navigate gravitational currents that shifted unpredictably. The path threaded through regions where space-time itself was unstable, where a single miscalculation would tear a ship apart. Cal, Merrin, and Grease made final preparations. The journey through the Kobo Abyss was treacherous, but Cal's force connection guided them through. When they emerged, Cal saw Tanalorr, a pristine world of forests and mountains. Ancient Jedi temples stood among the trees, but their sanctuary came at a terrible price. Bodhi refused to let anyone else know about Tanalorr, fearing it would endanger Kata. On Tanalorr's surface, Cal confronted his former friend one final time. Despite desperate attempts to reason with him, Bodhi attacked. The duel was agonizing. Two men who'd fought side by side, now in mortal combat. In the end, Cal was forced to kill Bodhi to save Merrin and protect Tanalorr's secret. Kata watched her father fall. They held a funeral for those they'd lost: Suri Junda, Eno Cordova, and Bodhi Akuna. 3 graves mark the cost of reaching this sanctuary. Cal declared that they would build something new on Tanalorr, not the old Jedi Order, but something that learned from its mistakes. A place where Kata could heal, where force-sensitive people could live without fear, where light could flourish. They'd paid a devastating price, but in a galaxy consumed by darkness, they'd discovered a place where light could flourish. The war against the Empire wasn't over, but Cal isn't the frightened scrapper anymore. He's become a Jedi Knight who's faced Vader and survived, who's learned that hope persists in the darkest times. More importantly, he learned that being a Jedi meant choosing to protect others, even when the cost was unbearable. On Tanalorr, he'll build a new Jedi tradition, one that protects rather than controls. The Force will be with him, always.